You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Good morning, this is Force 13 Live. We're tracking Hurricane Beryl once again. It's going to be making its closest pass to Jamaica later today. And a slight bit of better news, it looks like it is heading further south than expected. But it still means that hurricane force winds will reach Jamaica. But it looks like the chance of a landfall is decreasing. So a bit of good news this morning, but the bad news is that it is still a Category 4 storm, not just slightly a Category 4, it's well into that territory, with the latest wind estimate still being around 145 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 946 millibars as the storm continues on its way. It's expected to remain strong still as it continues on westwards, and but there is still a huge amount of uncertainty. The National Hurricane Center, one of their advisories earlier said that even from the initialization of the storm, they really don't know what exactly is going to happen with its intensity, with models disagreeing with each other. Well, my name's Nathan Foy here in the studio, and we'll be talking about this storm, of course, over the next few hours. Updates coming out from the National Hurricane Center, and two recon planes inbound right now, moving along the northern periphery of the hurricane at the moment. I'm not exactly sure what their plan is right now, but I would have thought one of them is going to be taking a sweep in on the northeast quadrant, and probably the first plane that's moving along the north is going to go for the northwest, and maybe the second plane going for the northeast, and they'll probably try and be close together when they make their eye passes. But we'll see what they do. But either way, we're going to be getting a lot of data in the next probably hour or two. But you can see on first visibles this morning the appearance of Beryl, still a powerful Category 4 storm headed for Jamaica, and conditions will be starting to deteriorate soon. From what I'm hearing, no real winds yet, but there have been a few rain showers, and we've got a few viewpoints that we can show you, mainly in Kingston right now, and there's one of those cameras that we've been looking at. They move around quite a lot as well, looking down on the city there. And then we have this view from the harbour. Looks like a little bit of a clearing then in the last few minutes. It looks like they had rain a little bit earlier on. And another view from the yacht club there, looking out over pretty still waters, it has to be said. It's looking very calm, but the storm is well on its way and still extremely powerful. The National Hurricane Center forecast cone this morning looks like this, and it still has 145 mile per hour winds. They're still expecting it to weaken down to a weaker hurricane, non-major hurricane, by the time it gets to the Yucatan. Hurricane watch in effect over there. And look at that last advisory, where they're forecasting a second hurricane peak in the Gulf of Mexico before it moves on to northeastern Mexico. But there's still that wriggle room all around there, quite a broad cone in the later part of that forecast, which could put either Veracruz on the south or southern and even central Texas into play to the north. So its satellite appearance, well, the good news is that the eye hasn't really been appearing very much, so there's no sure signs that it's coming back, and it is still, I think, just holding steady with these pressures in the 940s still. Of course, it's been a little while since we last got recon data. It's been about 5 hours, actually, so things may have changed, and we need some new data to find out exactly what's going on. NOAA 3 have just done a turn, so they are going in actually north to south. So they're about to take on the northern eye wall right now. And AF306, I'm still not sure what they're doing. They're right off the coast of Haiti, still going around the northern periphery of the storm. They're quite close together, these planes. They're just probably about 50 miles apart on the northern side of the northern side of the bands. So, as I mentioned, NOAA 3 going in north to south, and we should get some good data on that in the next 20 minutes. Joining me this morning, you know, we're completely lost where we are with time zones now. This morning we have got Maury and Jose with us. Maury, you're tracking this recon on that app there as well, and you can see how they've just started to make that turn. They're getting, is that hurricane force winds at flight level? Yep. Even that far out, almost at Jamaica, really, if you was to transpose that towards the northwestern quadrant. But there it is getting, I mean, it is quite high, 750 millibars, so that aircraft is quite high, about 8,000 or 9,000 feet. So what are your thoughts on the storm this morning as we look at it, guys?
I should just say a little surprising that, it's still holding on, but like it doesn't look really good on satellite, but it's still fighting back, wind shear.
Fairly soon we'll be able to get radar views of the storm as well as it enters Jamaica's radar reach, and that will start to tell us more about the internal structure of the storm along with those recon flights, of course. Feel free to send in your comments and questions whilst we're on the air as well. We'll do our best to have a bit of a conversation whilst we go along here too, but sometimes the news is going to be more important, so we'll hopefully have a variation of that. Geodexillion says, if Beryl becomes a hurricane again in the Gulf of Mexico, it will have 3 peaks. I suppose last night was a bit of a peak, wasn't it? It was quite a flat peak, but it did strengthen a little bit last night. Although in terms of wind speed, NHC have kept 145 all the way, haven't they?
They had 150 as it was peaking, or
did they? Was that like the 2 a.m. advisory?
Not the 2 a.m. advisory. That was like the 8 p.m., 11 p.m. advisory.
I better go back and have a look.
I guess it's still strengthened past 11 p.m. So.
Yeah, I think it was 150 peak. What was it, 8 a to 11 p.m.?
No, I'm just looking now. Technically, on the NHC advisories, it never had a second peak. They were just slowly bringing it down 245 miles per hour. But either way, it looked like it had a little slight second peak when we were looking at those recon flights last night. Anyways, the storm is inching closer to Jamaica. If you're just waking up this morning, it is currently a mere 172 kilometers from the eastern tip of Jamaica. That is 108 miles. It is 225 kilometers from Kingston, which is about 140 miles. So it really is ticking down those miles. And if we switch to the transparent look here, you can see just where the storm is compared to Jamaica and how conditions will be worsening fairly soon. As I mentioned at the outset, it looks like it's going to pass to the south slightly, and we're hopeful that Kingston and most of the other populations of Jamaica, populated cities, will avoid the eye wall, but they could still the whole island could get hurricane force winds as we continue to watch this. But early signs are positive in respect to what we're looking at here, that we may see the storm's eye wall pass towards the south. nonetheless, still an extremely dangerous storm. Just got some more recon data from that plane that's going in. Not much more info yet, though. Just a bit of a formality. They've just got a few more wind barbs. Not even hurricane force at times up there at that flight level as it inches closer towards the eye. Not far to go there. Another 10 minutes should do it. They'll probably just be entering the eye in about 10 minutes time when that next data drop comes in. So it's going to be a very intriguing period here as we try and see what pressure they get. Even at that location there, that last point, the extrapolated pressure was still 1003. So it's either weaker or it's got a very tight gradient as the plane enters the storm. We'll find out all we need to know pretty soon.
So this system currently does seem like it's weakening. You can tell because of the discombobulated eye. But
it's one way of describing it.
Yes, but this system is still strong as it passes to the south of Jamaica, and some parts of Jamaica are still in the cone, so it is possible that we have a landfall, but it is fairly unlikely. Fairly. I'm not saying it is impossible, though, for a landfall, but
if you could just take the satellite overlay off there and look at the map and just compare it with that cone, we might be able to see just exactly how close that's getting on that cone there. Still overland there in a couple of points.
Yeah. It would pass over Alligator Pond if it were to make a landfall. I'm not sure if that's a populated area or not, but
that part of the south coast is relatively less populations, but there is still quite a few in it. But I mean, when you compare it to the bigger towns further north, so it does look like significant populations will avoid the eye. But they could still get the eye wall, and they will still get hurricane force winds. But it is slightly better news this morning than what we were fearing yesterday. But it is still coming to town as a very strong storm with hurricane force winds all around. Let's go back to Kingston and have a look. We'll be checking in with these cameras probably quite often now as we watch the situation unfold. Still looking fairly calm over there in Kingston Harbour. The winds relatively light. A few little rain showers, and they'll be becoming more frequent throughout the morning. And that's when things are really going to get busy. If you just evaluate that cone once again, the indication actually, I think it's been put back a bit. Probably going to be making its closest pass to Kingston at about midday or 1 p.m, maybe 2 p.m, and then on towards the rest of the south coast into the afternoon and evening hours. By nightfall, it will probably be making its closest approach to the western tip. And then, of course, people watching from the Cayman Islands. It looks like it will pass further south from you. Hurricane conditions still expected, but there is a possibility there that they might miss. But we don't want people getting too comfortable because it is going to be a close pass as a major hurricane, very close for comfort as we go through the overnight hours. And it will be an overnight pass for the Cayman Islands. And then you're looking at another overnight landfall when it hits Mexico, early hours of Friday. And then, of course, later on in the track forecast, it's not just the direction of the storm that gets that becomes a relative unknown. It's actually the speed of it too. There's a lot of discrepancy in how fast the storm moves later on in that forecast period. But a rule of thumb there for people watching in Texas: slower likely means further north. So If we don't want the storm in Texas, then we'll be wanting it to keep up a pretty decent speed, because that slow movement will allow the ridge to break down and for the storm to sidle past there and move up the coast, possibly of Texas, on Monday. Too far out to tell you anything authoritatively about that though yet, and today we're really concentrating, of course, on Jamaica as the storm draws ever nearer. Let's reiterate some of the National Hurricane Center warnings. Not a huge, in fact, nothing's changed since last night. A hurricane warning for Jamaica, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. Hurricane watch for the south coast of Haiti from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anse de Haino. East coast of the Yucatan Peninsula from Chetumal to Habakatoche. A tropical storm warning for the south coast of the Dominican Republic still from Punta Palenque westward into Haiti. I imagine that part will be going shortly. And the south coast of Haiti again to Anse de Haino on the west coast. A tropical storm watch for the coast of Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City. And as we've been watching those cameras as well, I think this one in particular, this is the lowest camera, by either this one or the other one. You can see a good view of the water level, and as we know, storm surge could be a big problem with this. They're now expecting as much as 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds along the immediate coast of Jamaica. Of course, we know that Kingston Harbour is much more inwards, so the storm surge hopefully won't be anywhere like that, or the winds indeed. And storm surge could raise water levels by as much as 2 to 4 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds along the immediate coast of the Cayman Islands. 1 to 3 feet for the southern coast of Hispaniola, 3 to 5 feet along the east coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, and near the coast the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Looking at rainfall, 4 to 8 inches with localized maximums to 12 across Jamaica through this evening, along with additional rainfall of 4 to 6 inches over the Tiburon Peninsula of Haiti. This heavy rainfall is expected to cause life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides. 2 to 4 inches with localized maxima of 6 over the Cayman Islands tonight and into Thursday. Over the Yucatan Peninsula into northern Belize, we're expecting rainfall totals of 2 to 6 inches with localized amounts of 8, along with at least localized flash flooding late Thursday through Friday. And of course, surf and large swells impacting the southern coast of Puerto Rico, still Hispaniola and Jamaica, and expected to impact the Cayman Islands later today through midweek. Swell will continue to affect the Windward and Leeward Islands during the next day or so. These swells are expected to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. So those are all the threats right now, as we have another recon update, really starting to get those stronger winds again there into the Category 4 range. 117 knots, 126. So once again, much stronger still as it enters the inner part of the eye wall. An extrapolated pressure of 962 as it's been going along there, and maximum winds of 135 knots, I think.
Oh, there's 135 knots?
I think I'm seeing 130. Oh, that's 125 knots, pardon me. 130 knots then, something like that, I think.
Yeah, it's 131 knots.
131.
So that would be... Of course, what would that translate to?
What height is it still at there? Is it still at 7? It's 750 millibar level. So yeah, the plane's still quite high up there. I'd imagine that probably correlates to maybe 140 miles. No, maybe even less. 130, 140 miles per hour.
Yeah.
so maybe a little bit weaker there. It'll be more telling when we get an extrapolated eye pressure. Looking forward to seeing what that data is going to say. And I'm just checking. There was a drop sonde that they put in as well. I think that was a little while ago, at 4 minutes past. They probably would have just been entering the eye wall at that point. But they got 57 knots at the surface, 1005 millibars. So, yeah, very early on in the passage there that they did a drop sonde. And then we've still got the AF306 mission behind it as well, but we haven't had an update on that for about 12 minutes. But they are just off the western tip of Haiti, not far away from where the other plane is. And I'll be interested to see where it's going. But I imagine it's probably gonna. I really doubt it's gonna follow the other plane in. It must be, I would have thought, heading for the northwestern eye wall. So we'll have all of that info as it comes in here in the next few hours. Yes says, call me crazy, but is Beryl seriously trying to clear out its eye? It's been attempting all last night and all night, and is still attempting. Yes, it's always attempting. And really, look at them cloud tops looking really good in those last few images. And in the middle of that, the eye trying to clear out once again. So Beryl never giving up, is it? But it is still quite small. And as we look at the wider view there, you can see, well, it is pushing loads of moisture up through Haiti right now. So I'd be a little bit concerned there about flooding potential. But it certainly looks like the northern side bands are really struggling to stay attached to the central core of the storm. And I don't know, I'd like to say it's might be starting to shrivel up, the core of the storm, but I can't say that with any degree of certainty, and not yet at any rate. Will northern Jamaica get hurricane force winds? There's a significant chance, of course, not as much as the southern coast, but I think they were giving it about, let me go and double check that info. Hurricane force winds along the north coast currently pegged at about, depending where you are, up to about 50% in some areas, but in the very northern periphery of the northernmost parts, so furthest away from the storm, maybe about a 20% chance. But along the south coast, we're still looking at about a 70-75% chance of hurricane conditions, which is pretty high. So I reckon that's going to happen. Will it have any chance to become a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico? And people might think I'm being bullish, but I'm going to say yes. It does have a chance. This is Beryl we're talking about, after all. So it does have a chance, and the latest GFS run, pretty much saying that, had a peak of 969 millibars, but given how whack that model is right now, that was actually a lower pressure than what the GFS had for its peak. Not saying it would be stronger than that, but GFS looks like at the latest run it's forecasting a major hurricane for the Brownsville area, moving northwest. According to CSU, Beryl generated 21.2 ACE, and the total ACE for the season is 22.2, which is 8 times the average. Gone from 0 to 100 just like that, hasn't it?
Definitely. But going back to if it could make a run for major hurricane status in the Gulf, it's more likely it'll do that if it recurves. If it recurves towards the northern Texas coast and Louisiana coast, because then it'll spend more time over those warm waters and be able to use more of that energy to add to its moisture and continue to strengthen.
Looks like another bank of rain there on the distant hills. Again, my geography isn't great with this area, but I get the impression this is looking west. But I'm not familiar with the area, so I'm sure someone in the chat will be able to help me out with that, whether that's looking towards Portmore maybe. But this is the Kingston Harbour area. Looks like we do still have some hazy sunshine this morning on the approach to this storm. And maybe one or two people wondering where it is, why the storm hasn't arrived yet. Well, don't underestimate it. As it was the case in the Windward Islands and will be the case here, it will arrive quite suddenly, given the tight core of the storm, the small concentration of winds. It will go from calm to fierce in a rather short amount of time. There's some more questions here. Is Beryl undergoing a slow eye wall replacement cycle? What's going on with that eye? Do we even know at this point?
I mean, it could be. One thing you do check for an eye wall replacement cycle is if the cloud tops are lower. Even though that's not really the case with this system. It still has pretty good cloud tops, so...
Recon data will help us with that, and speaking of which, AF306 have just gone in for a northeast pass after all. I thought they were going to keep going to the northwest, but they've gone sort of northeast, but I think it might end up being more towards the northern side, actually, by the time they get in there. They are halfway in right now, and NOAA 3 still going through there, but we'll be looking out for any double eye wall signatures on the winds from the recon, but certainly from the data we've had so far from NOAA 3, there was no evidence of that, Maury, was there?
Evidence of what?
A double eye wall.
Yeah, there wasn't really. It was very lopsided, so I'm unsure if that means an eye wall replacement cycle.
We don't have all the data yet, but we should get a better idea soon. In the next few minutes, but AF306 going in the northeast quadrant right now, and we'll have more info from them too in a little while. So we're going to be getting some good readings soon, and of course the National Hurricane Center will be using this data to produce their next update, which will be at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Just a little note about the time zones here. Jamaica, of course, different to the islands around it, using Eastern Standard Time. All the others are a mix of Eastern Daylight Time or Atlantic Standard Time, which is an hour ahead of Jamaica. So 6:27 right now and 7:27 pretty much everywhere else. Do major hurricanes create their own wind shear? We've seen it before when other storms have tried to form near or behind a mature hurricane, that they can get sheared to bits by the storm's outflow. And how strong will the winds be in southern Cuba? Well, chances of tropical storm force winds have been declining, but some of the southern extremities are somewhere near 30% still. So you could get tropical storm force winds still, but I would suggest it will be tropical storm force gusts for most of that south coast. Is it possible for Beryl to re-intensify before making landfall in Jamaica? We're going to find out from Recon very shortly whether it is re-intensifying or not. It would have to be starting now if it was going to do that by the time it makes its closest pass. But we will only know about that when it starts happening, and it will pass. But the good news that we're seeing this morning, we think, is that it doesn't look like it's going to make landfall anymore. If we just switch again to the transparent imagery, the storm's movement at the moment, taking it this way. If we were to extrapolate that line out, it ends up going south of Jamaica. Although, of course, we could still get one wobble, two wobbles, three wobbles. Could take it close to a landfall there. And of course, we've also got the hurricane force winds extending out all over that area. So if that wobbles, then so does this, taking those hurricane force winds well over those populated cities in Jamaica.
Did just get
Yep.
949.8 millibars extrapolated reading.
I'm just taking a look at that data on my own monitor here. 949.8. They got pretty light winds in there too. So that is an indication that the storm is probably around 950 at least. And the maximum winds that they got, oh goodness me, south side of that eye wall is it's barely above half of what it is on that northern side. Only about 80 knots flight level winds. So you're talking lopsided before we got that data. Well, I tell you what, it is incredibly lopsided. And SFMRs on the northern side, they got around 125 knots, and on the south side they have gotten 90 knots. So very weak on the south side, still rather strong on the north side, and still indicative of winds of probably 140 miles per hour, and a pressure of 950. But quite incredible to see just how lopsided those eye walls are. Just had an update from AF306 as well. They have gotten, well, they're starting to get higher winds. They're still not fully in the eye yet. They just got a wind, a flight level wind of nearly 100 knots. And they're getting a pressure of 998, so they've still got a little way to go. That's quite close to the eye, though, already, so we'll see what they've got. Let me just double check what altitude these planes are flying at. I think NOAA 3, they did drop to about 2,000 feet in the eye, and the Air Force plane, the NOAA plane's been generally about 2,500 feet, and the Air Force plane's a little bit higher at about 3,000 feet at the moment. So more interesting data coming in here, but it sounds like the storm is a little weaker, but it also sounds like that it is still a Category 4, which is still pretty incredible as we continue to track Hurricane Beryl heading towards Jamaica. Yes, wants to know if we have radar yet. It's getting close to being able to follow it on radar. I will show you the output that we've got on the Force 13 website as soon as I can bring it up. I'll also show you 96L, because that's looking quite decent. But first of all, let me show you Beryl. I haven't got it animated yet. Hopefully this works. Here's a loop of Beryl there from Jamaica, and you can see that the eye wall or the inner bands are starting to appear on that radar, but we don't have a view of the eye yet. And 96L, another storm, well, not a storm, but another system approaching the Windward Islands, Lesser Antilles, Barbados indeed, getting hit with quite a few more rain showers this morning. So it's a double whammy of sorts, but this one much weaker. There shouldn't be very strong winds in it, but its appearance has looked pretty good on satellite imagery this morning, and certainly we could be looking at significant rainfall on all of these islands, of course, that were just hit by the storm, including the Grenadines, which of course will be trying to enter its first stages of recovery. Well, it's going to be a bit of a miserable one with rain falling right now, although if they're without water, maybe that might be a good thing, I don't know. But certainly rainfall might be hampering efforts there on the Grenadines. So this is Force 13 Live. The National Hurricane Center will be updating at the top of the hour, and we'll see what they have to say. Recon planes are still flying into the storm, and we just had that update from the first plane, NOAA 3, that went through the eye got flight level winds of 130 knots and got a extrapolated center pressure of about 950. They put in a drop sonde as well a little bit later on as they were entering the storm. They got it down at 963, so must have been quite far into the inner eye wall on that north side. Surface wind 106 knots. I think Justin is with us right now. I don't know if you're available.
You can't talk right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Still waiting for further data, but we should get it fairly soon as these planes continue to enter the storm. Drop sondes being put down by the Air Force plane as well. Much earlier on, though, so they haven't really got anything of note yet. But they are about to pass through the eye. Second pass already this morning, bright and early. To try and figure out just how strong Beryl still is. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you'd like to ask us anything or to tell us anything, of course. If you've got anything you want to bring to our attention, people watching, just as important as us sometimes with information. Is there a double wind maximum for AF306 flight level winds? I haven't seen one yet.
Yeah, very lopsided.
And what time will Hurricane Beryl make landfall in Jamaica? Well, if it does, it's making its close pass somewhere around lunchtime. And at what intensity will Beryl be when it makes landfall on the Gulf Coast? If it does make landfall on the US Gulf Coast, or the Mexican coast, of course, we don't know yet. It's probably going to still be a hurricane, and the chance that it could strengthen still to a major hurricane. Is it still possible for 96L to form into a tropical depression or tropical storm? What is our opinion? We actually upped the chances of it again from 30 to 40% this morning. It could become a tropical cyclone, and loud plates in the background and an indication that from the GFS model that it could become a tropical storm as it approaches Texas once again, straight after Beryl. I don't know what to tell you about that, but keep the lookout on for that. A comment about, or a question about Grand Cayman. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. Hopefully the storm will be passing a little bit further to the south of you now, but it is going to be overnight, so we could still get some pretty inclement conditions. Hurricane force winds still possible, if not likely, and storm surge, I think they said up to 4 feet. So still want to take seriously, and if it does go along that northern edge of the cone, you could be looking very close to a landfall, so it could still hit at full strength. Thoughts on Invest 91E? Some of the models backed off that Eastern Pacific system this morning, so it's struggling a bit. It's a tough one to call. If it does develop, it looks like it will be quite weak. That's off the Pacific coast of Mexico. We're giving it 40%. People asking us about what we think about the recon, which we're just going to wait for some more data. We really want to hear what AF306 get when they pass through the eye, and that data should be available fairly soon, but we don't have it yet. So we're just sitting tight on this right now for a little bit as we wait for some of that information to come in. In the meantime, I'm trying to familiarize myself with the geography of Jamaica, some of the smaller places. but we're really talking about the south coast that is likely to be impacted with the strongest winds and storm surge. Let's take a look back. Well, that's Santo Domingo, which we're still looking at there as well. They should be in the clear now, if not very shortly. And this is another view from Kingston, from one of these cameras, which automatically pivot around. And you can see, well, the roads are quiet. There's been a little bit of rain. Showers here and there. There's a proper close-up looking across the harbour right now. And it's still looking relatively calm, just a slight breeze there on that. That's a tree maybe. And looking at a wider shot there in the harbour right now, showing quite a bit of cloud cover in the area. If you're wondering why you haven't seen much of the storm yet, it is still on its way. And there was a drop sonde inside the eye from the earlier plane that got 953 millibars with an 11 knot wind. So it sounds like somewhere around 952 is going to be our number for the storm's pressure, which is certainly weaker than what it was earlier, which is good news. And like I said, the winds from these planes so far supporting definitely 130 miles per hour, maybe 140. So still, whichever way you look at it, a category 4. But there are signs, some positive signs, that the storm is weakening a bit. We have literally just had a new update from the AF306, and it had a flight level wind of nearly 140 knots and 135 knots at least there. I think it rounds up to 140 knots, and an extrapolated 950.6 in the eye. So northeastern quadrant, the strongest quadrant there, briefly got a 140 knot wind flight level, but SFMR only 115 knots in that northeastern eye wall. So a bit of a mixed bag there, but it sounds like it's weakening.
It does.
I think with that information, I suspect they'll probably go with 130. Maybe 140, but it's definitely a little bit weaker here, which is good news. It's not excellent news because it can't happen quick enough. It is still very powerful here, blowing up huge cloud tops. But once again, you know, when we look at these images, satellite, the core of the storm is still nowhere near Jamaica yet. Oops. There we go. You know, there's still quite a bit of a distance from the big cloud tops there, which were producing the heaviest rainfall and very high winds to the coast, eastern tip of Jamaica there. Still a fair distance, and in numbers from along that line I've just drawn, it's about 90 kilometers. With the storm's movement being at 31 kilometers per hour, the worst conditions should reach the eastern tip of Jamaica within 3 hours. And let's show you some more visible imagery then, since we have it. Another viewpoint here of the early visible images. And the first thing that you'll probably note is that it's a awfully cloud-filled eye.
Sure is.
Just trying to get to some chats here. Kyle, thanks very much for your support this morning, thanking us for our coverage and the things that we do. It's all a day's work sometimes, but we're doing our level best here with all of our coverage. And a moment of lovely also. Thanks very much for your support and your help in the chat too. J-Name says, is this one of the messier Category 4s that we've seen in a while? It reminds me of... Actually, latest imagery doesn't remind me of it anymore. But at times it reminded me of Irma later on when it was approaching Florida. When it was holding on to 130 mile an hour Cat 4. One of those messy Cat 4s that almost are always around 130 miles per hour that are always trying to get that eye properly sorted out. Joaquin was like that for ages as well, back in 2015. Those are the ones I'm thinking about. And does 96L look like it could still form? It could, but probably not soon. We're talking more Western Caribbean for its potential formation. How should I go about... that's an interesting comment. Eating Hurricane Beryl? I don't think so. Do we think the northwest eye wall is stronger than northeast eye wall right now? It seemed like it last night. What we're seeing so far is that the northeast looks like it's stronger, but we haven't seen the northwest yet. We've just had the north and northeast, and northeast was stronger than north. And Atlantic is the only above average season in the northern hemisphere so far, apparently. Well, definitely. You know, the northern hemisphere has had a dreadful start in terms of activity, which is good for everyone on these land areas. Leading up to Beryl, we were looking at, well, we this year we set many other different kinds of records for such a slow start to all of the seasons in the northern hemisphere. We didn't have a single northern hemisphere storm until May 25th, which was the latest start since 1878. And the Eastern Pacific still hasn't seen a storm yet. And if this invest doesn't form out there near the coast of Mexico, and we get to July 6th without a named storm, it will be the latest start in the satellite era. What will happen to Beryl in the Gulf of Mexico? Well, I refer you again to the National Hurricane Center's cone. They think it will strengthen a little bit to hurricane status on Sunday, but some models are suggesting that it could be a lot more than that. The last GFS run suggested that the storm would strengthen by 30 millibars after it exited the Yucatan before its landfall in southern Texas, going from 999 to 969. Which, you know, would be a very impressive landfall intensity and probably major hurricane. We've just got some new imagery actually from radar. It looks like the eye may be starting to appear now, or the eye wall. You can see those latest frames once again. Gotta tell you, it's not the best looking radar quality with Jamaica. I don't know what the deal is there. I did check Jamaica's Met Service, and their radar on their site isn't working at all. So this is pretty much the best we've got right now. And you can just start to see the eye wall appearing on that imagery. But if it keeps going in this direction, guys, the good news will be that the eye wall will miss Jamaica. It's got to keep going in that direction, though. A northward jog will put some of the coastline in bigger jeopardy with those strongest winds. So we've got to keep watching this closely. Any kind of northward jog will be very bad news. Right now, it's still west-northwest and on course to miss Jamaica with its strongest eye wall. That still doesn't mean it's going to be a plain sailing day, though. Hurricane conditions are still expected on the south coast. But, you know, we got to acknowledge, compared to yesterday, that's much better news than it was looking as though it would make a Category 4 landfall near Kingston. And that would have been the strongest landfall ever as well, stronger than Hurricane Gilbert, and I'm sure everyone remembers that one, of a suitable age at least, and that was the most powerful landfall in Jamaican history, 125 mile per hour Cat 3. Just waiting to see if there was any more data. They had a drop sonde in, must be the south side. Trying to figure out the location of this drop sonde. 16.5, 75.1. Yeah, south eye wall. They did a drop sonde at 988 millibars. They got a wind speed of 70 knots, which really isn't very much, but a little bit further out of the eye, that one, or eye wall. But maybe we'll get some more drop sondes from the Air Force plane, but we haven't had any yet. But they did get a flight level wind of 140 knots, but they only got SFMRs of 115. They got an extrapolated eye reading of 950.6. Go ahead.
I think the advisory just came out right now.
All right, the advisory is out. They are keeping 145 miles per hour, which I'm surprised about. But the pressure, 952 millibars. Beryl expected to bring hurricane conditions to Jamaica by midday today, with life-threatening winds and storm surge expected to approach the Cayman Islands tonight into Thursday. Really, no other changes apart from that. Reports from NOAA and Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that the maximum sustained winds are near 145 miles per hour. I don't see how, but we'll run with it. Some weakening is forecast during the next day or two. However, Beryl is forecast to be at or near major hurricane intensity whilst it passes near Jamaica later today and the Cayman Islands tonight or early Thursday. Additional weakening expected thereafter, though Beryl is forecast to remain a hurricane in the northwestern Caribbean. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 45 miles from the centre, and tropical storm force winds up to 185 miles from the centre. And that minimum pressure 952.
Wow.
So that's the advisory, and they have kept 145 miles per hour. So that will be another notch up on that ACE chart as well, really raking in that accumulated cyclone energy.
It really does show that the storm is aiming to fight back.
Question about lightning in the storm. I haven't actually looked at lightning at the moment, but I assume there is going to be plenty in there right now.
Yeah, I think I saw a couple earlier.
And when will the shear abate on Beryl? I imagine wind shear is still hovering around the 20 knot range. I will just have a quick look at models on that.
About 25 knots to 30.
Really? 25 to 30 now?
Yeah. But yeah, there's one that's over the eye, which is 20 knots. But they're on the northern side of the storm is about 25 knots.
Oh. Yeah, modelling suggests when it initialized earlier that it was around nearly 20 knots and that it might rise a little bit in the next 24 hours and then fall again as it gets... it will probably only give it about 12 hours before the Yucatan for any potential strengthening with a drop of wind shear. But sea surface temperatures, of course, are looking good all through here. 29 degrees Celsius generally, and when it's back over the Gulf later, 29 again. And relative humidity also looking decent. It's currently at 60%, and if anything might rise, but expected to stay pretty stable. Any thoughts on that little gap in the northwestern eye wall? I've just been watching this and I'm not sure really what's going on with that northwestern eye wall. It's starting to look very suspect in a way that I can't really describe. But certainly the eye itself isn't looking very good on those latest frames. And in fact, another frame that's more recent than this has just come out on my other screen. You know, the lowest temperature in what you would call the eye there, minus 65 degrees. There's no eye there anymore on satellite. Of course, it is still there underneath all that cloud, but it's a sign that it's getting much less organized, obviously. And yeah, I just got another new frame there, which is giving an eye temperature, if you want to call it that, of minus 65. So very poor as you watch this. And can we see how the National Hurricane Center got 145? Because I don't really. Well, they must have gone with that flight level reading, I suppose. That 140 knot flight level reading must have done it, I guess.
I guess so.
Yeah, it would have been that. But interesting discrepancy, because the SFMRs only had 115 knots. There has been an update from that AF306 mission. They're now in the southwest eye wall. And in the southwest eye wall, they've gotten very poor wind speeds. The southern semicircle of this storm is so weak. Southwestern side, they got 80 knot flight level winds. Although actually, maybe I misspoke there, because they did get nearly 100 knot SFMRs on that southwest side, so I guess flight level isn't everything. So, still weaker, but a little bit less so. But as we've been hearing, very lopsided, and pretty much in tandem with what we're looking at on satellite, clearly showing that the northern side is more powerful than the southern side. And as soon as we hear anything about drop-ons, it'll be interesting to see if the Air Force plane got one in there. But if you've just joined us, Beryl, according to the National Hurricane Center, is still sitting at 145 mph winds and an estimated pressure here of 952 millibars. Turbulence mode says not much wind, but tons of rain in Barbados from Invest 96L. Yes, we were looking at that on radar a little while ago. Looking very impressive. Lots of rain there, possibly more than you got during Beryl from that Invest, at least in Barbados. Donovan says, since we are seeing Beryl maintain wind speed really good over high wind shear, do we think more storms in the future could do the same and change the look on shear on hurricanes? Well, I mean, this science isn't going to change very much. Wind shear usually has its way with tropical cyclones, and let's be real here. Wind shear has had a part to play in this. It has weakened the storm this much, otherwise it would still be a category 5. So, you know, it has weakened the storm. It's just not done it as much as we were expecting. And when you get numbers of 15 to 20 knots, it's never a guarantee that it's going to kill off a storm. Usually 30 to 40 knots is more of a guarantee that it will do that. But 20 is sort of really a middle number where storms can do something like this and just hold on and run up against that wind shear and maintain in general. Yes has just told us that VDM no longer has a closed eye open to the south-southeast and a spiral eye. Now that's interesting, and I'm not really surprised to hear that looking at those winds that we saw, but good to get some kind of confirmation on that there. So opening on the eye in the south side, which explains those weaker winds. Here's a look at radar imagery as the storm approaches Jamaica. You will be getting some of those bands soon, some of the stronger bands at least, as the storm heads towards you. But at this rate, it does look like the inner eye wall will miss, but we can't be sure about that yet. Small jogs to the north could still put the maximum winds over part of the island. And we'll cycle through to those cameras again right now in Kingston. There's a viewpoint, still looking over the harbour, relatively calm waters there, and looking down onto some of the streets. They've had rain recently, some slight breeze there Looking at some of those palm trees, and I don't know if it's raining right now, but they have definitely had rain a little bit earlier on. That's Kingston, Jamaica, which we'll be regularly watching. They won't have updated the cone in terms of the forecast, but they've done a position update there, and it is pretty much in line with what was expected. It's going to be a very close pass for southern Jamaica in the next few hours. Looking messier and messier on the latest satellite imagery, though.
I mean, it does, yeah. But it still has those strong winds.
Will the chances of formation for 91E increase? That's the Eastern Pacific one. We actually dropped our chances slightly this morning from 50 to 40%, owing to a couple of models actually backing out of development now. Some of them still have it, and if it does form, it will be relatively weak and short-lived off the coast of Mexico. Let's see if we've got some more. Feel free to send in your comments and questions right now. Start your message with Force 13, all in text. And once again, preparations should really be complete by now in Jamaica. You've got a very short time left if you need to do anything here. Probably just a couple of hours before you start to get some strong winds reaching you in eastern Jamaica. Western part of the island has a little bit longer, but we're still talking just a few hours. And the storm is expected to make its closest pass or landfall somewhere near lunchtime, maybe 1 or 2 p.m. Perhaps there is a possibility that it could make landfall on that little peninsula, the southernmost point of Jamaica. I don't know if it has a name. Portland Point, apparently, at the southern tip of Jamaica. That could get a landfall, and if it was there, it would probably be at around 2, maybe 3 p.m. Just again at this hour, reiterating the warnings that are in effect. Hurricane warning for Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Hurricane watch for the south coast of Haiti from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anza and the east coast of the Yucatan from Chetumal to Cabo Catoche in Mexico. Tropical storm warning for the south coast of the Dominican Republic from Punta Palenque westward to the border with Haiti and then into Haiti as far west as Anza and a tropical storm watch for Belize, coast of Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City. And if we're talking about wind speed probabilities right now, chances of hurricane force winds in various points of Jamaica, I'll just give you a little idea here. So the southern tip of Jamaica, around about a 75% chance of hurricane force winds. In Kingston, it's about 45% chance. Mandeville, further to the west there, about a 50% chance. Montego Bay, just a notch above 30% for hurricane force winds in those various places. The lowest chance of hurricane force winds on Jamaica are one of the northern tips there near, I think it's Duralton, with the chance of hurricane force winds there at about 26%. Looking onto the Cayman Islands, chance of hurricane force winds is still relatively low, 25% chance for Grand Cayman, but a small, as always, a small movement towards the north there could really upgrade those chances of hurricane force conditions. And apparently there's another vortex data message saying the eye wall is closed. So a conflict there. And a new drop zone in the northeast eye wall, 97 knots at the surface, 981 millibars. So still quite powerful at this point, with the northern eye walls being the most powerful, as we've been finding so far. We still haven't had the northwestern eye wall sampled yet. We've had north and northeast, and northeast has been the strongest, where they got flight level winds of 140 knots. AWS Asher says, with a Cat 5 already on the board this early in the season, how hyperactive do you think this season will be? Well, steady on. I mean, it could, but we're giving it our estimate somewhere near 20 storms for this year. But, I mean, we talk about hyperactivity. It's usually measured by accumulated cyclone energy, and this storm will go a long way towards that, absolutely. So we're still not fully sure whether the eye wall is open or closed, but eventually we will get some proper radar imagery which might be able to tell us some more info. Of course, Recon have a radar on board, so if you're on that plane you'd be able to see exactly what the deal is with this storm. But Jamaican radar, it's getting closer to that right now, and you can have a little look at it here. Not the best radar quality by the looks of things, but it is showing the edge of the eye wall there on those latest frames entering the radar picture. And some of those bands, some of the stronger bands, will be reaching the east coast of Jamaica in the next couple of hours or less. Maybe in this next hour. Let's see if we can check out some more visible imagery on this image, on this type of imagery now. There it is, just starting to appear there on visible imagery there in the last hour or so. And you gotta say, it looks very messy, with no clear eye now at all in the satellite imagery. Highest temperature in there, about minus 63 degrees, with the cloud tops pushing minus 80 degrees, so still a lot of energy in those cloud tops. Yeah, the highest cloud top there, minus 81 on that little bit on the southwestern side there. So very impressive cloud tops at this point. Oh no, minus 81 actually in that northwestern side. So that's interesting. Northwestern side actually has the highest cloud tops. So we really want to see that side get sampled, because it could still contain the highest winds if satellite's anything to go by. Unfortunately, Recon aren't doing it yet. The NOAA 3 mission is right around the southeast at this point, and they may go for a southeast to northwest pass in a sec. We don't know yet. But what we do know is that the south side of the eye, and particularly south and southeast, is looking very poor and could even be open to that side. And satellite would suggest something like that. We won't be able to know for sure on radar for a good while, because of course the southeast side is the furthest away. So it'll take a good while before we find that out. But for those watching in Jamaica, we are watching very closely for any northward jogs, because as I pointed out before, if you follow the track of the storm in the last hour or two, it's been that direction, and if it keeps going in the direction it's been going, it's going to end up doing something like this. But if it does a few more jogs, 1, 2, 3, possibly for a landfall. If it outright turns northwestwards a bit further, then it still puts Jamaica at great risk. but that's less likely. But certainly this is, even if it doesn't make landfall, hurricane force winds somewhere in this area probably. And if we were to follow that on a line as well, even without a turn or a jog, then we're looking at all this area here getting hurricane force winds in the next few hours. As this 413 live coverage continues for the whole duration of this storm's approach to Jamaica. A very dangerous storm with 145 mile per hour winds estimated from the National Hurricane Center at their last update, and a pressure estimate of 952 millibars. Our numbers haven't updated on there, but that's what they're running with, 952. Is this the first time a Category 5 in the Atlantic was the first Category 5 of the year? Like worldwide, I assume you mean. I am trying to think of other seasons, and I can't remember. You know, you think of Andrew in 1992, obviously the first storm of the Atlantic, was a Category 5. I just can't remember what happened in the other basins that year. Usually it's the Westpac that will tend to give it a run for its money, or in the Southern Hemisphere, if they sometimes get a Category 5. I'm sure someone has the answer, but I personally cannot remember.
I don't remember none. But all I know is just Andrew, Emily in 2005.
Yeah, well, Emily was earlier in the year too, so...
Yeah. It was in mid-July, but it's surprising how Beryl actually outbeat Emily like what, 19 years later? Like, I don't know how long can Emily hold that record for the earliest Cat 5, because someone told me it was 19. So I mean, I believe so, yeah. Then Ivan, wait, actually no, actually Ivan did reach Cat 5, but I forgot what month.
September.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't 2005 because there were Cat 5s in the South Pacific, and even if there weren't any, even in the Northern Hemisphere, you also had Typhoon Haitang, which reached Category 5 status. Get this, about 18 hours before Emily did, in the Western Pacific. I'm just looking back at 1992. That had Cyclone Fran, which became a Category 5 in March, so it wasn't that year either. Let's see what happened in 1980 when we had Hurricane Allen. I think that one was, so 1980 when we had Hurricane Allen, that was the first Category 5 of the year, and it was only one of two that year actually around the world. So there's your answer, or one answer. I don't know if it happened more recently than that, but it definitely happened in the 1980 season. Hurricane Beryl still moving west-northwest right now at a speed of 20 miles per hour or 31 kilometers per hour, and they gave it an estimate at their last update, 8 a.m., of 145 miles per hour, pressure 952. Looking back at Kingston, Jamaica right now, looking over the harbour, and you can see that cloud cover is quite high. Some rain in the distance, it seems. So several rain showers moving over the area. Certainly nothing crazy yet, when you consider that, well, you know what, that's another reason why we want to see a northwest recon pass, because that'll show us just how far the winds extend out on the side that's facing Jamaica. But we still don't have a northwest pass yet, although I'm sure one of them will do it shortly. The AF306 mission is going around the south side of the storm, so they may be positioning for south to north pass now, and NOAA 3 is in the southeastern part. They haven't turned yet, but I think they might go for southeast to northwest. So we'll start to get some more data on that. But yeah, really, probably only 2 hours until storm force conditions reach the eastern tip of Jamaica, and maybe 3 hours for Kingston. Again, looking at those various camera views, it's still looking pretty calm in Jamaica's capital, and we still expect that things will be changing very quickly. There's been another eye drop sonde, this time from the Air Force plane, I believe. They got 952 millibars with a 10-knot wind. So that'll be around 951, somewhere around there. Although I'm not sure that indicated it was actually at the surface, but it must have been. Oh no, they got 953 at the surface actually. So somewhere around there. So we keep watching some of these viewpoints, looking all around Kingston, Jamaica there. Feel free to send in your questions. Start your message with Force 13, all in text. We're here for a good while as we continue to watch the progression of this storm and whatever happens on land in the next few hours. If you're joining us for the first time this morning, it's a very close call that we're going to be seeing on Jamaica. If it keeps going in this direction, the inner eye wall should just miss Jamaica, but hurricane winds will still occur, and any jogs to the north will mean that the strongest winds will move onshore. What does 96L look like on satellite? I will try and get that for you right now. I don't have it to hand, but I can go and fetch it. It's looking pretty good actually. Just trying to get any satellite that looks decent on it. I think I'll have to go and look at it through Slider. We are starting to get daylight. Well, of course we've got daylight over there as well. So let's show you this. This is 96L. Look at that. That's looking much better this morning on satellite imagery. And it really is giving Barbados a lot of rain. Probably more than they got during Beryl. And then for the rest of St. Vincent the Grenadines, they're getting a fair bit of rain too, which is probably a bad thing, I would imagine. Although perhaps it might be a bit of a relief to get a few rain showers there. Quite often you hear of after hurricanes move through areas that there's no running water, and it's very hot and stifling as the dry air mass around the hurricane is over the area again. But they're getting some rain showers and probably some thunderstorms right now from that Invest 96. And there's the wide shot and Beryl. And Beryl's entire influence there. You know what, actually? It looks more like Matthew now at a distance in terms of its general structure. Not the eye wall and eye, but the whole storm's general structure looks a bit like Matthew. But the eye itself is really struggling here, but it is still holding on to a formidable Category 4 status with 145 mph winds and still closing in those miles to land. Now, let me give you an update on that. Distance to land, 153 kilometers from the eastern tip of Jamaica, so that's about 95 miles. From Kingston, it's 206 kilometers, and from Portland Point, it is 223. So it is getting pretty close now, but again, I think a lot of people will be wondering why their area in Jamaica hasn't seen the storm yet, or hasn't really had any indications that the winds are getting up or anything like that, well, it's because of its very compact size. You're going to get it all of a sudden throughout the course of this morning, and when it arrives, you'll know about it. Hurricane Follower says, could Beryl pull up the Ivan trick? I assume you're talking about what Ivan did later on in its life after it made a powerful landfall on the US Gulf Coast, doing a circle around and coming back for round 2 literally in the Gulf of Mexico and hitting Texas as a tropical storm. Well, that's very rare. This storm will not be doing that. Will Cuba get hurricane or tropical storm force winds from Beryl? They're definitely not going to get hurricane force winds. Indeed, there's no warning, of course. And in fact, there's not even a tropical storm warning for Cuba. But there is still a chance that they could get storm force winds. It's currently about 25% chance, I think, that some of the southern extremities of Cuba could get the... some storm force winds, and certainly they could get some storm force gusts. CMZ TV says that they've noticed that the northwestern gap is closing, but another big hole is forming northwest of the eye. I didn't really see much of a northwest gap in the first place. The weakness is in the southeast, and probably more towards the east now as it swirls around there. So I'm not really sure what you're referring to there. I mean, anywhere that's black isn't really a hole. Those are some pretty solid cloud tops. So we continue to monitor those recon planes that are flying through the storm right now. I'm just waiting for indications. Okay, Air Force 306 has actually flown past the southern point, so they're not going to go south to north. And oh, NOAA 3 actually did a quick pass northwest from southeast to northwest, and they've already gone through the eye again. So let me just get that data. They got on the southeast quadrant about 110 knot winds, and on the northwestern quadrant, we don't have complete data yet, but near 130 knot winds. SFMR's around 120 knots. Southeast side again still looking pretty poor, and the extrapolated pressure they got in there, 951.4. So still close to what it was before, but that is possibly an indication again that it might be just slightly weaker. Don't want to give people too much hope. It will. It's still going to be a Category 4 for quite a bit longer yet, the way it's going. But impressive, but still a sign that a very slow weakening trend is underway. So this is Hurricane Beryl, and as we know, in the last few days it reached an extraordinary Category 5 peak, and it is still a strong Category 4 at this point, with estimated winds near 145 miles per hour, pressure at the last advisory 952. Hurricane warning for Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, hurricane watch for the south coast of Haiti from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anstahino, east coast of the Yucatan Peninsula from Chetumal to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm warning for the south coast of the Dominican Republic from Punta Palenque westward all the way into Haiti as far as west as Anstahino, and in the tropical storm watch for the coast of Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City. Well, convection's really been blowing up in those last few frames all around that northern side. Temperatures into the minus 80s there, I think, and also trying to wrap around that southeastern side too. So again, Beryl fighting back here and possibly starting to look just a wee bit better on those latest frames, especially in terms of sealing off that eye wall, although the temperature of the perceived eye is awfully poor, minus 68. But the observations that we're getting from the recon planes are the most valuable pieces of information that we're going to be getting. There was a drop sonde earlier. It was quite far outside of the storm actually, so pretty inconsequential. Yeah, two of them in the outer part of the storm there. But the news right now, recon inside the storm, 2 planes are in there, NOAA 3 and AF 306. NOAA 3 just went through the eye from the southeast going northwest, and we should get some very interesting data from that in the next update as to just how far those winds extend on that northeastern side. Very important information for Jamaica right now. And with AF 306, they're heading southeast. I'm wondering where exactly they're going, whether they might follow NOAA 3 and do a southeast to northwest pass as well, or I don't know what they're going to do, or maybe they'll go up and do maybe east to west. I don't know what that plan is yet. But still getting some rather strong winds inside the storm. Let me just show you that chart from the latest observations. A little bit cut off, but that top left panel there, that blue line showing the winds, the flight level winds, and it's the same one on the right hand side, the SFMR winds. And you can see how those peaks on either side of the eye are different. You see the high peak and the much lower peak. The higher one being the northern side, the lower ones being on the southern side. A big difference into how strong each side is. But that SFMR data there showing earlier on 125 knots, at the later pass maybe 120. So indications here, and on the pressure there as well, their extrapolated pressure the second time around was higher than the first time. So it does look like this storm is on a weakening trend. You know, they're pretty much the same altitude as well, so very comparable data there with both of those eye passes. Right, to visible imagery and another view of how well the storm is performing this morning. A fully clouded over eye though, so it's not the prettiest thing from a purely photogenic perspective, but still moving in a west-northwesterly direction if you're waking up to this morning. 7:30 a.m. in Jamaica, and if it keeps going like this, the inner eye wall could pass south of the island. At any rate, it looks like the inner eye wall will avoid the major populations of Jamaica, including Kingston, which at this time yesterday we really didn't know whether it was going to actually even make landfall here in the capital of Jamaica or not. Water still looking calm in the harbour there at Kingston. Of course, this area is a little bit sheltered, but plenty of rain in the distance as we keep looking at our various camera feeds there, mainly in the harbour. Those clouds in the distance there over the hills moving quite quickly along, and you'll be seeing more of that throughout the day. As those higher level winds push those clouds along. And there's another look at the harbour, the port area. It's still looking quite bright there, to be honest. You know, it's not looking like they're properly under it yet, but that will be changing soon. When you look back at satellite imagery, the big core, the very high cloud tops there spreading very, very, very close to the coast now. Indeed, the eastern tip will be under that dense overcast in minutes, really. And that will arrive in Kingston maybe in an hour or two. Where will Beryl dissipate is a question for Leah Moore.
Well,
That's a good question.
yeah, true. Well, I mean, this storm has more landfalls to go. Well, if it does make landfall in Jamaica, I mean, it could weaken it, and then probably the Yucatan can finish it off.
It won't.
But yeah, probably it won't. But
at this rate, it might weaken near the Texas-Mexico border, well inland.
Yeah, pretty much that's the only way it can dissipate from there. If it just goes into Mexico or Texas, then yeah, it can just dissipate from there.
Redneck Lover 22 says, is the actual eye going to pass over any part of Jamaica? That is going to be the big question now. Again, as I've been pointing out earlier, the track of the storm, of course, is... Let's just circle the eye first of all. There's your eye. That's how it's been moving in the last few hours. So it sort of forms somewhere over here. And if we extrapolate that movement... Oh, gone a little bit wobbly with my line drawing there. But if it kept going in that direction, then the eye would miss. But once again, like I've been saying, it could just do a little wobble up. 1, 2 wobbles would be all that it takes to put the eye over Portland Point at least, and some part of Jamaica. And of course the strongest winds are on the northern side of that eye, and so there's still the possibility that we get that eye wall on land. Do we think Beryl will hit Texas as a hurricane? I think wherever it hits, it will be a hurricane. Whether it does sneak up above the border or not, we don't know yet, but models seem to be trending that way.
I won't be surprised they're going to be like already putting like what tropical storm watches or hurricane watches by the time it crosses over the Yucatan Peninsula.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
that's
what
when
I'm
they'll
thinking.
be doing it.
I mean, pretty much Texas will be full on high alert. Like, pretty much hurricanes are no strangers to the Gulf Coast. So, I bet they would be on high alert.
Well, they
or
were at
probably
one
they're already
point. I
watching.
mean, they were at one point. We had a 12-year gap in U.S. major hurricane landfalls until Harvey happened, and then after that, it's been open season ever since.
Yeah. Guess Beryl will probably be the next one. If it can.
Okay. How is the Eastern Pacific disturbance doing? We keep getting a few questions on that, actually. But it's... let's have a look at it. I haven't actually seen it on satellite yet. I'm going to bring it up.
I don't know if this is helping it that much, to be honest.
Sorry?
I don't think Chris was... I think Chris did help invest... Was it Invest 95E?
91 right now.
Oh, 91E. I think... I'm not sure if Chris Remnitz actually helped it to strengthen. Probably have.
Alright, here's your Invest 91E. Oh dear. It looks appalling. It doesn't have a huge amount of time to develop. And right now, it looks like it's an extremely long way away from actually developing. We dropped chances of that to 40% this morning. And so chances may be disappearing. If it does become a tropical storm, it will at worst, only briefly give tropical storm force winds to the coast of Mexico. It should be mostly at sea, and it will die off probably within just a couple of days. So 91E there in the eastern Pacific. But of course our main feature is Beryl, and I'm afraid it's still a very powerful storm, still producing winds near 145 miles per hour. But what we saw on recon during the last couple of hours is that it does appear to be steadily weakening. AF 306 is actually going for a southeast to northwest pass as well, and NOAA 3 are getting quite close to the coast of Jamaica, and they're getting 55 knot flight level winds off the coast there. So we don't have all the data on that yet, but my guess is that you'll start to see tropical storm force winds on the eastern tip of Jamaica within maybe an hour, probably coinciding with the big bulk of those clouds moving in.
Sorry about the keyboard clicking.
It's alright. There was a drop sound earlier. I can't remember if I read this out or not, but there was a drop sound from the NOAA plane in the eye of 953 millibars with a 16 knot wind. So again, we're still looking around the 952 mark here, and we've got the Air Force plane heading into the eye again on the southeastern quadrant, and we should get news on that in a few minutes. But we're all figuring things out here, so you're going to hear clicking now and again.
I'm sorry.
Well, I do it too.
Yeah.
But this is radar imagery again of the eye wall of the storm starting to appear in that radar scope. Again, I assume this is Jamaican radar, but it's not the best quality. And I tried their Met Service website earlier, and the radars on there aren't even working at all. They say that they're down for maintenance. More visible imagery, and certainly looking well rounded, although you can still see there around the south side it just looks a little less the rotation looks like it's disrupted on that south side, and as we've been saying, the south side has been struggling in comparison to the north side in recent hours. Of course, the north side in any hurricane is usually the strongest, so it's never a surprise to see that, but the extent of it here, the discrepancy between north and south, is quite big. The most recent eye pass from the NOAA plane, I can show you that again. Look at the discrepancy there. The first peak on the top left chart there, the blue peak, the first one there's the south side, the second one's the north side. It's actually a little bit more even that time around. And then on the right hand side you've got the SFMRs, which show a bit of a greater disparity. But you'll also notice on those SFMRs that the SFMR winds went down slightly, maybe 5 knots compared to the first time. And on the left hand side, you can't see the whole graphic. I could turn that left bar off. There we go. You can see what happened there. It's gone down on that side as well. And the pressure estimate there has gone up ever so slightly as well on that latest recon. And at the same altitude, so it was a fair test there. They got...
Him, it's a Cat 4. He just asked what question. He has a question on what is Beryl's category. It's a Cat 4.
And the temperatures they're getting inside the eye as well. Earlier on, still 25 degrees Celsius. The later pass about 23, which sounds very high when we put it into perspective of when we're always looking at the eye on satellite imagery. But Obviously, with all of that cloud covering the eye, you never really get the actual temperature on satellite, but it can be an indication when we do that satellite temperature check. It's an indicator of how clear the eye is, and that's you know, a decent correlation to how strong it is. But yeah, the eye's really struggling on satellite. It's minus 67 degrees Celsius, which is pretty awful. But with those cloud tops blowing up really all around it there into the minus 80s in a good few spots, certainly showing a lot of strength. Latest distance check, it is 142 kilometers off the eastern tip of Jamaica. That is 79 miles, I think. 89 miles, I'm sorry, 89 miles away. And from Kingston, it's still about 192 kilometers there from the capital. When will hurricane force winds start in Jamaica? Good question. I think it will be in about, trying to do some arithmetic here, maybe 3 hours. Yeah, probably getting towards 10, 11 o'clock when we might start to see hurricane force winds.
Man.
That kind of morning.
Yeah. I don't think coffee's helping that much.
And I've broken my chat. Anyway, movement still west-northwest, and the speed of the movement right now is still at about 20 miles per hour. We'll keep cycling through the webcams down there in Kingston. There it is. It's looking very calm out there over the harbour region. Looking very calm. You'll see some of those trees closer to the foreground that are just getting a little bit of a breeze. What did you notice?
Okay, so you know, like those like little rocky areas up like in the distance. Like I'm looking at one of the cameras I'm looking at. I don't know if you're looking the same earlier. I just noticed how like it looks like barriers. Like, you know, like those Rockies, like the way how Fort Myers had when Hurricane Ian came in to stop, like, you know, storm surge from, you know, becoming more stronger. I just noticed that's something really good to protect. But sometimes, you know, it could damage the area of that barrier. So it's good, and sometimes, you know, not really good, because then it weakens it and it can give a chance for other hurricanes to, you know, get over it.
I think at least part of it is natural. I can't recall. And if the camera panned to the left a bit, I think the airport is just off to the left. It's actually on that that barrier. So they built the airport on there too. So it does have a barrier, whether it's natural or man-made or hybrid. I think it might be hybrid looking at it. And then you've got the harbour itself, which is quite enclosed. So, you know, it does have that area which can, which deters the strongest winds and storm surge from the main part of the city. Of course, as we heard before from the National Hurricane Center, we are expecting a storm surge possibly of up to 9 feet in parts of Jamaica, and that will be in the areas of onshore winds. So if I was to go back to the satellite imagery right now and draw some lines again, you can see Jamaica over there. The strongest winds will be spiraling out of the storm in this kind of direction, you know, all the way around. And as you go further out, those onshore winds will be battering Jamaica over the next few hours as more bands come round as the storm moves along to the west. And so by the time it gets into Jamaica, you'll be getting some strong winds moving from east to west when we get towards the middle of the day, and then just as the storm makes its closest pass, those winds will start to turn more towards that way, and then you could be looking at maybe a little bit of storm surge on that north coast by that point, as well as those winds start to turn into that direction. Hopefully that helps. But
Yeah.
storm surge threat is definitely the biggest on the approach to this storm as it moves towards Jamaica this morning. AF306 apparently made its pass. Let me see if I can get that data. NOAA 3 has turned south as well, and AF306 made its pass. It got eye extrapolation. It's not gone all the way through yet, actually. They're not fully through. They've just got a 961, but they're still not in the eye yet.
Yeah, I see it right now. I see what you mean.
It looks like they got maximum SFMR of 90 knots and maximum flight level winds of 100 knots in the southeast quadrant, which is a little bit more stabilized compared to what it was earlier. What does that tell us? Well, it might be telling us that the eye wall is closing again if it was indeed open.
Wow. This storm is really putting up a fight.
When isn't it?
I don't know. I never seen. Okay, so normally, past hurricanes I've seen that win against wind shear normally loses it, but with Beryl, this is the first time seeing a hurricane putting up such an intense fight against wind shear, keeping its intensity. Like I never seen anything like that before. Unless I'm wrong, probably there has been other hurricanes that have fought against wind shear. Probably like Hurricane Ian, I believe. I'm not sure if it was fighting against wind shear and then exploded to like. Well, I was about to say Cat 5 for a second, but like, never mind. It wasn't a Cat 5. I don't know why the National Hurricane Center upgraded it to a Cat 5, but it was a Cat 4 at landfall.
Microwave pass looking better there on this latest image. That's a new microwave pass showing possible improvement on Beryl again.
Wait, is Noah going in it right now, or it has been in it already?
AF306 just going through the eye right now. NOAA 3
Yeah,
going along the western side of the storm. They're heading south. They'll probably go in for southwest to northeast on their next pass. So they're both in and around the storm, getting tons of data for us here. National Hurricane Center's next full update will be at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 10 a.m. in Jamaica. Look back at those cameras again. And
I swear, it's saying tropical storm force winds are already in Jamaica, but it's so calm.
no, I reckon tropical storm force winds are just about to reach the eastern tip of Jamaica, which, let's not forget, is still a little distance away from Kingston, which is where these cameras are. A good 40 kilometers, I think, or 50 kilometers. So it'll take a little while longer for those strong winds to reach Kingston, but you just saw a tree in the foreground there, getting a little bit breezier, and certainly, well, we saw hills there before in the background. It looks like there's a lot of rain on those hills right now, visibility way down over there. And maybe some slight rocking of that camera, although it really doesn't look like they're getting much wind yet. And there's this view from a higher vantage point. If any of these cameras go down today, I would expect this would be the first, because they'll be getting higher winds up there on these hills. But once again, looking into Kingston there at various points, mainly looking at the harbour. What are the chances of Beryl making landfall in Jamaica? It's a close run thing. At the moment, looks like it could narrowly miss a landfall, but even if it did, it would still mean that there would be very powerful winds along the coast. Those other two cameras stopped working just for a second then, I don't know why. And will Beryl weaken very fast when it hits Jamaica? If it made landfall, there is the possibility that the higher land of Jamaica could really interfere with with a storm that has a small core like this one. But given that it looks like it's going to be a grazing pass, it is bad news for points further west, because I don't think it's going to have that much of an impact in terms of weakening the storm. So it's not very good news for other locations like the Yucatan, who certainly in my view increasingly looking likely to get a Category 3 landfall, even though it's not forecasted yet. Although the Force 13 forecast cone last night did put out an expectation that it would be a Category 3 landfall. So it's going to be a close one there for the Yucatan. They're certainly going to get a hurricane one way or another. Just how strong and exactly where is the question. That was the latest NHC forecast cone, which at the moment is forecasting that Yucatan landfall to be in a very sparse area of the coast, and then on into the Gulf of Mexico, where they expect it will become a hurricane again as it approaches the Mexican Gulf Coast, and they're calling for a landfall just a few dozen miles south of the Texas border. But with a cone as large as that, it could still swivel around and go anywhere from northern Veracruz to north of Corpus Christi along the coastline there.
Nathan, you know what I just noticed? That, well, kind of not noticed, but if Beryl does get into the Gulf of Mexico, just know that the Gulf is extremely warm, like 28 to 29, even possibly 30 degrees in the Gulf of Mexico. So this storm has enough warm water to at least regenerate itself. I don't know if you have the ocean heat contact for this system, Nathan, like in the Gulf.
Conditions are great for the storm if it enters the Gulf, and there is still the chance that it ends up getting there unimpeded if it goes further north and only just slightly hits the Yucatan. Here is the oceanic heat content chart, which is annoyingly quite cut off. Let's just take the left bar off for a minute, and you can see all of those red areas. It's no wonder Beryl's been doing so well when we look at the amount of energy there. Those red areas showing very high amounts of oceanic heat content, which is really what fuels these storms. And one of the hottest spots around the basin is where the storm currently is. And what's more, it's going to continue into the Western Caribbean. Drops off a little bit before it reaches the Yucatan. And there's one or two little blobs there in the Gulf of Mexico, but not really huge amounts, but still could be significant. But either way, sea surface temperatures are good there, and there is definitely the room for this storm to intensify significantly once it gets into the Gulf as well.
There's one little problem. There is a 30-knot wind shear in the Gulf, just off the probably coast of, not off the coast, but probably I would say in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. There is a 30-knot shear.
But that's right now.
Yeah, that's right now. But the thing, yeah, probably in my stay there or probably move. I'm just not sure right now.
We can examine that by looking at one of the hurricane model runs. let's check the model that's been one of the best so far, the HWRF apparently. And that is calling for a storm to strengthen quite a lot later on. In fact, it's not working for me right now actually. Let me see if I can instead check the one of the other good models so far, the HFSB, which has also been performing well. That's actually calling for the storm to make landfall south of the forecast cone, so that's interesting there, that one is calling for, in fact, only a tropical storm landfall in Mexico, north of Tampico, a brief Category 1 peak in the Gulf, and it's calling for the storm to only be a Category 1 when it makes landfall in the Yucatan as well, so quite a surprise there to see from the HFSB model. Let me just look at the HFSA and see if that one might be closer to the... Yeah, that's very close to the NHC cone. So let's take a look, and if I can, because these should show shear maps over time. I'm just trying to... There's so many different parameters here. I'm trying to find the shear map. Does it have one? The old ones did, so this, I'm really think... Oh, there it is. Oh, it's not available yet. Well, that goes to show. They haven't generated the graphics for it yet, apparently. It's quite noisy, so I'm just going to look at it myself here. But it looks to me as though when it enters the Gulf, wind shear values will be 20 to 30 knots, and the further north it goes towards Texas, the worse it should get for Beryl. But the way it's been going, you just never know, do you, anymore? Let's get a position estimate right now then, as we keep looking at this satellite imagery of the storm, which is still looking quite impressive. Just trying to get a latest fix. It is right now 132 kilometers off the eastern tip of Jamaica, which is 80 miles. It is 183 kilometers from Kingston. Let's see if we can get another recon update. AF306 flew through the eye once again, and they got an extrapolated pressure of 951.3, so staying very similar to what it has been. They've gone through the northwest side of the eye as well. They had a flight level wind of just over 130 knots. They got an SFMR of 125 knots. So again, we're looking at relatively similar numbers as to what we've been looking at so far. Maybe still slightly weakening, only very slightly, but still comfortably holding on to Category 4 status, despite the appearance looking a little bit away from what it used to be. And thanks to a Moment of Lovely once again for your support this morning. And it's been great to have you in the chat there. Doing a bit of chat modding. Of course, it's a bit hectic right now in the chat. But that's alright. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us, and we can take comments and questions on the air. Hopefully people make them sensible. But if you've just joined us, the state of play right now, it is still moving west-northwest. I'm just wondering there might have been a westward jog, which would be great news if that's true. When you look at that progression of imagery there, possibly a westward jog, and that would just put the eventual eye wall pass just a couple more miles away from the coast than what it was earlier, and might just reduce those winds slightly. Of course, it could wobble back again, so we've got to keep watching real close. But the way it's turning out right now, it does look like the inner eye wall might avoid landfall. The eye looks like it will avoid landfall, and it looks like the populated cities, the bigger cities, including Kingston, looks like they will avoid the worst of the storm, but they could still get hurricane force winds. Daniel says, do we think the northern eye wall could impact strong northern eye wall could impact Kingston? Well, I think I may have just answered you there beforehand, but it is absolutely still possible. But the way it's going, unless we get a significant north jog, the northern eye wall hopefully will avoid Kingston. The eye seems to be coming back, but it looks stretched, says Maddie Boy Stats. Well, the eye is struggling to get its shape together. It's looking even more stretched in those latest frames there. But contrary to that, we're getting a very strong eye wall on that northern side. Huge cloud tops being blown up. I think the highest we've seen during this storm so far on that northern side. Could be a sign of wind shear as well, that. Minus 85 degrees Celsius cloud tops there, which is very impressive. But also a sign that we could get some higher gusts and maybe some higher winds in there for the time being. Is there any potential rain in the Turks and Caicos Islands? I have no idea. I imagine rainfall will be very limited up there. You'll probably only get a few showers. And AF306 have gotten further along there, and wow, just very close to the coast of Jamaica. It is at flight level, but must only be about 30 kilometers offshore. They are getting hurricane force winds in the flight levels still. So I fully expect now then that we're probably seeing tropical storm force winds along the eastern tip of Jamaica based on that data. And NOAA 3 has just turned round again, and they are now, look like at least, that they're going to be doing a southwest to northeast pass. I expected that, and that will be another crucial pass there to get some proper information on the strongest part of the storm. Don't think we have any new drop sond info from that latest iPass, but this is where we're at right now with recon moving around the storm, getting some more crucial information, and possibly another pass through the eye coming up shortly, and a sample of that northeastern most strongest part of the eye wall. But yeah, based on what I saw there, it looks like tropical storm force winds ought to be reaching the coast of Jamaica now, near the easternmost point. Not yet in Kingston, but the winds look like they're starting to get up a little bit here in Kingston on the 3 cameras that we've got. Sometimes you can see objects that are closer to these cameras when they move around, and we can get a little idea of trees blowing around and such. And that was Santo Domingo. Looks like they're getting a rain shower as well, actually.
Oh, Cesar.
Cesar has joined us. I don't think we can hear you though.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're waking up to Beryl remaining a category 4, and I'm going to take this moment to just step away from the desk for a couple of minutes. Cesar, why don't you tell us a little bit about your thoughts on the storm, what you were expecting, and what we might expect to see in Mexico?
Well, first of all, I'm kinda surprised that this thing still is a category 4. I mean, we expected some weakening, slow-paced weakening, and the presentation of Beryl isn't that good, but also maintaining the strength, and the cloud tops are still very well placed around the circulation of the storm. The structure itself, it's fine, to be honest, in in Beryl's in Beryl's eye, and all the rain bands as well. I mean, it doesn't look that bad, but also despite this the weakening and how cold the eye actually got, it's still very intense storm. Could be a direct landfall in Jamaica still. I'm not sure uh, how intense it's gonna be, but so far it's looking really a really bad scenario for Jamaica, unfortunately. I mean when I made the update yesterday in the night, we actually made a call that Beryl will remain strong as a category 4 and category 3 all until its landfall in the Yucatan Peninsula. And I think it's a fair call, due to the behavior of the storm so far, how the storm has been dealing and battling the adverse conditions in the atmosphere. Has been literally nothing that Beryl can be stopped. So
Behaving
I
badly.
think, yeah, behaving badly, definitely. I
We
mean,
just got
it's
quite a clean drop sond here from 15, 25 minutes ago. They got 953 millibars again with a 12 knot wind. So that's probably going to be around 952 once again.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Oh, that's Justin. Welcome.
I apologize if you hear any background noise. I'm outside right now and there's a light breeze. So
Okay.
yeah, I couldn't talk earlier because I was on the bus coming to my program. So just outside getting some fresh air in the morning for a little bit before we do things today. Because I'm not gonna be in here for long.
Well, why don't you tell us your thoughts on Beryl then whilst we've got you?
Well, I actually did. I looked at satellite about 5 minutes ago. Noticed there was a huge convective burst up in the
Yep.
northern Isles, which honestly is not good for Jamaica. And oh man, there's a car alarm going.
Yep, minus 85 degree cloud tops right now in the northern wall. What have you made of the recon data so far?
I actually did see rather that the latest pass still supports 140 mile per hour winds.
Uh-huh.
So I have a feeling this probably should maintain 140 miles per hour as it gets to Jamaica in a couple hours. And especially with the northern eye wall having that huge convective burst, not great for Jamaica because they're going to be getting the northern eye wall instead of the southern eye wall, and the northern eye wall is the strongest part right now.
Oh yeah, by far. Massive discrepancy earlier, wasn't there? But it looks like it's equaled out a little bit between the north and south.
Yeah.
Do you think the eye wall was open earlier on this morning?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And
Southern eye wall definitely had a breakage in it.
And it's closed now.
Yeah.
Noah 3 heading into the storm from the southwest.
I'm looking at the satellite right now of Beryl. It actually looks like the eye is trying to clear out again. Trying, but it's struggling.
Got a long way to go. Still in the minus 60s there.
Yeah.
From a satellite perspective, it's probably similar to what we were looking at last night. As a matter of fact, it's lower. I'm just looking at ADT. They're only putting out 107 knots, but obviously the winds are stronger than that, as we're finding directly inside the storm. If it maintains this appearance for longer then, given that the appearance on satellite alone only supports 107 knots, will the winds of this storm decrease to near that level if it continues to look like this?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm back.
I was just asking your take on that, Justin, whether ADT only supports 107 knots. We know it's stronger than that because of direct observations, but is it a case of that if it stays looking like this, that the winds will gradually go down towards that estimate?
I'm not sure.
Oh,
like
well, that was a big build up for that.
Honestly, Beryl could make either potentially a high-end Cat 3, low-end Cat 4 landfall on Jamaica. Either that or, with the way it's looking now, they might just get the eye wall, not the actual eye. So
Yeah, I'm
it's going to
thinking
be
that way.
too close to call right now. So
It is a close one. And as we cycle through these cameras again, you see a little leaves there rustling around.
Or best case scenario, even though this is probably the less likely scenario, Beryl turns to the west and Jamaica gets dodged by the eye wall.
I think there was
Although
a
that's
little
probably not
westward jog
gonna happen.
that looks like it's ended. But if it keeps going in this direction, it's going to be really close, Justin, on whether Jamaica gets the eye wall or not. Awfully close. But another thing that
I mean,
we were
if they don't get the eye walls, they're still going to get the surge nonetheless. So
Sure. And another thing we were talking about, though, lack of a landfall means less opportunity for weakening as well, with the high terrain of Jamaica really interfering with the storm. And if the core misses that, then, well, off it goes towards the Western Caribbean as a major.
Yep. The only thing that'll make or break Beryl is Jamaica, literally.
Any scenario is bad news.
Either, sorry, just really quick. Either Jamaica can weaken the storm, or Beryl decides to not hit Jamaica and decides to keep its strength up and probably hit the Yucatan more stronger.
Or even worse, miss Jamaica entirely and potentially make a run at Cat 5 again.
No.
No.
Don't say that. You're not wrong, though. But drop sound in the northwest eye wall just now, 967 millibars, 101 knots. So, still decent numbers. Probably would have been a bit higher than that, closer to the eye. Still clearly supporting Category 4 status. The big question really is whether it's 130 or 140. You reckon it's 140 there from those readings?
Yeah, I reckon it's still 140, yeah.
Unless there's something drastic that changes in the readings, the National Hurricane Center won't be producing another update until 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Just a reminder to everyone watching from various places, Jamaica is at Eastern Standard Time, so that's 10 a.m. there. And we continue to watch this storm as it prowls closer and closer to reaching the island, the eastern tip of Jamaica, just about getting the more dense overcast skies there, and most likely tropical storm force winds now. And Kingston probably won't be too far behind, but what we've been seeing on those cameras, it was still looking pretty calm. I keep switching to that one. Was Santo Domingo, which still looks nice, but not that relevant anymore. But there's Kingston once again. Had a little bit of rain earlier on, and at times we've been seeing a very heavy cloud on the hills nearby. It looks like it's been producing heavy rain. There it is again in the distance. There are hills behind there, which you can barely see the outline of because of all that cloud cover, so I assume there's quite a bit of rain over there. But still, with the colour of the buildings, every so often it still looks like hazy sunshine is making its way through, and still generally pretty calm conditions in Kingston Harbour.
Yeah, Nathan, I will say there's my one friend who actually lives just west of Kingston in like the old harbor area. He is starting to get tropical storm conditions now.
Interesting.
He sent me a short video. Winds look to be gusting around like 45, 50 miles per hour already for him.
Wow. Hurricane Altony Braun, thank you very much for your support this morning, and we appreciate it. Is it possible for Texas to get tropical tornadoes from Beryl, and how big is it now compared to yesterday morning? Always the potential for tornadoes, and especially in Texas, you hear about it quite often with storm landfalls over there. Yeah. And how big is it? I've not really been looking at that compared to yesterday.
If anything, it might have grown a little bit more than yesterday, but that's about it, really. Overall, it's relatively the same size.
It feels like when you look at the imagery that it is sort of like that.
Yeah.
I do remember looking at the wind field graphic earlier from the National Hurricane Center when it was around. Actually, no, we can look at the wind history. That'll tell you. It's got a bit smaller.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Here's the wind history graphic from the National Hurricane Center, and you'll note there that the wind field was just a wee bit larger when it was passing its closest pass to the Dominican Republic, and particularly the southwestern side has really struggled there in the last few bits of that wind field, and we know why, because there's been a weakness there and it's been struggling.
Huh. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that Beryl just fired off a convective burst into northern Iowa, and that's what's going to be smacking Jamaica soon. The real thing I'm worried about right now is that happening.
The news right now then is that Beryl is still a powerful Category 4 storm with estimated winds of 145 miles per hour, pressure estimate 952 millibars, and NOAA 3 we'll have the data from NOAA 3 very shortly. It's about to pass through the eye southwest, and then it's going to go northeast, and that'll be another big pass there, Justin, won't it, when we get more, because it looks like northeast is the most powerful part of the storm at this point.
Yep.
Or we think so. I mean, look at the northwest. That has the highest cloud tops now, so I don't know if that's changed.
Maybe.
Man, the gravity waves are insane on that.
Just looking through various imagery sources here. Visible imagery still shows an extremely clouded over eye.
Is Nathan cutting out?
Yeah, Nathan, you're cutting out for everyone here.
I don't know about that, but I'm still here.
Well, I
thought you went out.
But the storm.
Yeah, I thought it was just me.
Impressive, even without a fully open eye. Still looking impressive from above. Of course, when we see satellite imagery that looks like this, people might think that the eye, it's disappeared, but it's just underneath all of that cloud. It is still well and truly with us.
It's still very well there. It's there, but it's not 100% visible on satellite, if that makes any sense.
There's one or two new radar frames as well, as it starts to appear on Jamaican radar. We can see about half of the eye now. Certainly you can see the northern side, and its movement there, looking at the radar imagery, still looks like it's quite far to the west. If it keeps up that movement, Jamaica will avoid the inner eye wall. But as I keep saying, it still only takes a few small jogs northwards, although the longer it keeps this trajectory, the more it will have to move north to actually make landfall or make a direct hit, which we call it, which is where the strongest winds reach land.
Yeah, hopefully it keeps turning west, because that would actually be great for Jamaica if it does. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, they're still going to get their strong winds and heavy rain, but it'll be a lesser effect if it keeps turning west.
That's right. So a lot of this morning was spending waiting for updates with these very busy recon planes who are in and around the storm all the time, and it's great work that they do there as well. We've had quite a few readings all morning here, drop-ons, eye passes, and the word is really that overall it's done very slight weakening in the last couple of hours, and estimated pressure is somewhere near 952.
Yeah.
which still makes it a Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Let me just check that I didn't miss any important messages. Start your message with Force 13 all in text and we'll be able to take your questions live. Is there any rain in Aruba? That is a good question. Aruba is a fair bit behind the storm now. Nope, you're looking good. You're looking pretty dry in Aruba. And another comment saying that the eastern part of the storm seems to be disintegrating. You know what though, latest frames again, looks like it's opening out a bit on that east side. That would be a surprise, wouldn't it? Because the wind shear's on the west.
Huh.
Or is it?
True.
I thought it was, but...
So it could be dry air potentially, who knows?
True indeed. Could be the dry air doing that. We'll wait and see whether that is a trend. Obviously, that's only just happened on that imagery, so we gotta. You can never make snap decisions when you look at this satellite imagery.
The cloud tops -80s, -85 still wrapping the eye, so I mean it still looks healthy, but definitely after that like blob in the eastern quadrant of the eye, the rest of the storm is just clouds. There's nothing more.
There's a viewpoint as well, looking back out over the barrier island near Kingston, and some waves appearing in the distance there. It's a really good view looking out onto the near ocean. So some signs of a little bit of trouble out there. Hurricane warning in effect, and we're expecting winds to be picking up here fairly soon. We fully expect that storm conditions are now occurring on some parts of eastern Jamaica as the storm moves in. And by storm conditions, we mean winds of 40 miles per hour sustained or higher. Hurricane conditions are 75 mile per hour winds or higher, and they are expected to reach the coast in maybe as soon as another hour. More likely to be maybe 2 hours. Of course, it does depend on the track, because if the strongest winds miss the first part of Jamaica, the eastern part, and makes for Portland Point, say the southern point of Jamaica, then obviously it will take longer for those conditions to reach land. And we keep looking at various points from Kingston here as conditions are still relatively mild, not much going on apart from a few rain showers. You can see a big flank of rain there in the distance. Looking out, again, I think this is out west. Lots of rain falling over there in the western part of Kingston. Why does it look like another system is forming on the north side of Hurricane Beryl? Does it?
No, I don't think so.
I think they may be talking about that big flank of cloud that's off to the east there. And like I was saying earlier, it sort of gave me slight Matthew vibes earlier with the storm's appearance, because it had a big bulk of convection in one of the bands on the eastern side. And just the storm's appearance itself, it was very light on the western side. By the way, you look at this visible imagery, gravity waves, western side of the storm in particular, really showing off those gravity waves pulling out away from the center of the storm.
I mean, it does actually. It looked like a bit of Matthew back in 2016. It was a really very distinguished blob back on that day when Matthew was attaining its maximum peak intensity. Officially Category 5, but of course here in Force 13, we have another point of view about that. But
All those
definitely,
borderline cases. Distance
exactly.
estimate now, it's 120 kilometers from the eastern tip of Jamaica. This is the center of the eye we're talking about. And for Kingston, it is 166 kilometers away. And from Portland Point, it's 180 kilometers away. So,
Maybe, the Noah 3 aircraft are going right into the eye, I think.
all right. We'll get that in just a sec. But given that the winds in some parts of this storm extend out over 100 miles, Kingston now getting close to the 100-mile point, so it is possible that storm force winds could be happening soon. We got an update from that NOAA 3. They're not into the eye yet. They're still getting in there. It looks like they have got the peak from the southwest eye wall, and it was about 95 knots flight level, but they got an SFMR of about 110 knots, and they're just about to enter the eye. Pressure down to about 960. Yep, exactly 960. But they're not fully in the eye yet. We'll have another update from them in about 10 minutes. So another eye pass is underway right now from the NOAA 3 plane, reconnaissance mission. AF306, which is still flying around the storm as well. They're on the western flank at the moment, and they may just follow NOAA 3 perhaps and do also a southwest to northeast pass in the next half hour. But right now, NOAA 3 well in there, and we await their data. Will there be anything more substantial from them? We're about to find out. I'm just looking again though at that 110 knot SFMR in the southwest side, which is trying to figure out when we last saw the southwest side get sampled. I think it was the Air Force plane, and that was a little bit earlier. It was the first time they went in. Oh wow, yeah. So when the Air Force went in, they got SFMRs in the southwest eye wall 95 knots, and now with the new flight 110.
Oh wow, that's a big jump.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, if it does so, that's good news.
I mean, it doesn't mean the storm's stronger because it's only 110 knots, but that part of the storm is stronger right now.
Actually, I have like a question about it because we've seen in the satellite imagery that the eastern quadrant, the whole eastern part of the storm, and nearby the eye, it's like almost collapsed. There's no top clouds there, and structurally looks bad on that side. But in the western quadrant, it's where the whole power is, where the storm is more powerful. And
It is.
if
All
the
those
reading-
high cloud tops have really shifted west now. There are still a few on the east too, though.
That's true, and this is where I'm trying like to answer myself this situation, because if the reconnaissance flight finds stronger winds on the western quadrant or the western side of the storm rather than the east side of the storm, so which intensity they should put on the update or in the reports? I guess stronger ones.
Don't know. William Richardson, thank you very much for becoming a member. We appreciate your support. It's great to have you with us. And we're hoping we're doing a decent job on this stream coverage this morning. If you are just joining us, it's coming up to 7:30 in Jamaica, and 8:30 actually. I'm losing my time zones.
I was gonna say it's 9:29 a.m. here, so shouldn't it be the same in Jamaica?
Nope, because they
Jamaica.
have a different time zone.
Yeah, Jamaica is 8:30 a.m.
Jamaica is behind everyone in their area. All the other places, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Cuba, US East Coast, are an hour ahead of Jamaica. So
Oh, wait, that makes no geographically speaking, that makes no
Here we
sense that
go.
Jamaica's in Central Time.
Here we
I'm
go.
just saying, geographically speaking, it makes no sense they're in Central Time. That'll get confusing quick.
Well, it's just that they're not doing daylight savings like everyone else.
That is true, yeah. I mean, you go to Arizona, they don't have daylight savings time there either, so.
Right.
I'm
Getting
wondering,
a
I
little
think
bit...
like 2 or 3 states that don't have daylight savings.
Yep. Getting a little bit
Can't think of the others
more
off the top of my head.
visibility starting to decrease in a few parts there in the Kingston area as we see more rainfall enter the fray, probably. We are getting some high cloud, dense cloud reaching the eastern part of Jamaica, and it really looks to me as though the Kingston area will start to get some pretty strong winds in the next hour or half hour even, that we could start to see the tropical storm force winds begin. So, live in Kingston, we're looking at various viewpoints as we have been for a while. Once again is a view looking out over the ocean there. Looking south, I think. And
Any updates on the recon yet? Or NOAA?
we're waiting with bated breath on recon updates. Oh yes, we do. NOAA 3 went through the eye. They have gotten a extrapolated pressure of 953.2. So it's a slightly higher again. What winds did they get? Oh, they're still getting strong winds in that northeast quad. 135 to 140 knot flight level winds. And SFMRs are lower though. 110 knot SFMR in the northeastern eye wall. And that is significantly lower than it was earlier. In fact, when the Air Force flew through the northeast, they got SFMRs of actually quite similar. Now hold on a minute, it's the so now it's the northwest eye wall that seems to have the strongest winds, which would make sense looking at satellite. You hearing that, Justin? It sounded like the northwest now has the strongest winds, at least from SFMR data. Although I think...
Yeah, honestly, that doesn't surprise me because the convective burst in the northern eye wall was wrapping around that way, so it doesn't surprise me.
Wow.
Beryl, still a Category 4 hurricane approaching Jamaica this morning as our coverage continues. And we're getting closer to impact here along the south coast of Jamaica. But it does still look like the storm is moving pretty far to the west. If this keeps up, then Jamaica might be spared the inner eye wall, but you are still going to get hurricane conditions. Here's some new radar imagery, or probably a new frame out of that, showing most of the eye now visible on that radar view. Quite crude imagery though on this particular radar. But you can see some significant bands entering the area now. Eastern Jamaica. Did I say Cuba before? I keep getting those mixed up. I don't know why. It just runs off my tongue like that. But Eastern Jamaica, they're getting some significant bands moving into the East Coast now. And I expect we'll see that in Kingston fairly soon. Based on this imagery, the next hour we'll start to see some significant rain in Kingston once again. There was a few little bands that came in the early part of this morning. There's a look at it right now. As soon as we get more info from Recon, we'll bring it to you, whether they managed to get a drop sond in the eye there. We'll have that data whenever we get it.
Yeah, Nathan, I just updated my friend who lives in Jamaica and said that Beryl is starting to jog to the west, and let him know that if it continues that he should be spared from the worst impacts of the eye wall. So yeah.
Right. Air Force 306 has just made a turn, and it looks like they are also going in southwest to northeast. So it looks like we'll get a rapid fire readout of that particular line from southwest to northeast. So stay tuned for that. That'll be in the next 20-30 minutes. We're waiting for any drops on data. In fact, there was drops on data from the southwest eye wall from the most recent pass from NOAA 3 at 966 millibars surface. They got 64 knots. Which isn't extremely powerful at 966 millibars, although there were still very high winds in the upper levels. So we're still watching this as it progresses today, but we are still getting indications, clear indications, that Beryl is a Category 4 still, even at this point. Back when we were looking at it a couple of days ago before it got to its Category 5 peak, I remember when they were forecasting a 150 mile an hour peak and then weakening, and then it would weaken possibly below major hurricane status by the time it got to Jamaica. Well, that hasn't happened. It's still extremely powerful. 145 mile per hour winds is still the official line from the National Hurricane Center. Looks like it's getting a little bit more overcast there as well in Kingston, and we should start to see some significant rain showers soon and an increase in the wind. We'll be looking at these cameras a lot now as we keep an eye on the whole situation. Start your comments and questions if you have any. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can have a little discussion along the way. Obser says, did the storm go through another eye wall replacement cycle, or are the clouds just sheared? I don't know, did it?
I'm not sure, honestly. It might have gone through another one, and we just haven't seen it.
We had a 5-hour recon gap. I think that's probably not long enough for an eye wall replacement cycle without getting detected.
I didn't notice it, so possibly just got shredded by the wind shear and dry air, possibly.
And a comment that the eye seems to be strengthening. Well, that's been said a few times, and in the grand scheme of things, it's just generally stayed the same. I would not make any knee-jerk calls on whether it's strengthening yet. I want to see that eye temperature increase if we're going to call any strengthening, at least on satellite. But of course we do have recon, which are giving us direct observations, and they are indicating that the storm is holding pretty steady, if not still on a slight weakening trend. And another comment there about the 6C GFS, which has 96L forming in the Gulf and hitting the Gulf Coast as a tropical storm. Yes, it does. Landfall in Texas, straight after Beryl. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It's quite far in the model run there. It's probably day 6, day 7. So no real comment on that one just yet. So once again, they got pretty strong flight level winds from that recent plane flight, NOAA 3. Close to Category 5 flight level winds. But the SFMRs were a bit lower, around 110 knots. Although curiously, actually, they did get a higher eye temperature that time, and they were flying higher, slightly.
Interesting.
They got a maximum eye temperature of 23 degrees.
Dang.
Yeah, they got 23, and I think the first flight this morning got 23 as well, but it did go up 1 or 2 degrees there. So, interesting observations. We're just trying to pick out things from the data as we look through it. But again, sounds like continuation and consolidation with a brief flight level wind that I think was just over the threshold into Category 5 at that flight level, which at that point they were flying at about 2,800 feet.
Yeah, Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
My friend in Jamaica just told me winds are starting to pick up in his area now.
Oh, yeah.
And he's also starting to get rainfall, too.
Yeah.
Just starting to rain.
Definitely rain coming in. You'll see it in Kingston pretty soon. So your friend there is in...
He's in Old Harbor, which is just to the west of Kingston. Like, he's in that general area.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Probably some of the rain that we saw on one of those other cameras in the distance then.
Yeah, in a moment.
Reaching that area. Fascinating stuff then.
Yep. He's in for a long, at least what? What do you say? Probably 24 hours or so? Give or take? If not less, maybe 18 hours?
Throughout the whole day. It'll probably be leaving by nightfall.
Alrighty. So, yeah, actually about 12 hours then.
Yeah, we're still looking at some of those cameras right now. I'm just looking at some other stuff on my other imageries. I was just reminded of something. I'm trying to find it again. Anything else that our team want to bring up right now? Oh, actually, there's a new radar frame really showing off the eye much better here.
Nathan, could you actually post in the live discussion chat a link to the radar for Jamaica?
It's on the Force 13 website.
Alright, I'll pull it up real quick. Give me a couple moments.
Yeah. What's that?
What the heck?
Nephew. It's my little
Aw.
nephew. Little butthead playing over there.
Hey, just be glad you don't have 12 nieces and nephews like me.
12?
No.
Yeah, I have 12 nieces and nephews. It's insane.
When he came, he just hugged me and said, "Hey, hi, uncle."
Aw.
That actually made me a little happy, though. I'm not gonna lie. Even though I love seeing him when he's here, he's just playing over there with my sister.
We're just in a slight lull here whilst we... I'm just trying to grab some stuff and get some more info on the storm hopefully soon from more recon passes. So sit tight, everyone. Next National Hurricane Center update in just over an hour. AF306 is heading in.
Yeah, Nathan, I gotta go. I'll be back later.
Yep. Following the NOAA plane, it's southwest to northeast. We should get some data from them soon. NOAA 3, more updates. They're just going through hurricane force winds in the northeast side. When was that drop zone? That's an old drop zone, so no new SOND data. But we're keeping you completely on top of this recon info. Do we think the eye will make a direct landfall on Jamaica or stay just south? It's looking increasingly as though it will stay to the south, which is obviously good news we go to the slightly transparent view here, and even that's not very helpful, is it? Let me try and trace the coastline of Jamaica. Something like that. I think the island was actually a little bit further northwest. And you can see that some of the big bulk of the storm is now reaching the coast. And if we follow the eye at the last frame there was around here. There it is, perfect. And the direction it's been going this morning, it's been going that way. So if it keeps going like that, this is the northern eye wall. We'll miss Jamaica, but still, if we get some jogs northwards, or maybe even some further movement northwards, then the northeast eye wall could still easily impact the land area there, and then hurricane force winds on the north side of that, all along this area possible. So we're still looking at possible hurricane force winds in Kingston, and a possible eye wall for some of the smaller places to the south, all the way down to Portland Point. Thankfully, there aren't that many places south of Kingston in terms of latitude, but there are a few. Of course, Old Harbour being one of those, just a little bit further towards the southern point. And then you've got Hayes, and then you've got much smaller communities all around those areas as well, which could get impacted by this. And then Alligator Pond later on, further to the west, which could get, of course, if the storm is gradually moving west-northwest, could actually get the strongest impacts as well. Shooting it back to these webcams as we watch the situation. Is it changing yet? Well, maybe visibility is just decreasing slightly there, but it's hard to tell without it zooming out. Okay, this is the western side of the harbour, and it looks like it's disappeared. This is looking at Portmore, and clearly they're getting a rain band right now. There's another viewpoint there, so they're definitely getting rained on in the western part of Kingston. I don't know how I missed that before, but there it is. A significant band moving through by the looks of things. So it doesn't look terribly windy, but we're certainly seeing a significant rain shower right now. Could Jamaica pull Beryl's circulation closer to it? We're not dealing with planets and stars, really, but I don't think I've known that to happen. But we do know that if the centre does pass over some of the hillier parts of Jamaica, then it will cause serious disruption to the storm's circulation.
Something that possibly it's not gonna happen, since it's heading towards more south of the island rather than directly impacting the island. And it's quite some good news for Jamaica that it's not going to make a direct hit, but also means that it won't lose that much strength as expected.
And is there any chance that Beryl could re-intensify before making landfall in Mexico? The more south of Jamaica it goes, higher chance of that happening. You're watching 413's live coverage of Hurricane Beryl, which is continuing to approach Jamaica and now getting rather close. Let me give you a quick position estimate here of the center of the eye. You got to factor in that the eye diameter might be something like 20 miles as well, and you've got the eye wall outside of that, so whatever distance I read out, the eye wall will be closer than that. Eastern tip of Jamaica, it's 123 kilometers. For Kingston, it's 170 kilometers. I think it might be closer than that actually, but maybe knock a few off that. And it's about 180 kilometers from Portland Point. So again, this storm getting closer and closer and starting to be felt in various parts of the island, with rainfall first of all, And you can clearly see on this imagery that the even though it is visibility down there as we look out towards the barrier island, rain is falling, but not seeing much in terms of winds. But that will change potentially quite quickly. We've been watching the recon planes go in and out of the storm. They extend, winds extend probably to the eastern part of Jamaica. And we should be seeing some storm force winds happen here pretty soon. Cesar, your thoughts on the potential Mexican impact then if this storm doesn't
Can
make...
you repeat?
Potential thoughts on the Mexican impact then if this storm doesn't make a direct hit on Jamaica?
I mean, I really hope that the storm gets weaker than we predicted last night. But of course, hoping the best for Jamaica, that storm will make landfall. Unfortunately for Mexico, that means the storm will get stronger as it gets close to Mexico. Well, people have been already in Mexico advised to take all the precautions and getting prepared for any case scenario about the approach of this tropical cyclone. So it's expected to make landfall in Yucatan Peninsula by Friday. So people has only less than 36 hours to prepare and to get already everything done for the arrival of this storm. So hopefully it won't be that it won't be a significant impact. Hopefully weaker than it's already is right now. Well, it's quite strong yet, but
I don't know.
weaker.
Don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to hope that that the system will be much weaker than it is right now. But we yesterday predicted it will remain a major hurricane until it making landfall.
And later on, of course, with you being in Nuevo Leon, very close, we're well inside the cone, aren't you?
Well, it's a 5-day forecast, and anything could be possible. Still not sure how far north or how far south it will go, but definitely the cone. I'm well inside the cone of uncertainty. And if it does, well, we are going to have another tropical cyclone here, in hopefully much weaker. And let's see how bad it goes, because with Alberto we received a lot of rain and damage was done here in my HQ as well. So let's see.
AF306 are in the eye right now. I don't know if if this part of the data has got the lowest pressure so far, but they're giving it 953.9. They may have squeaked in a slightly lower pressure after that data drop. I don't know yet. We'll only know in about 10 minutes, but 953.9, which is again a little bit higher there. And this time around they only got 75 knot flight level winds in the southwest quad, although the SFMRs were still higher, around 95 knots. And of course they're following in the footsteps of the previous pass, which was NOAA 3. And in the same southwest eye wall they got SFMRs of 110 knots and flight level winds of 95. So rapidly evolving here, because on both fronts it's dropped over 10 knots there in only half an hour. Really interested to see what they'll find in the northeastern quadrant, which is where they're heading to next for that next recon pass. So, but well, very interesting there, and possibly a sign of weakening, but we won't get too excited about that yet. We've not had any other dropsons of interest recently, so we're still just getting the flight level data. So we're still watching this storm as it draws nearer to Jamaica, looking at those cameras every so often as well, and producing some rainfall. Another rain band that went through Kingston not long ago that we were watching. It's now just moved out of the area. You can still see the edge of it moving along there to the west as we look at Kingston Harbour. How many days until the storm behind it catches up? It won't catch up. It will always be a couple of days behind Beryl. 96L is what you're talking about there. That area of interest, which National Hurricane Center only gave a 20% chance earlier, and they are still at 20% now. And I think that's low. I think that's too low. I think that should be 40% again, because later on in the forecast period there is increasing confidence now of potential development. But that's another system that's going to keep us guessing all the way through. But the good thing that we can tell you about that is that it didn't become a tropical storm as it reached the Lesser Antilles, which is what the last thing that they would have wanted. The Windward Islands, which have obviously got devastated by Beryl just a couple of days ago, and now Beryl moving in towards Jamaica. Its next location ticked off on its itinerary, and still moving closer and closer to the island, with the latest estimate being 117 kilometers off the coast.
That's very close. So tropical storm force winds could start to packing up in the very south coast of Jamaica.
Yep, and indeed probably already happening in some places, although we haven't seen anything like that on the cameras yet. But we'll keep looking. We'll keep watching these. Global weather update says looks like its shear to its west is thinning out, and that it may be able to intensify between the Cayman Islands and when it reaches the Yucatan. Oh yes, it definitely could. But satellite imagery is still pretty inconclusive. You look into the eye of the storm there, and obviously the eye temperature is still greatly struggling, but every time it blows up just a little bit more on those cloud tops on the eastern side again, and it keeps trying to wrap up, and it is succeeding every time. It's got a closed eye wall. It was probably open earlier on, and it looks like it's closed at this time. Look at those latest radar frames. It won't show you the whole eye there because it's near the edge of the radar, but once again you're seeing a very powerful inner eye wall, and those bands which are really pushing through, and we're getting some really persistent heavy rain which will be reaching the eastern tip of Jamaica round about now. And a little good news though is that it increasingly looks like this motion vector will continue. It's almost certain now that Kingston will be spared the inner eye wall, but they could still get hurricane force winds. It is not certain yet that the southern parts of the island, from Portland Point westwards, will be spared the inner eye wall, but just a little bit further west and it will. But all these places could still get hurricane force winds in the next few hours, and of course there could still be one or two jogs to the north, which would put some of those places, smaller communities along the south coast, under the very strongest winds, which of course right now are of up to 145 miles per hour, which is about 230 kilometers per hour sustained. We'll keep that data coming in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We can take questions. And a question about 91E. I don't know why people are asking so much about 91E. It's this disturbance in the Eastern Pacific that looks awful right now off the coast of Mexico. Whether it will form, whether it will become a tropical storm, a tropical depression. If it does become a TS, it will be a very short one. About 40% chance. Off the coast of Mexico. And it is an early... it would be the first storm of the season in the Eastern Pacific. Very, very late start over there. Still hasn't had a storm. Looking at more satellite imagery, again it's looking poorer on the latest frames, I gotta tell you. Western eye wall looks to be dying off a bit there with those cloud tops. Eastern side had a little burst, it's moved round to the northern side. And in general, the areas of black and getting towards those whiter colours as those cloud tops sink towards the -80s, less common in the northern side, although maybe a little bit more fleshed out there in the southwest. We still haven't got any further info from the AF306 mission, or the NOAA 3 for that matter. NOAA 3 might be going north to south shortly. But we got no updates at the moment. Let me just double check some of the drops ons. No, nothing of note recently. So if you've just joined us, Beryl is still a very powerful Category 4 storm. Estimated winds near 145 miles per hour. As we enter another hour of coverage here, it's now 9 AM in Jamaica and 10 AM for most of the rest of the region, as we watch this storm crawl towards the south coast of the country. Let's go back and take a look at the visible imagery again, looking better as we enter more daylight, with those high cloud tops reaching over the eastern part of the island. Let's look back at some of those webcams. As you can see, a much cloudier picture now, even though it's not raining at this time. At least it doesn't look like it is there at the harbour. Once again, looking there at this camera towards the hills. Looks like it's still rainy over there, and this is a close-up, another camera that's rotating a lot. One of the streets there. It still doesn't look particularly wet, actually. It may not have actually rained at that particular spot in the last bands that we got. I don't know how, though. It surely must have done. But certainly this camera being at an elevation, you would think that we would get the strongest winds up here. But still, it looks pretty calm, doesn't it? All the trees down there not really swaying very much at all. Every so often you can see one that's closer to the camera on this, which might give us a better indication. But still relatively calm in Kingston, and tropical storm force winds should be beginning somewhere around here very soon indeed, as we look back out to the harbour. AF306 has updated again, and it did get 953.9 in the eye. It didn't get any lower than that, so again a pressure increase there according to that extrapolation. Really would only support probably 954. It had such low winds on the southwest quadrant, but in the northeast it's just got 130 knot flight level winds, and it got just shy of 110 knot SFMRs. So again, painting the picture of a weakening storm here, a little bit more weakening by the looks of things. Personally, to me, that only sounds like it supports 130 miles per hour. Still, it would make it a Category 4, but it does sound like this storm has weakened some, and we'll see what the National Hurricane Center say in an hour. But some healthier signs that this storm might be starting to weaken. It won't be enough for Jamaica though. Hurricane force winds expected all along the south coast of the island. Reiterate the warnings that are currently in effect if you haven't heard the latest. Hurricane warning for those red zones, Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Hurricane watch is still in effect for the south coast of Haiti, from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anse-de-Hainaut, and the east coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, from Chetumal to Cabo Catoche. A tropical storm warning also still for the Dominican Republic, from Punta Palenque westward to the border with Haiti, and the south coast of Haiti from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anse-de-Hainaut. I would expect that the tropical storm warning will be lifted for the Dominican Republic at the next advisory, and the hurricane watch will also be lifted in Haiti. But that's just my expectation. A tropical storm watch for the coast of Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City. And once again, expectations as we continue to watch these cameras today. Storm surge in Jamaica possibly up to 9 feet. They are expecting it to be 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds along the immediate coast of Jamaica, and a storm surge of 2 to 4 feet in the Cayman Islands, 1 to 3 feet for Hispaniola, 3 to 5 feet for the Yucatan Peninsula. We're still looking at this camera at Kingston, and I'm just going to leave this with you for a few seconds here whilst I do a little change around. I'll be just a sec.
Oh, the eye is finally getting into radar range.
Certainly is. I'll show you the latest radar loop in just a sec as well here. Probably don't... Oh yeah, we do have a new frame actually on that radar. Here it is. That's the latest there. You know what? That's actually looking like the southwest eye wall is wide open there. And it would explain why those winds have been so low. I think they only get 75 knots in the last pass there on that southwest eye wall, and this would be a very good explainer as to why, because according to this radar, it's not the far side of the storm from the radar's perspective, so I'm pretty confident in saying there that the southwest eye wall looks like it is quite wide open. The rest of the storm though is still looking quite good. That would certainly explain why it isn't strengthening.
My Mac decided to turn into a PS4 jet engine right now.
What?
It decided to do full blast.
Wow. A few comments thanking us for the coverage. No problem at all. This is what we're here for. We're usually best at early warning. I feel like we are at our best when the storms are days and days away, and we cover the forecast data and all of the other stuff that goes with it. But we do our best with actual landfall coverage as well, which historically has been a little bit of a weakness for us. But we're doing what we're doing here, and whenever we get info that's coming in, we'll bring it to you. But right now, this is the viewpoint on various points of Kingston. Again, still looking rather calm. The waters particularly there. Of course, it is a slightly sheltered zone, but nonetheless, it is still looking quite calm.
It's raining though.
Yep, there's been a bit of rain here and there. I don't think they're getting rain just this second, but there's some nearby, obviously, and more continuous bands will be moving through. Expected surge and winds in Kingston. Well, onshore winds will be pushing against that barrier island and the rest of the coastline. So exposed areas, 9 feet of storm surge. I really can't tell you what it might be in Kingston itself. I don't know. Honest answer, but you will get some kind of surge, I would imagine. And Miss, thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate that very much. And what happened to Cyclone History? That's one of our other channels. Although we haven't done too much on that. We do On This Day on Cyclone History on its Twitter handle. But there is a website for that. It shows a lot of our research, mainly for the Westpac Reanalysis project. There's a lot more to do on that front. But it's not going to be today, is it? We're covering this instead right now. And how much rainfall will they get from Hurricane Beryl? That's something we actually haven't really touched on very much during this stream. Rainfall expectations. Now, the National Hurricane Center forecasts say that it will be 4 to 8 inches, with localized amounts to 12 inches across Jamaica through this evening, with an additional rainfall of 4 to 6 inches over the Tiburon Peninsula of Haiti. Life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides expected. And then 2 to 4 inches with maximums of 6 over the Cayman Islands. 2 to 6 inches with isolated maximums of 8 in the Yucatan Peninsula and northern Belize, with at least localized flash flooding expected. And that's about right. Models have said pretty similar to that. Certainly maximums 8, maybe slightly higher than that. But that's sort of the, isolated maximums of 12. Tommy Anderson, welcome to the club. Nice of you to join us there, becoming a member. Great to have you here as well. So our coverage continues, and we remain here for a little while longer yet as this storm pulls closer to Jamaica. We will definitely be here all the way through its closest pass if it doesn't make landfall, which at the moment the signs are showing that it may avoid landfall. But it's still very sensitive. Any jogs towards the north could induce a landfall. But in the meantime, at the moment, if it keeps going in the same direction, we will not be getting a landfall. AF306 updated it a little bit further, although no real exciting data coming in. They're just continuing through the northeast eye wall. NOAA 3 are still flying northwest. They're actually closer to Cuba now. So I don't know where they're going. Maybe, oh, they finished. I'm sorry, they finished their mission. So NOAA 3 is heading out for good. And AF306 are still in it. I don't know what they're going to do next. I imagine they'll turn left. Or maybe they'll turn right because of the land masses in the area, but AF306 is the only plane that's now still in the storm. National Hurricane Center will update at the end of this hour, and we will have that information for you when it comes out. I expect that they'll weaken it a little bit. Big question really is whether it will be 140 or 130 at the advisory. But the eye continues to struggle on that satellite imagery. Everyone says that time and again it looks like it's popping out, but it isn't. It's just holding around there, and from what we've seen on radar, it certainly looks like the southwestern eye is open. And Just like that. Yeah, saying that Beryl looks better in the last few frames. It's constantly blowing up rows of convection with its eye. It's certainly an intense eye wall, but don't be too fooled by it. The eye temperature's staying the same overall. It's staying quite the same, although with the recon data suggesting that we are seeing a little bit of weakening. I'll be interested to see if they got a drop sonde into there on that Air Force mission as well. They haven't done one in a while. Yeah, they haven't done one in over an hour. So, be nice if they did have a new bit of drop sonde data, but nothing at the moment. Let's do another position estimate. We've just received a new frame on satellite imagery. So we estimate now that the center of the eye is 116 kilometers from the eastern tip of Jamaica. It's 156 from Kingston, and it is 171 from Portland Point, the southernmost point in Jamaica, and is still heading west-northwest. And at the current trajectory, if it doesn't do any wobbling, which it probably will, we are currently projecting that Beryl will pass 50 kilometers south of Portland Point if it keeps going like this, but that could get shrunk a little bit. Any northward jogs will bring the eye wall over the south coast. New radar frame. Two things to point out, maybe three. The southwestern eye wall still pretty desolate, and it's not the furthest from the eye. It's the southeast that's not furthest from the radar. It's the southeast that's furthest from the radar there. And then you've got the bands, the northern bands there. Some significant rainfall moving over land now. Significant prolonged rainfall, which could produce very heavy torrential rain and flash flooding. And then also you've got a little squally band now that's moving through central Jamaica there, really showing some reds on that. So a short, sharp shower that could also cause some flash flooding with a very heavy rain rate there. And behind that, we really should be starting to see those tropical storm force winds get up here and reach Kingston relatively soon. Let's go back to those cameras right now. Latest viewpoint from Kingston on top of one of the hills there. And those trees still aren't moving, so it still looks rather calm and quiet there. And this is pretty much live. Down on the harbour, maybe just slightly breezy.
Yeah, definitely it's raining, but not that hard.
And again, looking at this little marina here, which gives us a better view of everything that's going on around us, because those two cameras zoom right in. But there's a lot of cloud cover there, quite a bit of rain in the distance there on the right. So we're getting quite a bit of this now, but yeah, a bit of a breeze on those trees down the bottom, but really nothing special so far in Kingston. We don't really have any other viewpoints, but if it's safe to do so, please let us know where you are and what conditions you're seeing as you watch this stream right now. Erasmus says, will this hurricane get stronger as it passes Jamaica? Well, the further south it passes from a landfall, the better its chance is of maintaining or even strengthening as it moves on towards the Cayman Islands, of course. And maybe the Cayman Islands haven't had much love in this stream so far, but we are aware hurricane conditions likely on the Cayman Islands overnight tonight, and then on towards the Yucatan Peninsula, where we expect landfall tomorrow night, overnight, into Friday.
There is lots of lightning in the eye wall.
Ah,
Yeah, tons.
are you showing us this?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, let's have a look at this just a sec. Jose's screen there showing, well, a few lightning flashes. I mean, it's not
There was like some right
tremendous,
here
but...
earlier.
Sorry?
There was some like all around, but now it's just showing like these. For now, I'm not sure why.
It's not tremendous, but it's still, you know, a fair bit of lightning. Always
Yeah.
an indication that this eye wall could be strengthening a bit. But once again, look at that view there, and just that southwest side looking pretty appalling. There's hardly anything there.
Yeah.
I know it's near the radar edge still, but
It's still got a long way
it
to
shows
go.
a lot more on the southeast side, which is even further away, so I'm pretty sure that's quite legit there. But that arc of heavy rain in that northeastern side is pretty much level with what satellite is showing. You can see it there, that arc of cloud, really high cloud tops once again in these latest satellite frames on that northeastern side, and we're seeing cloud top minimums of -83 right now in that northeastern quad. But of course, an aircraft did just pass through there not long ago, the Air Force 306, and they got lower wind speeds than they got earlier in both flight level winds and SFMRs. They got 130 knot flight level, and they got just less than 110 knot SFMR, and they got an extrapolated pressure of 954. So if I was the National Hurricane Center, and I'm not, but if I was, I would probably give this storm 130 now and a pressure of 955. Unless we get some dropson data that adds a little bit more info. There was actually a dropson in the northeast eye wall, but that was only at the 987 millibar point, so it was quite far out. So pretty inconsequential there. Just double check. Oh, they did get an eye dropson. Just a sec here, guys. They got 955, 954. They got 955 with a light wind. So 954, 955, somewhere around there is going to be your pressure right now. What did you say, Cesar?
Yes, I was saying that it's like, at least in terms of pressure, it's a substantial weakening compared to the last advisory of 946 millibars.
Well, it was 9:52 at 8 a.m., but at 5 a.m. it was 9:46. So you look at the difference there, coming up to 11 in 5 hours, and it's increased 8 millibars. So more than 1 millibar an hour, nearly 2.
Yeah, it's a gradual weakening, which is good, to be honest.
Of course.
But still a very dangerous storm. In Jamaica, the southern coast could receive the more severe impacts, not just by the wind or the rain, but also the storm surge or even flash flooding as well.
A little bit of a better visibility period there in Kingston right now. But again, plenty of clouds around and rain in the area. And this is going to continue throughout the day. Those winds are still going to increase. AF306 is now just off the coast of Haiti. They'll be turning one way or another shortly. I don't know if they're going to go west or south. But once they make their mind up, we'll be able to figure out where they might be going next, unless they're finishing, which NOAA 3 finished earlier. They're now flying over Cuba, heading out there, back towards base. But again, as we watch these live pictures from Kingston at various points around the harbour, winds still appear light, and I think that's what people have been saying in the chat as well. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can take your comments live, especially at the moment, since it appears we're in a bit of a lull with just the one recon flight now, and it's nowhere near the centre. So Mike says, how strong do we think Beryl will get in the Gulf? Come on then, Cesar, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, based on the tonight's updates, last night's updates, excuse me, we believe that it will re-emerge. The Gulf of Mexico is a Cat 1 and intensify to a Category 2 hurricane before making landfall, possibly in the border between the state of Tamaulipas and United States, Texas.
That was the Force 13 update last night, and this is the NHC. Exactly. They're still going for a brief Category 1 peak before Mexico, but with Beryl's track record, I just think this is too low.
I do agree, and also with the behavior of the storm that has been literally over something, like literally battling all the forecasts. Excuse me. Definitely, I think it's very conservative to say that Beryl will be that weak. So I think.
But there is huge uncertainty over there.
Also, this is true. I mean, we don't know yet. The uncertainty of the conditions, it's there, but we've seen that the wind shear wasn't that high as expected initially, and could remain that way until it makes landfall in the Yucatan Peninsula. And then in Gulf of Mexico, the sea surface temperatures are extremely warm as well, and usually the conditions in the Gulf of Mexico are very favorable for additional intensification. So it will depend. It will depend a lot on how fast Beryl travels through the Yucatan Peninsula. It's moving quite fast, so maybe it won't get affected that much. But also it won't have a lot of time to re-intensify if it keeps moving at the same pace as has been doing so far.
Leo Moore says, how many days is Beryl going to last as a Category 4 hurricane? It's felt like Groundhog Day, hasn't it, the last few days? We've been waking up to a Category 4 for 4 days in a row, pretty much. We're hoping that it's going to come to an end soon. If it's going to continue to struggle here, and if we can get some wind shear to rip it apart a little bit more, then it may lose Category 4 status later today. But as it stands right now, it is still at that Category 4 intensity. The good news, it appears, is that it looks like it's going to miss landfall in Jamaica unless we see a pretty sharp turn now to the north. Although it could still get very close to the southern tip at Portland Point. But for Kingston, at least, and some of the other large population centres, it looks like you will be spared the strongest winds. Now, let's see what else we have here. A lot more questions came in there. What is Beryl's cloud top temperature? And it's still throwing up very high cloud tops. It's battling. Producing a lot of energy. We're still seeing minus 83 degrees Celsius cloud tops there, and we keep talking about these temperatures for those who maybe the layperson. The colder those cloud top temperatures are usually an indication that they're higher up in the atmosphere. It usually means that there's a lot more energy inside them, and usually means that the winds are stronger, and is used as an indirect observation measuring stick, really, to determine how strong a storm is. Couple that with the rest of the cloud tops in general, whether there's any gaps in the eye. Recon data obviously is top. They get direct data. This is on satellite. It's indirect data, and then you've got the eye appearance and eye temperature on satellite as well, which all goes towards putting up an estimate. If you're wondering about satellite estimates, though, earlier on they fell to 120 miles per hour, and actually on satellite alone the estimate has fallen to just 117 miles per hour, but we know that the winds inside the storm are stronger than that. However, the National Hurricane Center is still keeping it well within the Category 4 range. They will update within half an hour. I think they'll probably I don't know what they'll do, but personally I would put it down to 130 miles per hour, which would still keep it just about a Category 4 for now. What's our forecasted landfall in the Yucatan? I think a Category 3 landfall is very possible now in the Yucatan, and I would personally forecast that.
Also, we shouldn't rule out that Belize it's just south of the Yucatan Peninsula and could receive some storm effects as well. It could get very close there as well. They already had tropical storm watch, if I'm not mistaken.
Tropical
That's
storm
true.
watch, and they're on the very edge of the cone.
I mean, depending on how south or Beryl keeps moving, or well, not south, but if keeps the motion that that has been doing so far, Belize may not see a direct hit, but maybe some rain could happen. Beryl is not a big storm as well, and the southern part of the storm is the weaker. It's the most weaker. The most weak, excuse me. The most weak part of the storm is the southern quadrants.
Southwest by far, I think.
Yeah. So if it keeps it on that way through the Caribbean to the Western Caribbean Sea until making landfall, then pretty much safe to say that Belize won't get affected that much by that storm, fortunately. But well, it's a 2-day period since today, so anything could happen.
Daniel says that they've noticed that sometimes storms struggling with core structure when they approach a coastline, sometimes that helps them intensify and not a direct landfall. That can sometimes happen. Land friction can sometimes increase a storm's intensity briefly. What I always think about when I think about things like that are Hurricane Irma on its Cuban landfall, when it managed to reach Category 5 status again along its trek through the Greater Antilles, of course, historic storm.
And also, when it made landfall in Cuba as a Cat 5, the eyewall was pretty much there nearby land and still managed to intensify as a Category 5 hurricane.
Alexia says it's very windy in St. James. And Recon, the Air Force flight, is moving along the northern periphery of the storm now. So I think they'll be going in for another pass. And that will could be north to south, or they might try for the northwest side again. We'll find out soon enough. Ali C says, how fast is it moving? Currently it's around 20 miles per hour, 31 kilometers per hour motion. And will it stay a Category 4 when it... I just lost that comment now. I think they said when it reaches Jamaica. Still could be. Shauna says that they're in St. Catherine, Jamaica. It's still at the moment no winds. Had a bit of rain in the early morning after 1, but nothing since then. Interesting. Stella says a lot of trees down in Portland, which sounds a little bit drastic already. We've not seen anything to that effect in Kingston, but seems a little early for that to be true, but perhaps this storm is getting closer and closer now as it moves on towards Jamaica. It is currently at 16, it's actually now at 17 degrees exactly north, at 75.9 degrees west, and it is 107 kilometers from the eastern tip of Jamaica, 142 kilometers from Kingston, 156 from Portland Point, and 271 from Montego Bay. Raul M says, how can planes, hurricane hunters, survive Category 4 or even Category 5 hurricanes? I'm not sure if people realize, but when commercial planes are flying up across the Atlantic, across the jet stream, they quite regularly can get hit with Category 3 or 4 force winds. The difference is, though, those winds are a little bit more steady, which is why turbulence is quite rare. During hurricanes, turbulence can be pretty crazy. They all have, they strap themselves in when they enter these storms, and on occasion they can get very dangerous. And there have been incidents in the past with Hurricane Hunter planes. It's always been the case. I think 4 missions in history have been lost, where the plane went down. So it can sometimes be a fatal undertaking to take on these hurricane missions. But thankfully, we haven't had such an accident in many decades. I think the last one was in the early 80s. So it is generally safe, but and the planes that they use as well, of course, are built for it. They have a few different types of planes. The C-130 Hercules, extremely rugged plane. The P-3 Orion, also very hardy aircraft. And we look out towards the coast there, off over the water again. A few waves moving in, but still not looking particularly dangerous, it has to be said. Looking out at Jamaica, out of Kingston, we say what we see, but obviously underneath those waves, dangerous conditions, surf, rip currents. Obviously, you'd be crazy to be out in the water, and we are still expecting some strong winds to reach Kingston, which could still reach hurricane force, and you're still quite far from the closest pass of this storm. I expect that you'll get your closest pass in about 3 hours still. So conditions could get worse in that time, and even after the closest pass of the storm, given that the northeastern quadrant is usually the worst. That's the backside of the storm for you in Kingston. So it's something to watch for the whole duration as the storm goes by until we really get those winds down later on. But again, those are viewpoints from Kingston showing various periods of rainfall, but we've really not seen heavy winds at all yet. I would only estimate that we've probably seen gusts of maybe 15, 20 miles per hour maximum so far, at least from what we've seen on these cameras. They haven't really had any squall lines. They've had a few rain showers, but there is 1 or 2 little squall lines moving across the central part of the island right now. And let's go back to the latest radar imagery. And fancy that. It looks like, again, I don't really know about that south side. It is now facing furthest away from the radar, but I reckon it's still a gap there. But also northwest, there's a gap there too. So we could now be looking at multiple gaps in the eye wall, and possible signs of capitulation to at least some degree. Maybe a good sign again that we're seeing more forthright weakening. But again, you're seeing some significant bands there moving along the southern coast of Jamaica, and Kingston is getting quite close to some of those yellows. So I expect that things will change, and as I've said from the outset, this storm could announce its arrival quite suddenly. Smallish wind field, and a pretty tight gradient in which you can get from 0 to 100 very quick. We're waiting for the National Hurricane Centre's latest advisory. They'll be producing it at the top of the hour, and they'll also have a new forecast cone so that we can take a look at exactly what they're expecting. The biggest questions we're going to have at this update is whether they're going to forecast a major hurricane all the way to Mexico, and then what happens to the last part of the cone. Will it shift north? Will it further implicate Texas? Or will it stay further south over coastal Mexico? Big question marks there that we're going to get answered within the next 20 minutes. The Eastern Pacific is dead. Yes, that was a comment there as well. It is quite dead. There's an area of interest though that could develop. About a 40% chance on that right now. What are the odds that Beryl will start to resist the wind shear? A bit of a dumb question, but considering recent storms, I figured I'd ask it, says Obser. Wind shear has done a bit of a job on the storm. It's not done a full job on Beryl though, and there's always the chance it could get better. But at the moment, it seems like it's got some serious problems with its eye wall, and so its strengthening is going to be limited until it can sort itself out. That's what we seem to be finding when it comes to the recon data and what we've seen on the radar and satellite. Let me see if I can get a sneak peek on what the forecast might say. Sometimes I get new data before it arrives. I think they may be calling... it doesn't look like they're calling for a major hurricane landfall in Mexico still, but they may be calling for a hurricane landfall in northern Mexico for that second landfall. But if what I'm looking at is correct, and I don't know yet, we'll find out for sure shortly, it doesn't look like there'll be much change in their forecast. We'll see if that holds true. We will find out in just a few minutes from the National Hurricane Center what they're running with for their 11 AM Eastern Daylight Time update, which of course is 10 AM in Jamaica. We'll keep switching these live cams all the time because we expect to see some pretty serious conditions reach the area soon. There's another viewpoint again, and quite a lot of low-level cloud and rain in the area, but really not very much happening on these cameras at the present time. But the storm is very close at hand. And there's Santo Domingo back in the Dominican Republic. There are still tropical storm warnings just west of there, although they may get lifted in just a few minutes. And we're looking back across Kingston there, where it is still looking rather calm with only mild breezes. I think we'd be happy if that continued all the way through, wouldn't we? But we are expecting a lot more than that. Let's see what Recon are doing. AF306 have gone... I think they're going to try and position for a northwest to southeast pass now. They're right next to the eastern tip of Jamaica, and I fully expect they're going to start to go southeast. And right now they're getting hurricane force flight level winds right off the eastern tip of Jamaica, so they really, down on the ground on the eastern tip, you really should now be seeing 50, maybe 60 mile per hour winds down there. But in Kingston, a little bit more sheltered, so it'll take a little bit longer for the winds to get up here. But certainly the exposed part of eastern Jamaica, I fully expect, and I don't have any proof or ways to find out right now unless someone's there in the chat, but they should be getting towards high-end tropical storm force winds there now. Jose Cesar, any further thoughts on this storm whilst we wait for the advisory? What do you think they'll go with?
I think they'll go with a low end Cat 4.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this is I think it's the right call for now.
Yeah.
And then we are just going to wait on how much it's going to lose strength after that. Has been really weakening very slowly, a very slow pace.
I mean, sort of, but 2 millibars an hour nearly.
Well, yeah, now 2 millibars an hour. That's something. So possibly it's now starting there to be really getting affected by the adverse conditions in the atmosphere. But oh man, Beryl really held it very well during those past hours. Unfortunately, of course.
Still a big westward element in that motion. If it holds that for a little bit longer, a couple of hours, 3 hours, the biggest population centers of Jamaica will avoid the eye wall. But some parts of the island may still get seriously stormy conditions with hurricane force winds that could reach up to 140 miles per hour. You know what? The update is out and they have still kept on to 145 miles per hour. I have no idea why, with a pressure estimate of 954 millibars, and they are still expecting the storm to make landfall in Mexico as a Category 2, and they are expecting a Category 1 landfall for northern Mexico later on. So the forecast that I saw before was correct, mostly. But somehow they are still running with 145 miles per hour, but I am not sure why. Recon data showing that the storm is much weaker. They've acknowledged the pressure there at 954, but still running with 145 mile per hour winds.
Wow. I was expecting like 130 by now, but that's just wow.
The discussion is already out before the public advisory is actually. It's I'll read it out then. Westerly shear is having an effect on Beryl this morning as the eye has all but disappeared in satellite imagery, and the cloud pattern has become ragged and elongated from southwest to northeast. Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that the central pressure has risen to near 954 millibars. Air Force plane measured flight level winds of 139 knots at 700 millibars, whilst the NOAA plane measured 138 knot winds at 750 millibars, which supports surface winds of 120 to 125 knots. I don't know about that, but that's what they're running with, 125 knots. A strong mid-level ridge centered over the southeastern United States is expected to continue steering Beryl generally west-northwestward at a decreasing speed for the next couple of days or so. The motion should bring the center near or just south of Jamaica during the next 6 to 12 hours and south of the Cayman Islands tonight. After that, the system should reach the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico in 36 to 48 hours and emerge over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico by 60 hours. Once over the Gulf, there remains a sizable amount of spread in the track guidance, with the GFS and HWRF showing a more northerly motion towards the Texas coast, whilst the Euro and the UK Met model show a more westerly motion towards the coast of Mexico. This part of the track forecast lies near the consensus models in the middle of the guidance envelope, and overall there are no significant changes to the forecast from the previous advisory. While there is some disagreement in how much shear Beryl will encounter before reaching the Yucatan, the intensity guidance expects enough shear that it agrees on steady weakening. The official forecast follows this and is at the high end of the guidance envelope. Beryl should weaken more whilst over the Yucatan, then slowly re-intensify over the Gulf in a somewhat more favourable environment. The intensity forecast again calls for the cyclone to reach hurricane strength before it reaches the western Gulf Coast, followed by weakening after landfall. Not forgetting the key messages: devastating hurricane force winds, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected to begin in Jamaica within the next few hours and spread into the Cayman Islands tonight. Mountainous locations in Jamaica are likely to experience destructive wind gusts. Life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides from heavy rainfall expected over much of Jamaica and southern Haiti through today. And damaging winds, a dangerous storm surge and heavy rainfall expected over portions of the Yucatan Peninsula and Belize, beginning Thursday night as Beryl approaches that area as a hurricane. Hurricane and tropical storm warnings are now in effect for portions of that area. And there they are. There remains uncertainty in the track and intensity forecast of Beryl over the western Gulf of Mexico this weekend. Interest in the western Gulf, including southern Texas, should monitor the progress of Beryl. Let's get straight to those warning updates. Hurricane warning for the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Meteorological Service of Mexico has also issued a tropical storm warning for the coast of the Yucatan, south of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche. And also a tropical storm watch for the coast of the Yucatan, west of Cabo Catoche to Campeche. The hurricane watch for Haiti, discontinued. Tropical storm warning for the Dominican Republic, discontinued. So another evolution in the watches and warnings in effect now then, with a hurricane warning now in effect for the Yucatan, and rightly so because it's getting there pretty soon, overnight into the early hours of Friday morning. And still, somehow, they're giving it 145 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 954. We'll update our graphics in a few moments on our bottom and left bars. It could take quite a while though, so don't be expecting that to change too quickly. And it clearly has gotten a lot wetter in Kingston right now, as the visibility has gone way down. That's the bands of the storm reaching you now in Kingston, and they've completely gone out of focus. It's gotten so blustery. Just waiting for that camera to move so that we can see something more close by, that we might be able to see if there's any strong winds. We'll come back to it. We'll go down to the harbour side and show you the viewpoint there again. Visibility way down with some significant rain here. But again, looking at these trees, only slightly breezy really, but definitely getting quite a lot of rain there now in Kingston. Anthos says the eye looks to be starting to try and clear up. At least the eye wall's convection looks to be wrapping around well. North side is looking good. How much rainfall will the Cayman Islands get from Hurricane Beryl? I can't remember what it said now. I think it's something like 6 inches or maybe 8 inches possible. And isn't the risk for tornadoes a lot worse than the storm, with the storm going to the west of Jamaica? That in Florida they usually have them on the west side. I really don't know the answer to that. But I imagine there is a significant chance of seeing a bunch of water spouts in all of the spiral bands of this storm. So anytime now you could start to see some water spouts off the coast, but without proper radar really, we don't have any velocity or anything like that. We don't even have a high res radar, so being able to detect any of that without seeing them on the camera first is pretty low. Let's look at that latest radar imagery right now, and you can see again the presence of the storm continuing to push towards the west-northwest, and we're scrutinizing every part of that forward motion. Any kind of jog towards the north will increase the winds that get felt ultimately on the south coast of Jamaica. And this is how it's been going in the last few hours. That latest advisory, they have the storm moving at 18 miles per hour, so actually slowed down just a tad. So Cesar, Jose, your thoughts on that latest advisory then?
Surprising, to be honest. I mean, I didn't expect that they'll maintain Beryl as that strong 145. It's the first time actually we think Beryl is weaker than the official agency, National Hurricane Center, says. Absolutely. But well, that's the sign of how Beryl maintains how strong Beryl is, and how possibly will maintain some certain strength until landfall in the Yucatan Peninsula. So yeah, I mean, this is big time.
You're going to be hearing a lot of clackety-clack from me right now as I write out the new watch and warning info.
We're good. I'm just eating cereal right now because I'm hungry.
So if you've just joined us, the update came out. 145 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 954 millibars. I personally think it's weaker now, but only a little. It is still quite clearly a Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. And hurricane warnings have been issued now for the coast of Mexico. So we're really expecting things to ramp up now. And of course, a lot of the coastline there of Quintana Roo, Cesar, is very touristy. So what do you think could be happening down there right now?
I mean,
do people evacuate themselves, or are they told to, or are they forced to, or?
Well, depending on the hazard, but it's advised to people that should evacuate, depending on how the government of the state responds. But usually there are like organized evacuations to safer places in the state, where the people can be together and protected. But if the hazard it's really like apocalyptic or something like that, as happened with Hurricane Wilma and Dean, definitely the people are almost like forced to evacuate out of the state or nearby the storm trajectory.
Let's give you a position update right now. It is 106 kilometers away from the closest point of land on Jamaica, which isn't quite the eastern tip anymore. It is near East Prospect, that little area. Kingston, 142 kilometers away. Montego Bay, 270. It is 609 kilometers from the Cayman Islands, and still a Category 4 storm at this point, and a very powerful hurricane, which is still holding on in there as a very powerful storm. There's some awful noises in the background. Apologize for that. What?
There's a lawnmower in the back and next to my neighborhood.
No, it wasn't that. But we're still watching Beryl. Live coverage here as it makes its closest pass to Jamaica. Some of our graphics there will be updated shortly. You'll have to bear with me here because I'm doing literally everything. But we're still watching this storm progressing west-northwestwards at a speed of near 18 miles per hour. You're going to hear some dinging now. That's the sound of my graphics starting to update. All right, let's take some more questions then if we can. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Will the next storm form before the typhoon season wakes up? Well, 96L could do it, you know. No signs of life in the Western Pacific, so it could be that.
Pacific sleep.
Obser says it's Hurricane Dorian all over again, except y'all and Recon are the ones saying the storm is weaker while the NHC is saying it's stronger. Aha. Of course, remember when Dorian first got towards Category 5 status, that it looked nailed on a Category 5, and the NHC, one of the biggest shocks we've ever had during our coverage, really. They kept it at Category 4 on the build-up to that really monumental landfall in the Bahamas. Talking about wind shear there as well, it's currently around 20 knots of wind shear, and it's going to be variable right now in the next few hours. In fact, I can show you the GEFS ensembles for that, and they have all kinds of plots, and here is one of them. I'll just move the screen. Oh, it's cut off. Well, okay. The top right panel is the wind shear forecast. You start at that vertical blue line is now, and it starts it off near 20 knots. And all the ensembles saying wildly different things there, but the ensemble mean there is that wind shear maybe goes up a little bit to 25 knots round about now, and hovers between 20 and 25 for a while, and then briefly drops just before it makes landfall in Mexico. Then when it emerges over the Gulf, the wind shear remains at about 15 knots, but there's a wide array of uncertainty there by that point. Some ensembles have near 0 knots, and others have 25 again. What is also sure, though, the sea surface temperatures down the bottom right there, those increase when the storm enters the Gulf. So that's just another thing to consider later on this storm's track. Latest visible imagery there, showing once again always a beautiful appearance, but what you will also notice increasingly is that it is going to pass south of Kingston, and fingers crossed it could still pass south of the entire island there and not make landfall. And a small chance, but still possible, that even the eye wall avoids land, but it's going to be a close run thing there. The eye wall right now, you can clearly see it there, that red zone on the northern side. Don't know what the rest of the eye wall's doing, but it does look like it's struggling. So that's where we're at right now. Let's go back to some of those live cameras. I thought it had stopped working for a second then. So there's definitely been a rainstorm, but it looks like it's cleared up a little bit again now. Rain on the lens, rain on the ground. And you can see vehicles going by still. And again, still very still. Not much wind there. Quite clear to see that those trees are barely moving. But we do expect that there will be some stormy conditions in this area really very soon. I mean, that was the first proper band that Kingston had. Significant rainfall, by the looks of things, it was for a period. We really should be starting to see those winds getting stronger now. But not much evidence of it there on that camera. We go back to this other one there right on the harbour. They'll probably get some stronger winds here. But still, only just slightly swaying are those trees in the foreground. So we can only show you what we see, but we're not currently seeing very strong winds in Kingston. Of course, that's a good thing.
Nathan, did they extend the tropical storm watches on the other side of the Gulf in the Yucatan?
Yes.
Because I just noticed, and I
They
thought
did?
it was updated.
Yep, they did that at the advisory. And yeah, I'm just seeing again, only, 10 knot winds occurring at the airport at Kingston. And Recon are going in for another pass now, AF306. They're going from northwest to southeast. At flight level there, they got a maximum wind of 60 knots just south of Kingston at flight level. So some of those more exposed locations along the eastern part of Jamaica, they really should be seeing some strong winds here now, to the tune of about 60 miles per hour further east, because they got hurricane force flight level winds there. But that's AF306 that they're entering the storm on the northwestern side, and we will have more info from them shortly. We can update our bottom bar now with the latest information and warnings, and they are running. Of course, we know the National Hurricane Center's update. Oh, there it is. Now with 145 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 954. Which is, of course, a significant increase in... I just can't see that being true. 145 miles an hour and 946, and still 145 miles per hour and 954. I just don't see it. I think it should have dropped just a little bit, but maybe they're erring on the side of caution. They don't want to let people... They don't want people to let their guard down. I can fully understand that if that's the reason, but I don't really see how it's still 145, but it's just 5 miles an hour here and there. It's not much of a difference. It is still a very powerful Category 4 storm moving in at a speed of 18 miles per hour is its current motion. It is just after 10 o'clock in Jamaica this July 3rd. Such an early time to see a hurricane impact anywhere in the Caribbean, really. Of course, it was an even bigger surprise for the Windward Islands, who were smacked with 150 mile per hour winds on the island of Kirikou particularly, which has been devastated by the storm, as well as parts of Grenada and St. Vincent.
I won't be surprised if Beryl actually breaks another record for becoming, well, once it gets over the Gulf of Mexico, we don't know if it's going to strengthen even more. But if it does and it hits Texas, then it'll become the first of the season U.S. landfall of a hurricane or a major hurricane.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves there.
No, I'm just saying if it does, but who knows?
Don't know how strong it'll be by the time it reaches the area.
Yeah.
And you guessed it, I'm now typing a bunch of stuff out for our left-hand bar as well, which you'll see a little bit later on. But just to reiterate as I type it, hurricane warning now for Jamaica, Cayman Islands, and in Mexico, Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Hurricane watch was lifted in Haiti and is now in effect for Puerto Costamea to Chetumal, Mexico, and north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche, Mexico as well. Hurricane watch. Tropical storm warning still for the south coast of Haiti. Westwards to Ansatahino. And also for the same areas as the hurricane watch. Puerto Costamea to Chetumal, Mexico. And Cancun to Cabo Catoche to the north. Tropical storm watch for Belize from Chetumal to Belize City, that hasn't changed. And for the Yucatan Peninsula from Cabo Catoche to round the coast to Campeche. I'm just working on those boxes. So that's the latest from that last National Hurricane Center update. We will have a new iPass shortly from the Air Force recon plane that are in there right now. So we'll get some more info. But this storm is really closing down now, the miles before it gets to Jamaica. It is very close at this point, within 60 miles of the coast, 100 kilometers, and it's going to be an uncomfortably close pass. But thankfully, it does appear as though the very worst part of the storm will be avoided. Again, I'm just working on some graphics here as we go along. So pardon us for being a little bit quiet here as we continue to put some stuff together, and then we'll be able to regroup and take some questions. So once again, I'm just going to go through some distances here. Distance from the closest point of land, now 101 kilometers away from the center of the eye. From Kingston, it is 136 kilometers. From Montego Bay, it is 261. From Grand Cayman, it is 596. From Cozumel, it is 1198. And from Cancun, it is 1227. And I'll also put in Belize City on this as well, which is 1296 at this time. That's kilometers away from these locations as Beryl continues on its way west-northwestwards. So I'm just gonna export that now.
Wow, you should look at this, Nathan.
Okay, what?
Look at those lightning strikes in the northern part of the I think the eye wall, because it's like the eye wall is like so messed up. It's hard.
Oh wow!
I keep forgetting where it is. But look at those lightning strikes. That's insane.
Tons of lightning.
There's a couple on the east side, but mostly it's in the north.
And I'm really not surprised by that. We're seeing huge cloud tops continuing there on that northern side right now. Let me just double check a temperature check on that. They're really cold. Into the minus 80s, definitely. It's minus 87 in the...
There goes another lightning strikes.
There they go. So very, very cold cloud tops. Some real intensity in that, but even on satellite, it looks like there's real problems in part of the storm there. Southeastern quad maybe having some trouble. We must have an recon update shortly, but not yet. But they are getting into the storm again. They're closing in on the eye northwestern side. They've just got a 100 knot flight level wind and an just above 85 knot SFMR, but they're still only in the 980s right now, so they've still got some way to go before they get into the center of the storm. But give that another 10 minutes or so, we should have some news on what pressure they get, what indicated pressure they get inside the eye at 3,000 feet. Let's take some more comments then right now, and let's go back to some of the cameras in Jamaica. And once again, in Kingston, a few viewpoints. There's been 1 or 2 periods of heavy rainfall, but in terms of winds, it is still quite quiet. Galaxy says, what do the lightning strikes suggest? Usually, when we see lots of lightning concentrate around the eye wall, it can be a sign of rapid strengthening. But with an eye probably not closed, that won't be happening. And have we seen the amount of ace this has produced? Well, it's produced a lot, hasn't it? It's a big boom at the start of the season. Typhoon Tip says, with the prevalence of drones increasing, will NOAA eventually be able to fly missions closer to land without risking crew? They have flown unmanned planes into the storms before. I think they started that a few years ago. They have the capacity. I don't know under what circumstances they send unmanned planes into the storm, but they have done it. Big Bees is worried about northern Mexico and southern Texas with the GFS model. It shows it might stall and produce a lot of rain. Well, that is also a possibility too. It would have to stall though to produce a lot of rain, because overall, with this storm moving quite quickly so far, rainfall amounts have been pretty somewhat sedate. But there's the view as well, looking across the harbour at Kingston, showing more rain in the area. Let's look back at that radar. How is it looking now as we get more of the eye starting to appear? Now, I'm not sure about this. I think this might actually be, because we heard earlier that the radar on Jamaica's Met website isn't working. So I don't know if this is actually the Cuban radar that we're looking at. So
it does look like it.
I don't want to, so don't get too excited if you see the eye disappear a bit, because you've got the Cuban mountains which will be obscuring quite a bit of that. I think we're already seeing it there, that western side. Now, I was pretty sure earlier that there was a weakness in the southwest side, and I'm sure there was. But right now we can't really verify it on radar, because that southwest side is now in a bit of a radar gap. Nonetheless, some seriously heavy rain bands are entering the area now, and I'm surprised we've not seen more from Kingston yet, I must say, but we should be seeing some much stronger winds appear fairly soon. Of course, Kingston is quite insular in geographical terms. We probably seeing much stronger winds further off the more exposed locations, such as Poor Man's Corner, on towards Morant Bay and East Prospect. Those places right there, they could be getting hurricane force gusts along the coast. And then towards the Hellshire Hills, and then on towards the southern tip of Jamaica, Portland Point. Much less populations over there, which is good, but they're probably going to get the highest winds from this storm, which could reach well into hurricane force. Again, it's going to be a very dicey situation as to whether the whether the inner eye wall reaches the coast. It's still a big question mark, but at its current movement rate, it will miss. But only one jog to the north could put part of that land, part of that southern coast, into the inner eye wall. How big is Beryl's eye right now is another question that we received. I'm sure Recon gave numbers. Oh my.
My bad. I'm gonna mute.
What on earth? But I think right now it's somewhere near 20 to 25 miles. 35 to 40 kilometers. What does radar suggest about the eyewall structure of Beryl? I'm pretty sure it's got a big hole in it somewhere, possibly in more than one place. But Recon, of course, are in there and they're going to get better info than what radar can supply. And I'll see if they've got info about the eye size.
Sorry, that was the leaf blower in the background. It got so close.
That's okay. As long as you didn't get sucked into the leaf blower, we're fine.
Oh no, I did. I escaped.
We should get an update from AF306 shortly. They should be in the eye anytime now. And we'll get some more indications from them. Just looking around to see if anyone on the in our team communications are up to anything either. I don't think anyone's got any other info really, but we do believe that there's been about 17 fatalities from the storm so far as it was barreling through the Windward Islands, and actually 10 in Venezuela. We showed yesterday on one of our streams a viewpoint from there, which showed dreadful flooding and raging rivers in the northern part of Venezuela. So it really sounds like they've not had a very good time with it, with a lot of flooding and flash flooding. Okay, so how long do we think this hurricane might take in passing over Jamaica completely? So far we've been hearing that it's moving pretty quickly. Well, yes, still about 18 miles per hour in its movement right now, which is nearly 30 kilometers per hour. If we extrapolate that out, it will start to move away from even the westernmost part of Jamaica in about 10 hours, which would of course take us to 8 p.m. Basically, as it gets dark tonight, that should be when the storm starts to move away, but you may still be under its influence until late tonight. Not Mr. Popular was thinking of Emily 2005 as an analogue for Beryl, and our thoughts on that. You can compare it to lots of things. We started out comparing it to the hurricane of 1933, then comparing it to Ivan, then comparing it to Maria, then comparing it to whatever else, and now Emily's coming up, and Matthew, and a bunch of other storms. So Emily became a Category 5 in the Caribbean as it was moving on towards the west in 2005, July. I don't think there's much of a comparison. Conditions won't be as good. And if I recall, this storm will be a bit further south. And Obser says, are we going to go with 130 miles per hour or stick to 145? Well, NHC still going with that 145 mile per hour tag, pressure 954. We'll wait and see what they find with this next recon pass. It might give us some more info. And speaking of which, they have just made that pass, and the pressure is still rising. They just got a extrapolation of 955, and that was with a pretty light wind as well. So 955. As for winds, they got flight level winds on northwest and southeast of only 100 to 105 knots. They got SFMRs of 105 to 110 knots. So compared to earlier, quite unimpressive. Northwest and southeast quad there only supporting Category 3. But northeast should be still stronger than that. and southwest is probably still weaker than that, but really are starting to see a clear weakening trend continuing here. So what would I run with? Back to your question. I think 130 mile per hour is pretty safe for an estimate right now, really, considering that those higher flight level winds that they were citing on their update statement were a little while ago, and that they've receded quite a bit since then. Of course, we don't know the northeast quad, so still at least 130, but I don't really want to disagree too much with the officials whilst it's live. So let's just say it's still a category 4, and throughout that whole category you can have very dangerous storm conditions and still extremely close to the coast of Jamaica. Current estimate is now 96 kilometers off the coast of eastern Jamaica. 96 kilometers, that's just 60 miles as this storm presses in further back to Kingston. And you can see there once again, quite bleary and blurry there, with a lot of rain once again, another rain band in town. But still, as you just saw that little tree there, again, the winds don't appear to be very strong, but we are definitely getting sustained rainfall now in Kingston, Jamaica, as we continue to watch this imagery, these images. And back at the harbour there as well. Still a distinct lack of strong winds, and as we heard before, the airport was only, and still is, only getting about 10 knot winds. But I have to qualify that by saying that, you know, Kingston is in quite a protected area geographically. It's going to be places to the southeast away from these cameras, unfortunately, that are going to be getting the stronger winds. And I would suspect that there will be hurricane force gusts occurring along the coast to the southeast of Kingston at this point. But without seeing it, we don't really know. When will it reach Belize? Well, let's throw it back to the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone. The closest pass to Belize will be on late Thursday night, early Friday morning. In fact, the closest pass will be early Friday morning. Tropical storm conditions possible, but at the moment they are expecting the storm to make landfall quite a bit further north of you. And again, in the later part of that cone, could it be Texas? Hurricane up into the northern part of Mexico there, making landfall. The National Hurricane Center expect it will be a Category 1 by that point, but you've still got the wacky GFS and the wacky HWRF calling for a Category 3 heading straight for Texas early next week. Is it that surprising though? The HWRF has been one of the better models so far with this storm, which stunned most of the other global models. We're still watching those convective cloud tops continue.
Whoa, that was a terrible crack you just did there, Nathan.
That was a what?
You cut out so hard.
I was just saying that this is these are the cloud tops right now, swirling around Hurricane Beryl, the northern side of it, looking very impressive again with more deep cloud tops on that northern side, minus 86. But despite all that, what we've just seen from the aircraft hurricane hunters there, they got surprisingly low winds in their pass from northwest to southeast, getting maximums of 100 and maybe 110 knots SFMR and 105 knot flight level. Taking that in isolation, that would only suggest a low to mid-range Category 3, which is what the satellite supports too. But not forgetting that it is still coming off from higher winds earlier, so a bit of a lag, and the northwestern eye wall may still be stronger than that. So we're desperate for AF306, if they've still got time, to go and evaluate the northeastern eye wall again. They've already been through it twice, and this is the second time they've gone through the northwest as well. But unless there's a surprise bit of data from dropsondes, it sounds like it's gotten much weaker. There was a dropsonde at 53 minutes past, but they were still well outside the storm at that point. Although it might be of interest actually, because at that point they were probably near Jamaica. Let me figure out where that was. 17.7, 76. Oh yeah. So they dropped a dropsonde just off the coast of Jamaica, which might tell us information about the winds. They got at the surface 28 knots. So just off the coast there, they're still not getting those strong winds yet, only 35 miles per hour, and that must only have been about 20 miles offshore Kingston. So really not much higher winds there, but we certainly get the impression then that it's got a very tight gradient. The winds, if you get near the eye wall, will rise rapidly, but I must say I'm cautiously optimistic here that Kingston at least may not get super strong winds, but I would still currently expect a hurricane conditions and to hunker down as we continue to watch these cameras. A little bit breezier there. The storm is still a little way from making its closest approach. If I'm extrapolating the latest distances, it will probably make its closest approach to Kingston in 2 to 2.5 hours. And then you'll have the northeastern quadrant, which is bigger, of course, than the northwest. So you may actually get stronger winds on the backside of the storm. And so you'll have this ordeal for quite a bit longer, maybe 5 or 6 hours before things start calming down a bit. But as of right now in Kingston, still not a huge amount going on. A little bit breezy there. Persistent rain at times now by the looks of things. And that's really what we're looking at. Of course, in the more mountainous areas inland, we could have not only stronger winds, but heavier rainfall and increased runoff and the potential for flash flooding. But NHC said it themselves in their forecast discussion earlier, the on satellite imagery, the eye has all but disappeared. Well, that's pretty true. It's sort of there, but we're not really looking at the eye, we're more looking at all of the cloud tops that are surrounding it as we look at this imagery. I've completely lost my messages here. Again, a question about how long will Beryl, how long until it leaves Jamaica. Like I was saying, it will be after dark tonight is when the storm will start to leave the area. And how did Beryl get Category 5? Yeah, that's a good question. Everyone's scratching their heads, aren't they, over that? Well, conditions must have been perfect in the run-up to it. I can't explain it, but it looked extraordinary. Its small size will have absolutely helped. If it was a bigger storm, it would never have got to Category 5, maybe not even to Category 4. The fact that it's holding on still now is pretty crazy. In fact, you could argue the fact that it's still holding on as a Category 4 now is crazier than it actually becoming a Category 5 in the first place. It was supposed to be much weaker by now. And any update on the shear? We are still looking at close to 20 knots of wind shear around the storm at this point, which is marginal. Some storms manage. I mean, Beryl is, you know, sort of managing, although indications are that it is weakening. But some storms struggle a bit more. I'm just looking at the wind profile again, and it really is a very tight core. When Recon flew in, they found hurricane force winds on the northwest side at flight level. When they were entering the core, they only received hurricane force winds for about 6 minutes before they entered the eye. And then exiting through the other side, they got it a bit longer, about 10 minutes. And even shorter amounts of time on SFMRs. But we are waiting to see if we got any drops on data from that Air Force flight, but we don't have any news on that yet. So still waiting around on that one. And we still watch Beryl as it, you know, it's a almost never-ending nightmare, it feels like at this point, where it's still a very powerful storm with convection still lifting up on that northern side, a few bursts, some very heavy lightning periods, and just a new little flare up on that north side, which is producing a minus 88 cloud top there, which is the lowest I've seen so far from this storm. Minus 88, so really throwing up those cloud tops on that northern side, throwing everything at it by the looks of things according to satellite imagery, and despite that, it is still struggling. Latest ADT estimates, satellite estimates, indicate that the storm is only 102 knots. I don't know if they got the center on that. Yeah, I think they pretty much did. Well, they got close to it, but obviously Recon's still getting a little bit stronger than that, but still really impressive. And again, the big question here is just how close will it get to Jamaica? Every mile matters and every kilometer matters. We're talking about the eye first of all, which will extend out in all directions up to about 15 to 20 kilometers. Then after that, you've got the next layer, the eye wall, which contains the strongest winds up to 140 miles per hour or more, extending out probably up to 40 kilometers away from the center. Then you've got the storm force winds, well, the hurricane force winds, which will probably extend out about maybe 60 kilometers from the center. And then the storm force winds, which will probably extend out maybe 120 to at times 160 kilometers from the center. With all those numbers in mind, 92 kilometers is the number. 92 away from land is the center of the eye, and 123 kilometers away from Kingston. 130 kilometers now from Portland Point, I think it was called. And back to some webcam views around Kingston, the harbour area again. I know I've been looking at these 3 cameras to death, but pretty much all we've got right now, has to be said. Looking around Kingston, various rain showers. Looks like they may have entered a little lull again there now, but once again, really not seeing much in terms of strong winds. And that looks pretty still right there, but raining. You can see some rain falling. And again, the airport only getting about 10 knot winds so far. As I reported a few minutes ago, Recon They did drop a drop sonde about 20 kilometers off the coast of Kingston, and they found just over 30 mile per hour winds. So it's a little bit further than that before we get the worst conditions. Brady says, is it just me, or does the worst of the wind shear continue to outrun Beryl? Well, Beryl to an extent is probably pushing it along. Eba says, after it leaves Jamaica, does it have potential to organize more? A little bit. Big question is, how much intensity will it have left by the time it gets to, say, the Cayman Islands? And from that point, will wind shear hit it hard? Will it be able to sustain Category 3 status? I think there's definitely a possibility that it could re-intensify, maybe 5 or 10 miles per hour before hitting the Yucatan, if it goes right for Beryl. But it is still very much up in the air at the moment. Ever since day one, Beryl has overperformed. We would really like to see a moment or two here where it might just start to underperform. We'd very much like to see that. A comment, Hurricane Beryl looks like it's about to recover its eye. People have said that time and again in the last 6 hours, and it's just looked the same every time. I really don't think... I'm never really convinced that it's getting much... Unless I see some more convincing radar or recon data, I am not convinced by that at all. There may have just been a slight nudge northwest, though, on the latest radar frames. I'll let you make your own mind up looking at this imagery here, but perhaps a slight northwest jog there. And if it kept going in that direction, it would certainly give the southern tip of Jamaica the inner eye wall. Like we've been saying all along, it's gonna be a close one.
Oh, man.
Yes, Jose, you are still on the air. I don't think you want to be, do you?
Wow, I want to be here. Just getting tired.
A comment there that it looks like the mountains are doing damage to the storm. I would say no. I'm not seeing any evidence of that yet. I'm not really sure what you're looking at. Go back to the visible imagery and you can see the cloud tops swirling around once again. In fact, let's go to the visible imagery on my other source, which is a little less bright. There we go. You can actually see Jamaica a little bit better underneath all that too. And you can just see exactly where all those highest cloud tops are. And big burst all round the northern side of the storm as it's been approaching. So yeah, Kingston's still near the edge of all that. And large parts of Jamaica still on the fringes. But could it have possibly done a slight northwestward turn? Looking at satellite, I'm not sure. Let's draw some lines. The center point of the storm then, last few hours, has been moving this way. The edge of the eye wall, or the edge of the eye I should say, along those lines. And there's the eye right now. Keep following that motion. It's a very close pass to the southern part of Jamaica. But once again, you've then got the eye wall, which will be all this area moving along here, which again puts it extremely close to the coast. I drew that line wrong. And then even beyond that, you've got the hurricane force winds, which might extend out just that little bit further as well, which could deliver some very strong, dangerous winds to the coast in the next few hours. But the way it's moving along here, it's happening quite quickly now. and we should be seeing some of the worst conditions within the next 2 hours in some parts of Jamaica. But as we've been seeing on these cameras, periods of rain, but very little wind so far in Kingston. Feel free to share the stream whilst we're going along here. We're doing our best with this coverage today, and it's absolutely necessary. And how is Beryl's moisture bubble doing? Are there any signs of dry air intrusion? It's looking fine. I'm just wondering if there may still be weaknesses on the eastern side or not, but I'm not sure right now. I would say probably not. Aiden says, is it just me, or does it look like there's a possibility for TS force winds on southern Cuba, like the extreme outer edges? Chances of that are still around 25%, so it can't be fully ruled out. And more comments and questions about lightning there as well. Jose, are you seeing any more lightning?
Let me take a look. And yep, there is a lot.
Still quite a bit.
There goes another flash. There we go, much better.
Yeah, and look at that view, also showing off those extremely high cloud tops again, which is still very impressive. We briefly had a maximum, well, a minimum temperature of -88. Still got -85 right now. So
86, 87. There's some 86 and 87s in the around there.
I think it might be a little bit of an older timestamp that you've got there. It was around that before.
Yeah.
What time does that say?
I mean, this is now
11:40.
11:45.
Oh. Okay, we'll wait and see on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still more flashes going on.
I'm seeing it -85, but it doesn't make much difference. Look off to the eastern side there, though. There's a bit of a dry air channel by the looks of things there. Look at the amount of lightning in that other burst off to the right.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane as well.
You can tell like how this part of the eye wall has more lightning than the one down south. Like there's only one, but
The northern eye
pretty
wall.
much is strong. Yeah, pretty much is stronger up north.
The Air Force plane is flying north again, so it looks like they might be priming for northeast pass in relatively short order as well. They're flying a pretty tight circle around this. Just double check that did they get any new drop-ons? Not yet. But hopefully we're going to get another pass in the northeast quadrant, which is going to be very, I would say, quite important as we continue to watch this storm progress. Quite important to see what winds they can get on that side, because so far from what we've seen northwest and southeast, this only supports a category 3 right now. But I don't want people to get a false sense of security right there, because even if this storm magically weakened down to a category 1 right now, you'll still be getting probably those hurricane force winds, which could be very dangerous indeed. Let's see if we got some other comments right now then, and I can hear myself. Is shear finally getting to the storm? It has been at times, but it's not, it's not done a huge number on the storm. And that's what you'd expect from 20 knots of wind shear, really. According to Redneck Lover 22, Justin said if the storm stays south, it could re-strengthen to a Cat 5. I don't want to know. this is Beryl we're talking about, so I don't want to outright deny that. Anything could happen, but I would say it's very unlikely.
I don't know why I'm so sleepy all of a sudden.
Back to a live look in Kingston on those various camera views. Some waves of rainfall, but really nothing too exciting still at this point yet. Certainly haven't seen very strong winds at all in this region. Let's try and improve that camera view a little bit. It's a little bit dark, wasn't it, before?
Yeah.
That's a much better view. So we're still ticking down those kilometers to, well, it doesn't look like it will make landfall anymore, but its closest pass, whatever that ends up being. Latest indication right now, actually it hasn't changed very much. It's still 96 kilometers away from the closest point of land, 128 from Kingston, 134 from Portland Point. What is the cause of Beryl weakening right now? A little bit of wind shear, maybe a nick of dry air. But to flip that question a bit, what's preventing it from strengthening again is that the eye is struggling. There's weaknesses in the eye right now, and it's trying to figure that out. But at the moment, I don't think it's getting much luck, and wind shear may be preventing its eye from closing up again. But right now it's still looking quite impressive on radar imagery, and again I'm just wondering if there's been a little bit of a northwestward turn on radar. Can't say conclusively yet. It doesn't look that way on satellite though, so just gonna have to wait on that. What are the chances that Beryl holds on and makes a Category 4 landfall in the Yucatan? I think it is
Somewhat possible, but not really.
all right. Well, that's a decent
It
answer.
still has to deal wind shear. It still has to deal with wind shear.
Maybe
for a while.
20%.
Yeah. It's still got a chance, but like I said, it's just the wind shear it has to deal with for a good while. But yeah, it does have those warm waters and the heat ocean. I lost my word right there. Hold up.
Well, another viewer commenting that the cloud tops are getting colder. Just right now, northern part again, minus 87. Some really impressive, although very isolated cloud top temperatures. So once again, this storm really thrashing out right now and trying to produce some much higher cloud tops and more energy in there. But in the grand scheme of things, the eye really looks like it's getting worse and not better. So we saw another viewpoint from Jamaica just then. Well, the one we've been looking at. Another wave of rain moving through, reducing visibility in the area. Just waiting to see if Recon are going to make another pass. We don't have any update on that yet, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. If you've just joined us, they've kept Beryl at 145 miles per hour this morning and a pressure estimate of 954 millibars. The warnings were updated as well. Hurricane warnings were introduced in Mexico. Let's read out the advisory again here. Hurricane warning for Jamaica, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac, the coast of the Yucatan from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Hurricane watch for the coast of the Yucatan from Puerto Costamea to Chetumal and north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm warning for the south coast of Haiti still there, as far west as Anza de Haino. And those same areas that are under those hurricane watches also have a tropical storm warning. And a tropical storm watch down in Belize, as far south as Belize City, and over the rest of the Yucatan Peninsula there, stretching round to Campeche on the west side. Tropical storm watch. Some weakening is forecast during the next day or two. However, Beryl is forecast to be at or near major hurricane intensity whilst it passes near Jamaica later today. And the Cayman Islands tonight or early Thursday. Additional weakening expected thereafter, though Beryl is forecast to remain a hurricane in the northwestern Caribbean. Hurricane force winds extend up to 45 miles from the center. That's 75 kilometers, so already near the coast of Jamaica. And tropical storm force winds extend outwards up to 185 miles. I mean, you look at that, the wind field there near its current position, that yellow zone, that's where you could see tropical storm force winds right now at 954 millibars from Recon. And at times we're as much of a passenger as anyone else is whilst watching this live coverage as we look and see the evolution of this storm continuing throughout the day. But again, it's looking much more lopsided. North side, huge cloud tops extending all the way around there, at times approaching minus 90 degrees. South side, not much going on there, a little bit of a whimper really, especially right now. South side looks almost bare within those cloud tops, so not sure what's going on with that, but we know that Recon saw much weaker winds down on the southern quadrants earlier today. Christopher says that the Caribbean needs more radars. Aha! Fortunately, the Jamaican radar is under maintenance apparently. Does the fact that it won't make landfall matter much? Isn't the strongest part of the hurricane on the outer part of the eye, which will affect Jamaica? That's what we're watching very closely for here. We still can't confirm whether that outer part of the eye wall will reach land. It's going to be awfully close for the south coast of Jamaica, but increasingly as we watch every frame go by, the chance of the worst conditions reaching Kingston are falling. So a little bit of good news there. And of course Kingston's the capital city. Areas to the southwest there are much less populated, especially on that southern tip. It's much less population. There are still people there though. What's the possibility of storm force winds to affect Guatemala? Only about 5% there. So it's not very much for Guatemala. And will Old Harbor be affected? Yes. Probably going to get strong tropical storm winds, maybe hurricane force winds. Brady says, where would we prefer Beryl to make landfall on the eastern Yucatan when we take into account the various population centers in that region? I can tell you right now, if it follows right in the middle of the cone there, it is a very sparse area that projected landfall is. So right as you are is the best bet, because along that coast you have extremely tiny populations. The only town really there is you've got Punta Allen on the northern side and Punta Herrera on the southern side. Very small places, although if they did get an impact they may well be cut off from the outside world. Then when it moves inland a little bit, you've got the sizable town of Felipe Carrillo Preto, and then continuing inland, generally small towns over the Yucatan Peninsula, and as it weakens on, passing south of Merida and north of Campeche. So in general it's looking pretty good as far good as it could be if that exact track plays out. If it goes north, then it enters the more touristy areas from Tulum northwards to Playa del Carmen and Cancun, and southwards you end up getting towards the larger populations of Chetumal and parts of Belize. I think you need to go to bed, Jose. It's
I'm
like
good.
it's like 4 times in the last 5 minutes. I think we've been keeping count.
I don't know. It's almost noon. I don't know how I'm tired at this time.
Aaron says, will Beryl interact with 96L if its movement speed slows down? Well, it's a valid question. The answer's not yet, but it could, it could get a bit close for comfort by the time they're entering the Gulf of Mexico. By that point, you may well have Beryl obviously entering the Gulf, and 96L maybe somewhere over the Cayman Islands-ish, somewhere around there by that point. So it might get interesting further down the line. Once again, we're watching the storm creep closer, still moving more west than anything. And I'm really struggling to get a proper eye position on this now, on satellite. But it's slowly closing in, and stormier conditions are expected soon. Once again, looking at Kingston there in the rain, but still only very light winds.
Lightning is still going on into the eye wall. Yeah.
AF306 have just turned left, but they haven't gone straight back into the storm at the moment, but it's just made the turn, so they may still be turning. Unfortunately, it'll be another 10 minutes until we know exactly whether it is going back in northeast to southwest. Fingers crossed they are, because I think that'll be very important info when we get it.
They better.
They better.
They better.
But just a reminder, as the recent reports from Recon, their last pass, they got much lower winds. They went northwest to southeast. They could only find about 105, 110 knot flight level winds, and they could only find 105 knot SFMR, which would support a low to mid category 3. Satellite imagery suggests a low to mid category 3. Northeast quad might still be what keeps it a category 4 as we get towards this next update, and also watch out for that pressure pass to see if that's still increasing, because if it goes much further, it's getting towards 960, and it seems a bit silly to have a category 4 145 miles an hour like 958 or whatever. But we sort of had that earlier, didn't we? Cesar?
Well, Beryl's pressure has been really strange, keeping really high despite the wind speeds. The wind speeds and pressure correlation doesn't really match usually. But well, Beryl has been a relatively small cyclone, and as well staying at very low latitudes, so which explains a bit the reason of why the pressure has been high. But yeah, I mean, Beryl keeps weakening so far, at least by the recon. Possibly, don't know yet, Nathan, if they'll run it as a high-end Cat 3 by the next advisory. Probably they will, depending on how the readings get there. But yeah, I mean, it has been a really strange storm in many senses, of course.
We actually have the 12Z GFS now coming out. Let's see what it's showing. Oh boy. Well, it initializes the storm with a pressure of 980 millibars. So again, a stupid run from the GFS, which is completely not seeing the storm's intensity. Let's run with it though. Let's just move the screen. That's as far as it will go. What happens then? It moves just along the south coast of Jamaica. Why do I keep wanting to say Cuba? South coast of Jamaica there. Still as a powerful storm, although weakening. Looks like it does cling on to the western coast of Jamaica as it goes by. Then onto the Cayman Islands, weakening and then generally holding on to its intensity. A little bit of a southward jog there as it moves into the Yucatan, and then a big northward jog actually. And then obviously ignore the pressure on there and the strength. That's probably still a high-end tropical storm or hurricane. Moment of truth, where does it go? Oh, it's a landfall in Mexico. It's not Texas. And that is different to the last advisory, I'm pretty sure. Or last update. Yeah, look at that. 6C GFS had a bit of a doom scenario there. 969, probably a major hurricane into Texas. 12C, hopefully giving us the good ending with a much weaker storm into Mexico towards the end of that loop. That's Sunday evening. Tropical storm or Category 1 into northern Mexico. It looks like it stalls as it does that. We're just waiting for more frames to come through. And I'm sure it won't have gone unnoticed that at the end of this too, that's Invest 96, I think. Is it even Invest 96? I think it is.
I believe it is.
Becoming a low and a tiny tropical storm through the Cayman Islands there on Sunday night. We're waiting for more frames to come out on that, but that's the latest GFS run. So I'd be happier if the storm could make landfall further south at the end, because not biased against Mexico, Cesar, but it would mean that the storm has less opportunity to strengthen.
I mean, any possibility of Beryl not strengthening that much is good news. Unfortunately for Mexico, that means a direct hit, a second direct hit, of course.
Yeah.
I'm located in the northeastern part of Mexico, where supposedly Beryl is going to affect again another cyclone striking the eastern coast of Mexico. I mean, it's hopefully it won't get that strong, but of course here in Mexico a lot of people are waiting for more rain to come, since still we need a lot of water coming from the clouds. But well, let's see how it goes. But damn, I mean, it's the Gulf of Mexico, it's really like deceiving sometimes. It could make hurricanes, tropical cyclones to strengthen really quickly in a very rapid pace. So I couldn't say anything yet until it emerges the Gulf of Mexico. Definitely.
I can't fix the eye anymore. It's so poor on satellite now. I just can't fix it. I think it's somewhere around 93 kilometers off the coast of eastern Jamaica, about 120 kilometers from Kingston, and about 130 or 129 from Portland Point. But those latest images particularly showing that the eye is getting even murkier, at least on satellite imagery. And to compound that issue, radar isn't much help either when we look at this, because it's coming from Cuba. And so we're getting a bit of obscuration from obviously the landmass of Jamaica in the way. And so is it moving more northwesterly on that loop? I don't know. It's a tough one. But assuming it is, if it kept going in that direction, then the southern tip of Jamaica will get the inner eye wall. And how long until that happens? It would probably be in about 3 hours, or maybe 4 hours. 3 to 4 hours. So still a long way to go with this stream then, clearly. But we should be getting some new recon data soon, if they're doing it. We still don't know yet whether they're turning back into the storm or not, AF306. But the info that they did get earlier is that it is, I think, substantially weaker. Hold on a minute, we got some drop-sons. They got northwest eye wall. It was at 983, so it's quite far away, 79 knots. Then they got the eye, and they got 956 with an 8-knot wind. So that's 955, 956. Pressure, higher again. Then they got the southeast eye wall, 988, 71 knots. So again, the drop-son's pretty much in line with the data that we were getting from flight level, that the pressure is still going up at a rate of about 2 millibars per hour. And I just can't see it. I just can't see it being anywhere near 145 miles per hour anymore. When you've got a pressure creeping up still, it's been 145 miles per hour since the pressure was 946, or was it even 943? I can't remember if they dropped it by then or not, but you know, it's gone up well over 10 millibars or 10 millibars since it's been the same intensity. It just doesn't really tally. Brady says, oh, YouTube just scrubbed your comment. I've lost it now. Oh, there it is. How photogenic would you say that Beryl has been over the course of its lifetime? Oh, it has. It's been small, but it's been photogenic, especially on June 30th and July 1st. Those were the best points of this storm. And early on the 2nd. And have we seen the latest icon run? Alright, we'll look at some other models in a minute. Is Beryl the most unique hurricane for this hurricane season? Well, we've only had 2 storms so far, so it's a bit early to tell. But it is a pretty unique storm. Storms can be unique for all kinds of different reasons. This one is just pretty crazy in all manners. I'm not sure what else to tell you about that. Dorcasaur says that we've done great coverage again and thanking us. We really appreciate that. We slightly limited on resources, but we're doing our best right here. Just a few cameras that we've got to look at as we watch this storm move in. And again, still not showing hugely dangerous conditions in Kingston at this time, but strong winds can't be far away, and heavy rain at times as well. Could be flooding inducing. Alex is in Portmore right now. Not much going on, just light rain and a touch of breeze. Sounds about right. It's what we've been seeing here in Kingston Harbour. Does Invest 96L have any lightning in it? Question mark. I don't have access to it, but I'm sure Jose will be able to tell us in a minute. Between his next yawn, that is. And no other comments actually right now, but we're still waiting to see any further updates from Recon. We're hoping AF306 are going in for a northeastern eye pass. Fingers crossed. But essentially right now what we're saying is we think it's weaker. We don't.
There's fewer now lightning strikes, Nathan.
Oh really? Fewer lightning strikes in Beryl.
Yeah, there's fewer now. But still tons on this. I don't know. I think it's part of Beryl, but I think it's some dry air that separated it.
Look at it on satellite now. It looks pretty appalling. And then tons of lightning strikes there on the right. From that separated little cell thing, really. Matthew vibes, gotta tell you though, But someone was asking about the Investo 96L moving through the Windward Islands right now. What does that look like on that panel?
Let me take a look. Cause my computer is so slow at loading everything up.
Well, it's little and large, that's for sure. I mean, it looks quite good
Yeah.
though on its own there, 96L. I'm not seeing lightning.
Yeah, this is the reason why I'm gonna buy a new Mac soon. So
Handful of lightning strikes in there, not many.
oh, the camera's back up. The
Very
one
good.
that
Mystique.
it was
Well, the way things were there, I reckon they just got power outage and the camera probably did just fine. Looking back at Beryl now, and its enormous cloud tops that have been blowing up, they are still producing very high tops, minus 85 degrees, but the more we look at this satellite imagery, or in fact now it's minus 86 degrees, but the more we look at this imagery, the more the more trouble I'm having distinguishing where this eye is. It's getting to be a real problem now. Best estimate now is that the center of the eye is probably around 84 kilometers off the coast of eastern Jamaica, 112 from Kingston, 70 miles, and 120 from was it Portland Point, I think, was that southern point of Jamaica? Portland Point.
Wait, Nathan, what did you say about the power? Because my Mac decided to freeze on me again.
You lost power then.
Okay.
Well, the camera at Mystique, it must have had a power outage, because if the camera's fine again now, I'm sure it was fine all the way through, because the storm was so small. They probably got some hurricane force winds maybe, but I expect it wasn't too major. But well, what's on the camera? Is it? Can you see any damage?
I mean, I'm gonna give my Mac a few minutes to cool down real quick.
Dear, you're having real trouble.
Yes, I do. I don't know if it's because of pretty much all these tabs. Well, I never had problems with these tabs unless it's because I'm sharing screen, and when I use something a little too much, my Mac decides to.
I don't have it on my
crash on me.
display anymore either, unfortunately.
I think I can't get it real quick.
Some more thoughts from various people in our chat right now. Obser says that they think 130 miles per hour may be a bit generous now. Maybe.
Oh,
Huh?
oh, there looks like some downed trees.
Let's have a look.
There might
Here
be
it is.
because this area was like full of trees. I don't know if it got knocked down a little.
That's Mystique right now. Maybe looking a little bit scruffier after that hurricane.
Yeah, there's some trees that might be gone in the background. I mean, unless I can go look at the last live stream and then re-looking at this, then
Maybe.
probably I could tell some difference.
But that's the view of Mystique right now, which is underneath Invest 96L, which is basically a cluster of thunderstorms that are moving through the same area that Beryl hit a couple of days ago. Shouldn't become a tropical storm anytime soon, but it could be on the cards later next week.
Let me look at this one.
Back to our revolving camera in Kingston, and you can see again visibility reduced, probably light rain falling across the region there. That's what people have been reporting. Stefano says Beryl arguably looking better on visible satellite. Well, it's still hanging in there on visible. I don't know what to say about that. But what I will note there again is that it is... Let me try and enhance this image here. Because it's just very white, isn't it? There's not much that you can make out on there. We'll increase the contrast. Oh dear, it looks awful now. Maybe I went a bit too far.
The camera that I was using on class.
Sorry?
Yeah, the other camera doesn't work.
A little bit more helpful, that imagery there. I'm still fiddling about with the imagery. So you gotta wonder when you look at that whether it is indeed taking a significant northwest jog. Can't call it at the moment, but when recon enter the storm, if they take that other pass, of course we still don't know if they are, but if they do that next pass, we should be able to find out whether that's actually happening as they get their center fix. I should point out earlier though too, this was their last picture of that Air Force plane, and you can follow those fixes, the 4 fixes that they did in the storm, and you will note there at the end that 956 is northwest. So another pass would be very important to us here to figure out, 1, is the weakening continuing, but 2, is it actually taking a last minute turn towards Jamaica? You wanted to say something there?
I wonder what that boat is for, because yeah, the boat that in the camera, forgot the name of it, is bringing out cars. I don't know what's the reason for it. Probably because
bringing out
power
cars.
outages in the area. Yeah, this boat right here is I saw like 2 cars coming out of it.
What, driving out?
Yeah, driving out of the boat.
I think that's called a ferry. I don't know if they have a ferry service there, but it sounds like either that or supplies or something along those lines.
Supplies, I'm not sure.
Although actually looking at a map, I don't think there are any ferry routes for Mystique, so perhaps it is something more on the supply side of thing there.
Probably.
Yeah, don't know. Just trying to figure out where exactly that is on the island too. I think it is northwest. That's the only kind of pier that I can see. It's a very small island.
No?
Sorry?
Yeah. I don't think it's a car ship because it almost looks like a military car. Not a
Yeah,
military,
it may
but
well be.
somewhat almost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
could
probably
be.
might
Or
be
the
a
Coast Guard or
supplies,
something like that. Disaster relief.
Yeah.
If Beryl continues to wobble into the northwest, will it make a Jamaican landfall? If so, what would be the intensity? Would it be stronger than Gilbert? Big question there, isn't it? You see, this is it. I mean, I'm not sure this is still a Category 4 anymore, but we wait for further details. Satellite looks pretty appalling. And if it does, obviously Gilbert is the record setter for a Jamaican landfall. It made landfall in September 1988 with winds of 125 miles per hour. Beryl still estimated 145 miles per hour at the last update, but we think it may be much weaker now. Maybe. Possibly down to 130. But we're just speculating, really. And we don't want people to get excited about that because it is still, even if it weakened to Category 1, it's still got a quite expansive core, even though it is tight, and strong hurricane force winds and very strong gusts, even if the storm weakens, could cause major damage. Storm surge, that's a nailed on guarantee there that it will be around the 9 feet mark. And I think we're seeing it more now on satellite imagery too. This is a northwestward jog, it looks like. And that is not the news that we really want to hear.
Nathan, there's a question from, I can't pronounce, Lehazanzi. Is there any chance to see rapid intensification of the system behind this tomorrow?
Oh, 96L. Well, it needs to get some kind of core going if it's going to ever rapidly intensify, and it's nowhere near that yet. We got to get the thing named first. Ain't going to happen.
No, because Saharan dust is choking it, and pretty much I think wind shear is battling it with as well. So chances of that is low.
Tashik also with a message of thanks there as well, watching since Sunday. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for tuning in, and hope we're doing a good job. Incidentally, if anyone is interested in helping out our coverage or would like to help in some way or another, pool our resources together and the like, feel free to send us a message. You can email us, contact@force13.com, or you can contact us on our social media platforms. You can send us messages on Facebook or Twitter. I still won't call it X. And you can also contact us on Discord. The Force 13 has an account on there, or you can contact my personal account, Foycaster, Foy Caster is my name on there as well. So plenty of ways you can get involved, and our Discord server there as well, discord.gg/Force13 for tropical weather chat and other weather chat as well. I think we had all the questions there. Oh, is oceanic heat content fueling Beryl or not? It will play a part, but that's not enough to keep the storm going if it's struggling against wind shear and struggling with its core. Otherwise, we'd see storms forming all the time over these areas. We'd have probably had 6 by now. So I'm going to try and get a position estimate here based on radar for the first time, and I think we can place it approximately 70 kilometers off the coast of eastern Jamaica, and that would be 90 from Kingston, so getting closer and closer to you, Kingston, and 95 from Portland Point. And again, you can see that car going down there, pushing up a bit of spray. It certainly looks like they're getting much more rainfall down there now. And again, look at this radar imagery showing, was there a northwest jog? I think so. Is it still going? Possibly. But I think this little update here will push the northern eye wall over the southern part. That little bit that sticks out there, that's Portland Point, could get the eye wall. And if it does get the eye wall, then looking further west as well, Alligator Pond may also get it if Portland Point does. So keep watching very closely on that, but it still looks like very clearly that Kingston and almost all other major populated areas of Jamaica should avoid the worst winds, although they could still receive hurricane force winds. What do I mean in terms of the difference between that? The worst winds, we're talking 140 mile per hour sustained winds. Hurricane force winds are around 75 and higher as well. Does the core look like it partially recovered in the last few frames of Beryl? Just looking. I don't think so. I don't think it has. But don't forget, it's not just the satellite that we look at here, it's the other info that we get. Radar, half useful at the minute. Recon, we really want to see another pass from that Air Force plane, but we haven't had any updates for half an hour. I really don't know whether it was going to go for it or not. So we're really being kept hanging as we try and figure out whether they're going to enter the storm again. If you've just joined us, this is Force 13 Live. We're coming up to 10:30 in Jamaica, and no, it's not. It's 11:30 now, isn't it? 11:30. Time goes by so quick now, and we're watching Hurricane Beryl, which was given 145 miles per hour and a pressure of 954 millibars at the last National Hurricane Center update. Still extraordinarily strong, especially for the time of year, and is still likely to remain strong as it moves through the rest of the Caribbean Sea. The forecast predicts a Category 2 for the Yucatan, and hurricane warnings have been issued. So quite a few places still ahead of Beryl even after it passes Jamaica, but for the time being we're routed mainly to Jamaica coverage here, because of course it is right by you now. Of course, Jamaica has a sizable population of 2.7 million, and all of which could receive tropical storm force winds from this storm, which can be dangerous in themselves, with the stronger hurricane force winds affecting the southern half. Live view from Kingston, looking over the bay there. Still not getting particularly strong winds there, which is good news, but we do suspect that some of the more exposed areas out towards the southeast will be getting hurricane force winds by now. Magenta Skies says that when do we think Debbie will form? And what would happen if Beryl entered the Gulf of Mexico without hitting the Yucatan? Exclamation mark. Well, the next named storm, it could come from Invest 96L. Suggestions that it might form near the end of the next 5 days. And if Beryl does shoot the gap in the Yucatan Channel, then it's all bets are off. It's going to be a potentially very strong hurricane continuing on through over warm sea surface temperatures of the Gulf. And I think it would be potentially a big disaster in the making there if that happened. But it really shouldn't. Okay, it shouldn't happen. But we'll keep looking for it. Let's take a look then, just catch the end of that GFS run that we were looking at earlier. Let's see what else happened in that run. The good news on this is that the storm stays further south, Beryl. It doesn't actually make landfall in Texas, and it is relatively weak when it makes its final landfall, although we know how much the GFS has underestimated this storm so far and still initializing it wrongly at every turn. 980 millibars was the generation for it this time, which is completely wrong. It's actually around 954. Went through southern Jamaica, just very close by to the Cayman Islands, hurricane conditions on Grand Cayman. Through Cozumel, well, not quite actually, just south of there now. Cozumel getting storm force winds. Tulum maybe getting hurricane force winds. Through Yucatan, weakens, strengthens again as it approaches northeastern Mexico inland. Stored a little bit at first, but then becomes a very weak system afterwards. And look at this. This, I think, is Invest 96L, and now that's going into the Yucatan. And stays far south and strengthens a lot before it reaches Tampico for a landfall in the later part of that model run. Well, I've not seen anything like that before, but at least from this phase of storms, but that's that latest GFS. I'm not sure how it came to that conclusion, but that's what it's saying. Someone wanted us to check the icon before, so let's have a look. I assume it's got something bad on it since you wanted us to look at it. Well, first of all, it does a big jog northwest and makes a landfall in Jamaica. That's number one. Then it turns almost due west for a while and avoids Grand Cayman, at least with the strongest winds. And then a little bit north of the GFS and National Hurricane Center cone, near Tulum, and then into the Gulf, and strengthens a lot before it gets to Texas. And that there is a major hurricane landfall. And then it's probably still a hurricane there when it goes through Houston. Great times. That's the icon model. I knew it would have something crazy on it. 96L behind it, tries to develop, struggles, but it is in tandem with Beryl the whole time. I mean, look at it there, it's right next to it by that point, later on in the Gulf. Whilst we're here, let's look at some others then. The European model, ECMWF, that National Hurricane Center said that was a southern outlier. That actually has landfall in Jamaica quite clearly. And then through Yucatan, stays relatively far south. CMC, what does that one do? No landfall in Jamaica. Landfall in the Yucatan. Very similar to GFS actually, that one. Very similar. Almost identical, those two. So that's a little look at the crazy world of the forecast models. And we're still not getting any updates on the recon plane. So I don't know what they're doing, or if they're even in the storm anymore. Our team aren't saying anything in the background either, so I don't think anyone really knows about that right now. So we're left with this latest satellite imagery. There'll be another update from the National Hurricane Center in an hour and a half. That's when we will get the latest advisory. But it's still increasingly difficult to try and find the center on this storm now, at least from a satellite top-down perspective. It's just getting very hard to find. Best estimate now is that it's probably about 65 kilometers away from land, which is just over 40 miles. Switch back to visible and you'll see it again there. Possible northwestward movement continuing. Hey? That's quite impressive. If that continues, then could it be heading straight for land? Back in Kingston, the rain continues to fall. Although we're still not seeing particularly strong conditions here. But it is definitely raining quite a bit. And again, look at that. You see little trees down there at the bottom, barely moving. So it is still very calm in Kingston, but it is quite wet. And yeah, Ezra Smith said a minute ago, light rain in Kingston. Motive Lovely says that there is a curfew ongoing in Jamaica till 6 PM today, and that's why there's no one outside. Aidan wants to know when our live stream is ending. You want rid of us so quick? No, well, I don't know yet. We're probably covering... We're going to stay until at least it makes its closest pass and or landfall. And I don't know what we're going to do beyond that, really. We're just here for as long as we need to be, really. Where is Beryl located right now? How far from... Well, I just said before, about 65 kilometers from the coast of Jamaica. About 87 kilometers from Kingston, 96 from Portland Point. And Some people reckon that you've been snoring, Jose.
Hmm?
Some people reckon you've been so tired you've been snoring on air. I didn't hear it.
No. I'm still here just looking at my phone at the same time. Just my eyes have been burning already. I don't know why I feel sleepy all of a sudden.
All right.
I guess coffee didn't work.
It's going to be like that for a lot of people today, I think. Lots of time spent poring over all of this right now.
Oh, man.
So, we're still tracking Beryl as it approaches the coast of southern Jamaica. This is Force 13 Live, and we will be here for as long as it is making that approach. Let's see if there's any new radar images right now. Here is the latest, and again you'll see that it is actually looking pretty good there now on that eye. Certainly the northern side is well and truly present. Southern side we just can't really tell. I think it's just because it's the far side of the radar. Maybe a gap in the southeast side, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to give any kind of intensity advice based on this radar, but direction though, look at that. That is a pronounced northwest turn here, and that is curving straight towards the Kingston area if it keeps going like that. This is a bit of a turn up for the books right now because it is clearly going northwest, and that means it would be making a beeline for land, and if it kept going in that direction we would have landfall near Kingston in about 2.5 hours.
Alright, that's enough time for me to sleep.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm joking. I'll be here until this.
So that is a big wobble. We're going to be watching that super closely as to whether that movement continues, but it really looks like their radar and visible, what much we can see on visible there. We've enhanced that imagery, by the way, to try and give you a little bit of a clearer look at the eye. It is very hard to discern unenhanced because it's so clouded over, but it really looks like it's moving northwest at this point, and that takes it straight towards land. We'll keep watching these webcams. Again, still winds are very light.
I can't even see the eye wall anymore on this visible satellite.
It's there all right. Alexia says, how big is the wind field? Well, it's supposedly up to 185 nautical miles, or normal miles actually, statute miles, the storm force winds. Now that doesn't mean that everywhere within 185 miles of the eye will get storm force winds at every minute, all at the same time. It means that you may get some sustained winds at some point. Or that it's possible in all of those areas. And the hurricane force wind field extending out, I think 40 or 45 miles, which, you know, with these latest position estimates, the southeastern part of Jamaica, southeast of Kingston, they should, if not now, very shortly, be in the hurricane force wind field, and that should spread to Kingston theoretically within an hour if that northwestward movement continues. As you can see, visibility is down, rainfall is up, but still the winds are very light. There's the view down at sea level, and visibility very poor. And a wider shot from this little marina here in the in Kingston Harbour region. So yeah, people are saying it's very ominous. It certainly is. the latest movement of this storm. Very, very ominous. If I was to draw a line here, you know, earlier on, it started off around, oops, it started off here, and then as we chart its movement, look at that. From that point there, it does that. It goes up that way. Is it temporary? Is it longer term? That's the big question. Will it go back westwards like that? And if we turn the satellite off or switch it to something else for a bit, oh, there it is, then that's still okay if it goes back westwards. Or is it something more permanent where it goes straight northwest, and that would take it right there? Or a blend of the two, where it might just curve back and might just give a glancing landfall there to the very southern part of the island. Big question marks here, and we don't have the answers. I know that's frustrating, but we have to watch it as it happens to try and figure out how this is going to play out. But at the moment, it's looking very concerning that northwestward motion has happened all on its own just there. What have Recon done? Something's happened with Recon. I'm trying to figure out where they are now. They went through. They did another I-pass. Air Force 306 did another I-pass, but we've got fragmented data. We have what they got in the northwest eye wall. They got 110 to 115 knot SFMR, and they got just over 115 knot flight level wind. So it looks like north. I'm confused. But the extrapolated pressure, I think, is in the upper 950s. Maybe 956, 957 now. I'm really confused by the whole thing. There's been a loss of data. But they've definitely been through the eye again. And I think what they must have done... I'm really confused as to what they've actually done here. I think they must have gone in northeast, circled around the eye a bit, and then gone out northwest in their latest pass. But unfortunately, frustratingly, we don't actually have that northeast pass data. Only what they found in the northwest, and it was a few 115 knot winds flight level, and they got extrapolated 956 in the center. So that's what they have found. But I don't know if we're ever going to get that data, but we don't have the northeast data. It's gone missing. Bit frustrating that. But on the northwest side, they got a better wind, up to 115 to maybe 120 knot flight level. SFMR 110 to 115. But that still tells us really that at best this is 130 miles per hour based on that data without having the northeast info. We really need that northeast pass info to give us anything different. But that's what we've got right now based on that new data. Not much, I'm afraid, to work with. So once again, looking at satellite imagery, watching this storm curve northwest in the last few frames. How long will it last? Every minute that storm continues northwesterly increases the chances that Jamaica receives the eye of the storm or its strongest winds. And I think Kingston will just avoid it but I think some other parts to the west will get it if this keeps up. And we've not got much time to work with, you know. I think the eye of the storm must now be about, if it kept going in a straight line, that it would make landfall in about 2.5 hours. That would be the center of the eye. So really, you could be talking 1.5 to 1.75 hours for the strongest winds. So closer and closer, if that trend that's just started gets properly established and continues. So could be getting on to bigger impacts soon. Well, these have stopped working for the time being. Let's stick with this camera right now. Looks like it's getting wetter there, although I was going to say blustery, but not really. Those trees once again down the bottom aren't really moving. So again, a live view in Kingston where visibility is much reduced. You can barely see across the bay now, and rain is falling. Some oranges on the radar entering the area shortly, so the rain is expected to pick up further. But the more we look at Beryl now on satellite imagery, which I'll show you again shortly, it's a massive mess. It really is. But a massive mess with very high cloud tops. We just had another cloud top reading of -88. Which is very low. Let's see if we can get some questions right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text and we can take your questions live on the air. Stefano says Morant Bay is reporting 47 mile per hour winds. And Sebastian is going on a cruise in 10 days and the hurricane is going to where I am going. What should I expect? I don't know. I imagine your cruise operator will be able to tell you anything you need to know about whatever's happening there. But you won't get a hurricane whilst you're out because these two will be gone. Well, Beryl and 96L will be gone by then. Why is the southern part of the storm so weak? Another question there. Yeah, good question. It's been weak for a long time, but it's looking really appalling now. There's hardly anything there on that south side. Oh no, false alarm. I thought we got the missing data from the recon plane, but we didn't. They've just updated with some more data, but obviously they're outside of the storm now. But they aren't heading home yet by the looks of it. They are flying along the western side of the storm again. So it looks like they might be gearing up for another. And maybe because that data wasn't, maybe they had data problems themselves and they might want to go through it again perhaps. They might be going in for a southwest northeast pass soon, and that would be very useful if we could get that, because the whole thing right now hinging really on what's going on in that northeastern eye wall, because the best we've got right now is 115 knot flight level winds and 110 to 115 knot SFMRs, which 130 mile per hour category 4 at best if that turns out to be our OBS. And that extrapolated pressure that last time was 960. Is that right? I think it was a bit lower than that.
It was lower. I heard 956 the last time.
We do have some dropson data. Let's see if we got anything interesting here. They got the northeast eye wall, 986 millibars, so still quite far out, 90 knots. Then they got the eye, and they got 960. Oh, that'll be the dropson then. 960 millibars with winds of 12 knots, so probably 959. It sounds like this storm is collapsing.
Oh, thank God.
And northwest eye wall, though, 982 millibars, 100 knots. So the dropsons would suggest that the northeastern eye wall shouldn't be at least much stronger than the northwest. So this suggests to me that this storm is at best 130 miles per hour and probably less. And a pressure somewhere near 959. Latest ADT satellite estimates still hovering around the 115 mile per hour range, which obviously is much lower too. So fingers crossed this storm is substantially weakening, but one big caveat to that is that looks like it is moving and has curved northwest and could be about to make landfall in Jamaica. You heard Maury just then. Welcome aboard. Obviously hearing that information, a little bit of good news, but still looking as though it will be a very powerful landfall. This camera isn't working at the minute, I don't think. I'm not sure if those cameras have stopped already. We have three. Two of them are struggling right now, but we've still got this one which is running out in the marina area. But still, once again, of course they're getting lots of rain. It's hard to tell how much when you're looking at this, but they're getting lots of rain. But in terms of wind, very little still at this point, with the hurricane pretty much right on top of you there in Kingston. Still very calm winds. Start your message with Force 13 all in text and we can take your comments live on the air. Thoughts on 91E's appearance? Last time I looked at it a few hours ago, it looked dreadful, and I'm not going to entertain it. Could Beryl be fighting the wind shear to keep Category 4 intensity? That's what it is fighting. It's starting to lose that battle, I think, at the minute. When will it make landfall? If it keeps going straight towards land right now, which it might be, northwest, it will be 2 to 2.5 hours. And apparently someone in the chat there saying that those cameras may have already lost power outages already.
Oh.
It can't be wind-driven power outages, though. What's going on?
Maybe the rain?
I don't know.
Maybe the rain is weighing down the power lines, or maybe there was an electrical transfusion. I don't know, I'm not an expert in that category.
Same.
What are the odds this is the latest starting Eastern Pacific season of the satellite era? Well, it's pinning its hopes on Invest 91E, isn't it? If that doesn't form, then it's curtains for the Eastern Pacific hurricane season. No, not it. But it is would be the latest start in the satellite era if we don't get an Eastern Pacific storm by July 6, just 3 days away. So this system that's got a 40% chance of forming over there, that's the last chance. And then after that, it would be the latest start since 1957. And with nothing on the forecast after this little system too, we could easily get to July 15th and even beat 1957. After that, we'd have to go back to 1953, which only saw its first Eastern Pacific storm in August. Although, without satellites and without that many ships over there, I reckon there may have been more than that. Of course, that season only recorded 4 storms in the Eastern Pacific, so that's highly sketchy. Logan says, what do we think about 96L, that area of interest that's moving through the Windward Islands right now? Well, it's certainly going to be causing inclement weather in those areas that were already impacted by Beryl. It looks pretty decent. We were looking at it earlier. Not much lightning in it. And I don't think it will manage properly for a little bit, though. If it does form, it looks like it will be in the Western Caribbean. West of Jamaica, probably, actually, near the Cayman Islands. So, a lot of people talking about the power company now over there in Jamaica. Must have a reputation. Well, we're still watching this storm as it inches closer to the shoreline. It's still a very powerful hurricane. We don't think it's as strong as it was. We still don't know for sure, but we have... Oh, hold on a minute. I think they have pieced together the rest of that recon data. So they did get the northeast quadrant, and they got nearly 130 knot flight level wind and 110 knot SFMR. So still quite high flight level winds, and I think based on that it's probably a fair assessment to give it 130 miles per hour on that data. And they still may do another pass yet as they are moving along the the western side of the storm, that latest recon plane AF306. They've already made at least 5 eye intercepts in their mission and could be going on to make a 6th. If they continue southwards there, and might turn northeast again and try and get another pass out. Of course, it's also getting obviously very close to land, so they're probably running out of time to do any further recon passes. So this is Force 13 Live. If you've just joined us, we are watching Hurricane Beryl, still a very powerful Category 4 storm, and is set to reach Jamaica very shortly. If you're wondering about the faces behind the voices, we don't show ourselves very often, but we're here. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio. I'm joined by quite a few people in our discussion right now. We have Cesar, Maury, and Jose, and we're also joined by Jack now as well. And we're all watching this storm as it piles into Jamaica as a powerful Category 4 still at this point. Obser is wondering whether we will diverge from the National Hurricane Center and call 125 or 130. I don't think so. It's an hour until the next advisory. I think we'll be waiting out for that to see what they say, and we'll just run with what they have. But definitely weakening. Pressure is going up about 2 millibars an hour. Latest estimate pressure there, somewhere near 959 millibars probably. I just cannot see it being a Category 4 with a pressure like that. And I can confirm that AF306 is going in for another pass. It's going from southwest to northeast, I expect. And they're just entering the southwestern eye wall again now. They made a very tight triangle as it passed northwest and then moving south and now going in again northeast. Southwest to northeast. So we'll get some more data coming up very shortly, and that will be a very rapid turnaround, that's for sure, between eye passes. Could be a very important pass coming up, and I'm sure it will be very important for the National Hurricane Center as they put together their data for their next advisory. I don't know what's happened to the satellite there, but it's disappeared in the last frame. Oh, I see what's happened. It's because they've moved the floater. So don't panic. You can see here what happens. What have they done? They've moved the floater to Louisiana. Why have they done that? They already lost interest. Apparently they've moved the floater to Louisiana, everyone, so it's the rapid scan
What
imagery.
floater?
The
What floater?
the mesoscale floater.
Oh. Yeah, I guess they lost interest, or
No.
maybe they're setting up for maybe when it reaches the United States. I don't know.
It might be a brief glitch. They might be switching to mesoscale too. We'll figure that out when we get to it here. But this is the latest satellite image of the storm. Let's hop on to... Can we see it on the CONUS imagery? Is it too far away, I think? Oh no, we can. We can see it on the 5-minute imagery here, at least, for the time being, whilst we wait and see what they do with that rapid scan. And again, showing just how that storm is looking. The eye is invisible at this point. It's gone missing on a satellite perspective, and really struggling. But from a visible perspective, though, it is still quite visible, no pun intended, as it moves possibly northwestwards, certainly what radar is indicating. And let's look back at that right now. It looks like it's curving back westwards again in that latest frame. There's definitely a big pronounced northwest turn and possibly a little turn west again in those latest frames. But currently right now we anticipate that the eye of the storm must only be about 62 kilometers from the coast of Jamaica, and it would be 62 kilometers from Poor Man's Corner, so not much further to Kingston from there. Distance from Kingston 76 kilometers, and for forgot the name of that place now, Portland Point, it is 74 kilometers, so drawing ever nearer. And again, looking back at that video live stream, showing the viewpoint there from the marina there. I think this is on the Port Royal side, somewhere around there. Someone heading out in a boat, don't know why. But that's the live view. Heavy rain there, but still really very little in terms of wind. So it can only be a good thing, but we expect to see some kind of change to that soon, with the strong winds getting very close to the region now. Let's see if we can get some more comments. Looks like the Atlantic is taking all the Western Pacific storm energy. You could say that, but where was it last month and the previous month? Well, apart from those two storms we had in the Westpac, I mean, pretty quiet all around until this. Blurry Cat says, what are the chances that it will re-intensify into a major in the Gulf? Well, latest model runs look like they may have backed off a bit, but I would still say there is a chance there. And that's about all we've got for questions at the moment. Feel free to send them in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text as we keep looking at this camera. Obser says that they say the storm is 130 miles per hour based on the data from the recon. That 130 is fairly safe, and I would agree with that. 130 is probably the best bet for this storm right now. National Hurricane Center will update at the end of this hour with any new information that they've got and their analysis, and whether there's any new watches or warnings that come into effect. But probably not, because they did a big update a while ago. And don't forget, it's the national agencies that issue their own warnings, and National Hurricane Center takes that and puts it in their advisory. Reminder of where the warnings are now. Hurricane warning still for Jamaica, of course, Cayman Islands, the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula now, from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Hurricane watch for the Yucatan from south of Puerto Costamea to Chetumal and from Cancun to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm warning for the south coast of Haiti still, westwards to Anstahino and the coast of the Yucatan in those same areas that have those hurricane watches. And a tropical storm watch for Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City and the coast of the Yucatan from Cabo Catoche to Campeche. Swiveling round the coastline there. I'm going to be taking a couple of minutes out here because I've been pretty much non-stop for the last 6 hours. We've got a few people on our team in our presence right now, so I'll throw it over to you guys to talk about Beryl and whether you think it is weakening and by how much. And I don't think my mic was on for the last few minutes. Let's start with Cesar then. Tell us about what your thoughts are with Beryl moving northwestwards towards Jamaica and weakening, possibly.
You cracked up a lot, Nathan. I didn't even hear what you just said.
All right, we'll start again then. Hurricane Beryl was 145 miles per hour, the last National Hurricane Center update, now moving towards briefly jogged towards the northwest and now heading, looks like still west-northwest though in those later frames, getting very close to Jamaica. Open the floor to whoever wants to talk about it. How much is the storm weakening, if it is very much? Well, it is obviously, but where do we go from here, basically?
To be honest, yeah, I mean, you're actually right. It's been weakening the past, 6 hours since we started streaming. It's been weakening a lot, but it's been strange how the National Hurricane Center is still keeping a winds of 145 miles per hour with a insane high pressure, insane pressure, which it doesn't seem right. Like when the National Hurricane Center came out with the advisory of the I was expecting like 130 miles per hour winds or probably high end Cat 3, but then they stuck with 145 miles per hour, which was kind of not right. But the system has been weakening a lot and pressure has been rising. So, and seeing the movement of it kind of west northwest, I'm pretty sure it might get a little closer to Jamaica. But yeah.
New recon data has just come out. We see about 121 knot flight level winds. So I don't know what that translates to, but definitely still pointing towards a weaker storm. And we can see with all of the imagery that this storm really is collapsing, likely due to wind shear, and also because of that upper level cyclone, the upper level anticyclone that used to power this cyclone has gone away from it now. So that probably isn't the main reason. The main reason is likely wind shear. However, we are still watching the system for any jogs towards land. But it does seem like we are experiencing a much weaker system, which was inevitable with this system being unable to persist for a long time, as no systems are able to. But yeah, we're just watching this system as it continues to weaken.
Another iPass from AF306, 956.2 extrapolated. And maximum winds in the southwest, they got... oh, this is a strange one. Maximum winds in the southwest, only 80 knots, but a 105 knot SFMR. And they've gone east now, not northeast, they've gone east, and they just got a 120 knot flight level, but only 90 knot SFMR.
Curious.
That's
So
weird.
A
I don't get
proper mix up in observations right there.
yeah, I don't get the variation between SFMR and the flight level winds.
That
I
is
mean,
strange.
there should be some, but that's extreme.
And the temperature in the eye of around 20 degrees there.
Hmm. That's oddly strange.
Let's go back to this imagery of the storm right now. Visible plus infrared. But it's not looking very good on a satellite perspective. I'm really not sure what to make of those new observations then. I expect that it would still support. I think I would still go with 130 miles per hour if I was going to be doing the NHC update, which I'm not. Just wondering what they've done with the rapid scan though. Where's the other one, Meso 2? I can't actually see where that even is. Oh, that's way up in the US. So they've put both meso floaters over the US, which I guess, but there is a major hurricane hitting Jamaica. Quite important. So we're left with the less impressive imagery that we get, the 5-minute imagery from the CONUS band. And I'm having to readjust my other files as well to try and give you more updates on the storm's position. Let's see if we can take a look at any new radar images. There it is, back towards its original movement by the looks of things. It gave us a bit of a scare with a big northwest jog. As it is right now, it still looks like the northern eye wall will miss Kingston, although it could still clip the southern tip of the island. I keep forgetting the damn name now. Portland Point. And then further on, if it kept moving west-northwestwards, it could end up going near Alligator Pond. But as it stands right now, it is looking as though we won't be having a landfall.
That's good that we won't see a landfall because, since with the strength of the storm, it can do more destruction if Jamaica's going to enter the eye. But mostly, it's going to be kind of bad since that means that there's nothing to weaken it more. Because the only way to break a weaken is if it hits Jamaica and comes over land, that can weaken it. I mean, the wind shear is doing its job. It's weakening the storm a lot. But it's not that much enough. So it might hold on to its strength for a little while before it starts to weaken and drop until, it reaches the Yucatan.
Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we can take your comments live here. Christopher says that this storm is giving us mixed signals, and I don't like it. Yeah, there's not much to like about it. Could the eye relocate towards the northwest? No, eyes don't relocate. Circulations can relocate in the early stages of tropical cyclone formation, but a storm of this strength, nuh-uh, won't be happening. We're looking at the last webcam that's still up right now in Jamaica at the moment, because there have been some power outages, or I don't know if it's out or if it's been switched off, but power's out in part of Kingston right now, but we still have this camera point right now, and you can see a lot of rain still falling there here. But yeah, despite that, still very little in terms of wind, which is pretty crazy given just how close it is to the center of the storm at this point. We had a dropson from the western eye wall earlier, and it got 109 knots at 975 millibar, not quite at the ground. So let's call it let's say it's 105. So still decent there. I think that could still justify that 130 miles per hour. Waiting to see if they got a proper eye drop sonde as well in their latest pass, but we're waiting for more data. We only had what they got on the western flank. It is nearly 20 past 12 in Jamaica right now, and we are waiting for the National Hurricane Center's update, which will appear at the end of the hour. And they are probably waiting for more recon data, but surely at the next update they will have to drop that intensity at least a little bit. The latest being 145 miles per hour, 954 millibars at the last update at 11 AM Eastern Daylight Time. And it's been a little while since we had anything supporting that from the aircraft data and the pressure now. All the way up probably to around 959 millibars, close to 960. And we've just received the eye drop sonde, just a second. 959 with a maximum of 6 knots, probably less, so it sounds like a good bet there. 959. You know, I don't think you can't go 145 for 959, can you? So I think they're going to be dropping that intensity, but it is still fairly strong. I'm sure they will keep Category 4 when they do their update at 2 PM Eastern Daylight Time. But it is thankfully a bit weaker. But if it does make landfall at 130 miles per hour in Jamaica, that still makes it the most powerful hurricane to make landfall in Jamaica's history, beating Hurricane Gilbert, which made landfall with winds of 125 miles per hour. And look at the damage it did, although of course it was much larger. Jennifer says, what is the projection right now for how strong it will be when it hits the Yucatan Peninsula? We've been talking about that on and off, and there's the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, Thursday night into Friday morning. As for its strength, though, there's still a lot of uncertainty surrounding it. Category 2 is the best bet right now, but it could be a bit higher. Ah, that's the floater that shifted there now. There was the hurricane for a brief period. So we're still watching this very closely here. Hurricane Beryl still with huge cloud tops, by the way, on that northern side. Really blowing up on the side facing Jamaica. Just latest... oh, wow. Minus 89 on that latest cloud top reading. That's a new low during this storm. So extremely impressive there, minus 89 degree cloud top, but it comes at the expense of this storm having a visible eye on infrared, and also at the expense of the south and southeastern side of the eye wall, which is really struggling. So it's not necessarily a sign of strength. So, pretty crazy storm, still continuing, drawing ever nearer to Jamaica. It feels like it's been going on forever. Back with that viewpoint there from Kingston, looks like visibility's improved a little bit, so the rain might just be calming down a little, but obviously it will only be temporary. And I'm just checking the radar again. It is definitely passing by to the south. I think I can say with some conviction now that Kingston will be avoiding the eye wall of the storm, so a small victory there. And there is getting to be a fair chance that all of Jamaica will avoid the eye wall, but at the moment it still looks like Portland Point and Alligator Pond could just clip the edge of the inner eye wall, so still could get really dangerous conditions in those two locations for a short period. Of course, if there is another jog to the north, then that might change things again for those last two places, but I can say with some good certainty at this point that Kingston will be avoiding the inner eye wall, which contains the strongest winds, and I've made that conclusion based on what we're looking at here on this radar. Still can't tell for sure that south side whether the radar is picking it up properly or not, but if it is true, the southern side is very bare, and that would make sense given what we see on satellite. But the northern side's still quite strong, although not as strong as earlier, but that could also be a feature of the radar, as I think it's still looking at Cuban radar, and obviously Jamaica is in the way to give us proper data. Alright, let's switch back to this imagery once again, and I'll open up an opportunity here to the team. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything about the storm right now, but the floor's open.
Well, like I said, the storm is what I'd say that the storm is one of the most interesting and most powerful storm I ever seen in my entire time of studying and understanding hurricanes. But yeah, like it's just so shocking how it's managed to survive through the Caribbean Sea with those wind shears, and it's still holding on so well, but it's weakening, but holding at least. So now we're just gonna wonder if this thing will hold by the time it goes over to the Gulf, which is a question that I'm still thinking if it's gonna hold or not.
Yeah, I really don't know where we go from here. Could it be the start of a complete capitulation of this storm and rapid weakening? Would be nice, but we know Beryl's history, and I don't think we can ever trust Beryl to behave normally. Do we believe Hurricane Beryl will be the strongest hurricane this season in terms of wind?
Well, I mean, it is July, so we still got another 4 more months to go. There still might be another hurricane out there that could be more stronger than Beryl.
It did get to 175 miles per hour.
Yeah, but like something, I don't think it's going to be the strongest. There's probably going to be something that ties.
Really?
Because seeing as this is so early in July, obviously everyone was crazing about how active this Atlantic hurricane season is.
The sea surface temperatures are only going to get warmer, and you also might get less of that dry air intrusion, so a system will have much more capability. Maybe it will be better forecasted than Beryl. Maybe we'll actually be forecasting a Category 5 this time with the next storm, but I do believe that we are. even though if it hits land, that's the real question to be asking.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing I said about the South Hemisphere in 2022 to 2023. It's like complete, and I mean that goes for 2023 worldwide as well. It's like it's quality over quantity, to be honest, because the activity in the Atlantic hurricane season has obviously, as we know, been late start, weak, and same goes for the Eastern Pacific and the Western Pacific actually as well. So there's definitely a chance for there to be another contender to tie with Beryl's status or to beat it completely later in the season.
A lot of people earlier were talking about Invest 91E, and now that we do have satellite daylight imagery of it, well, it does look better. It's getting some good rotation going there. Cloud tops aren't amazing, but certainly got a good structure starting up, and that may well become a tropical cyclone. Eastern Pacific desperately needs it because it's at real risk of becoming the latest start to a hurricane season in the Eastern Pacific in the satellite era. Keep watching that one. It shouldn't be a huge threat to land, only a glancing tropical storm threat for the coast of Mexico.
Out of curiosity, what is the latest start to an Eastern Pacific season?
It depends how far you want to go back, because obviously records aren't very good at all when you go. But in the satellite era, it was 1964, which had its first storm on July 6th.
Oh, wow.
Yep, it's now or never for the Eastpac.
Fast approaching.
It sure is. But mainly we're looking at Beryl and of course its approach to Jamaica, which is really happening right now. It's almost making its closest pass to the capital, Kingston. You can see again on this radar imagery just how close it's getting. No new frame yet, unfortunately. But if I was to just look, because we can't really see the eye on satellite anymore, so we're going to try and use radar to help us figure out where it is. And I would place it then, based on that info, probably about 52 kilometers away from land, near Poor Man's Corner. About 61 kilometers from Norman Manley International Airport, 63 from Port Royal, 65 from Kingston, 66 from Portmore, 72 from Spanish Town, 76 from Old Harbour, and 61 from Portland Point. So very close, this storm. Tropical storm force winds should be occurring all along that south coast there, all of those yellow areas basically. As we've been watching these viewpoints, it's looking a little bit calmer again in Kingston actually. So we look at this imagery, so no idea what's going on there. But power is out at two of the other cameras that we were watching earlier, so they're gone for now. But it still looks calm, doesn't it? And very, very light winds. Now, we know that the Kingston area is in a protected area. It's got, a natural break with that spit of land that moves across. And, of course, it's quite buried northwards within the coastline. So if we're really looking for those strong winds, it's either the hills or more exposed places like the Hellshire area, Hellshire Hills, Poor Man's Corner, which I just mentioned, and points eastwards towards East Prospect and obviously towards the eastern tip of Jamaica. And then, of course, Portland Point. These places could all get sustained hurricane force winds and maybe higher. And then later on towards Alligator Pond, as the storm squirms westwards, and then maybe towards the Savannah-Lamar area and the western tip of Jamaica as well, depending on how much it moves northwest. Although if it moved a bit further west by that point, it might pass by you quite quietly as well. But at the moment, This is Kingston. A lot of rain, it seems. Can't really see exactly how much, what rain rate we're looking at there, but looks like a fair bit. But still, winds are calm. We should have a National Hurricane Center update soon. We have an just a second. We have had a second eye drop sonde, which got 959 as well. Are they identical? I think they're identical. And then there was a drop sonde in the eastern eye wall, which only got 991 millibars, so it must have been quite far out. 78 knots there. So still nothing crazy from these recon passes right now compared to what we saw earlier, and definitely when you look at the charts, a weakening trend is certainly underway. Pressure estimate still somewhere around 959 millibars, but I think the NHC are going to have to weaken this storm a little bit at the next advisory. What will it go down to? Not sure. I would probably keep 130. They may still keep 140. I'm not sure what they'll do with it, but 959 millibars looks to be the pressure that they're going to go with. Orlando's now joined us as well. Have you been watching all of those recon flights this morning, and how do you feel it's progressed?
I think it's very interesting how much it's maintained so far. I mean, we're looking at the best case scenario. I mean, if it was expected to be a lot weaker by this point, but over the past 24 hours, it's definitely done not that. That's the best way I could put it. Still getting sheared, and there is some dry air coming in, disrupting the core, but it's still maintaining as a powerful Category 4 hurricane at this time.
What do you make of its cloud top structure? It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's very messy right now. That's the best way I could describe it. But of course, underneath that, using microwave imagery, even though its structure has declined, it's still managing to maintain somewhat of an intense core underneath.
Yeah, we did have a quick look at some of those microwave images earlier this morning. Do you think it's changed much since even then, though?
I mean, maybe slightly, especially on that southern and western side. But besides that, I think it's still. I mean, it's definitely still intact. I mean, on radar, you still see an eye wall.
Oh yeah.
And beyond that, definitely from reconnaissance with the wind data that we're seeing, I mean, definitely keeping something going on, and it's definitely still as much of a threat as it was before, even with a slight decline in intensity.
Huge cloud tops earlier into the upper minus 80s, minus 89 at one point, and still in that mid-range minus 80s right now. Just wondering whether what we're seeing here is all displaced to the northwest. Is it possible that wind shear might be throwing the upper level clouds away from the center and really messing up how well it's stacked?
I mean, that's exactly what it seems like is going to be the case. Especially the more, I believe there's even higher shear more west of it. It is going to definitely disrupt the structure a bit more. I'm inclined to believe that'll be the case.
Oh, goodness me. No, I mean, look at this. If you go back to the infrared right now, just I didn't notice this until now, but look on the left side of the storm. It is like a razor's edge there. Wind shear is literally walling the storm in right there, and that could be a major problem for Beryl just after it leaves Jamaica. Wind shear looks fierce there.
Yeah, I mean, right now it does seem as though even the HWRF model, which has been very excited about the system,
You don't say.
has caused some weakness.
Watch that closely. Western side looking very beat up by wind shear, but it doesn't really affect the core at the moment properly, and it will still go by Jamaica near this intensity with a lot of power. There's that radar imagery again. Haven't got any new frames in a little while, so I'm hoping we get some soon. It's been a good 40 minutes actually since that last frame, so by now it may well have already made its closest pass to Kingston maybe at this point. It's either has or is doing at this point. So I'm very pleased to say that Kingston will be spared the worst conditions from this hurricane. It did look for a long time, or a while, that there could have been some, or even a landfall over the capital city of Jamaica. A very powerful landfall it would have been. I know Gilbert was a very devastating storm as well, and it made landfall very close to Kingston too, if I recall. Obviously it was bigger, and as a result it caused a lot more damage, but still in concentrated parts of the south coast of Jamaica we could still see some places receiving winds of up to 140 miles per hour during the course of this afternoon, as it's going to turn out to be. It would have been a morning strike if it ended up being further east and north, but it's going to be more afternoon for the worst conditions in parts of southern Jamaica. Always was that way, but we were just wondering if it would have been a morning landfall. It would have been if it landed further east. In any case, we're about to get the National Hurricane Centre's next advisory. That should be out fairly soon. We'll see what they make of that. All of those aircraft readings. We've had tons of flights in there this morning, tons of I-passes. But in general, we've been watching this storm increase in its pressure estimates around 2 millibars per hour. And the latest is it's probably going to be 9:59 at the update. AF306 is still in there. It's just gone out east. I don't know what they're going to do next. And earlier on, NOAA 3 were in the storm. Do we know what they're going to do next? I mean, schedule for further recon flights? I don't know if anyone's got that far yet, but they do have a plan of the day. I'll see if I can.
Yeah, I mean, there is supposed to be more recon going on all day today. Of course, they are continuing their quarterly fixes that they'll be doing every 6 hours for the system. Beyond that point, though, not so sure.
Yeah, just looking. They're going to be sending in a bunch of planes tonight. Quite late on.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising. I mean, they really want to sample the storm structure, especially once it starts begin facing that stronger bit of shear to the west of Jamaica, and seeing how well that structure holds up, because that'll matter on its intensity once it reaches the Yucatan Peninsula.
Looks like AF306 is bending southeast. Oh no, it's finished. They finished their mission there. So I think we're going to have a recon gap now till tonight. I assume they planned for this because they expected it would be just... Whoa, that's too noisy.
Just came out.
Are you okay?
Yeah, my load.
Alright, we'll have to mute Jose for a little bit. The advisory is out apparently. That was way too loud for my ears. They're giving 140 miles per hour and a pressure of 959 millibars at the latest advisory. So, yeah, 140 miles per hour, west-northwest at 18. Hurricane conditions about to spread into Jamaica as the eye of Beryl approaches. Expected to approach the Cayman Islands tonight into Thursday. We'll wait for their actual advisory text, but that's the raw info that we've got right now, that they are giving it 140 miles per hour, 959 millibars. Instant reaction from the team.
I'm not
I was
surprised.
expecting
I
low.
mean, I think it's fair.
They could have weakened it more, but I mean, it would have been kind of weird if they just dropped it by 15 miles per hour. So I get why they did it.
Yeah, probably. I was expecting a little weaker, but I guess that kind of wind speed's all right.
So still a powerful Category 4 storm, 140 miles per hour, 959 millibars. Hurricane Beryl continues to affect Jamaica this afternoon, and I wonder if that latest frame might be the eye trying to come back there. We'll have to wait for some more frames to figure that out. So this storm moving in and making its very closest pass fairly soon. Is Beryl a Cat 1 right now? It doesn't look like a Cat 4, not even a Cat 2. Oh dear. Well, looks can be deceiving. It's got a long climb down if it's going to get the Category 1 status. Even on a satellite, it is still a Category 3 appearance. So it's still a powerful storm, but stronger winds in there from recon. They did get nearly a 130 knot flight level wind, which I assume is what has led to this 140 mile per hour conclusion. But certainly the pressure is going up quite steeply, really. 959 millibars. At 5 a.m. it was 946. It was. So up 13 millibars in 9 hours. So a storm that is weakening substantially, but there's still a long way to go and still very powerful as we wait for the 2 p.m. advisory text. Still hasn't come in yet. But all the recon missions have finished, and I imagine that's the case until the next, until this evening's flight. There's some coming in quite late on this evening. Live view from Kingston again, showing plenty of rain, but still extremely light on the winds. If it keeps up like that, then Kingston will definitely have dodged the main conditions of this storm. Yeah, I'm not getting any more radar updates here, so we'll probably have to ditch that. Basically, I've no idea where the center of the storm is now, because satellite is so wonky. National Hurricane Center's position update, though, has 17.3 north, 76.9 west. So if we plug that in, 17.3, 76.9, that actually puts the storm 73 kilometers south-southwest of Kingston, has made its closest pass, and 49 kilometers from Portland Point. So the news there is that Beryl has made its closest pass to Kingston. There will be possibly stronger winds still yet to come, though, as the northeastern quadrant is largest out of all of them. But the information here at 2 p.m. is that hurricane conditions are about to spread into Jamaica as the Eye of Beryl approaches. And the Eye of Beryl is expected to approach the Cayman Islands tonight into Thursday. 140 mile an hour winds, 280 moving west-northwest at 285 degrees at 18 miles per hour, 959 millibars, 70 kilometers south of Kingston. Hurricane warning remains in effect for Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Let's see if we can get that position update on the screen. There it is. That's the 2 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. It was that close to Kingston. Just a few more northwesterly wobbles and it would have made it into town with extremely powerful hurricane force winds. Thankfully, it's been averted. Hurricane warning still for the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula as well, from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Hurricane watch for Yucatan from Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and for north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm warning for the south coast of Haiti still. That's still in effect there, from the border with the Dominican Republic to Anza for those same areas under that hurricane watch as well in the Yucatan. And a tropical storm watch for the coast of Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City, and from Cabo Catoche to Campeche. Given that it's an intermediate advisory, they won't be issuing a new forecast cone, so it's still the 11 a.m. cone that we're looking at there. And I can also tell you that the storm did actually end up slightly south of the forecast in the last couple of hours. I don't know how when it made that northwest jog, but it did. Let me see if I can garner any more info from their advisory. They haven't really made much comment about that. Just that the recon plane was 959 millibars. So let me just read out some of the hazards again. Hurricane conditions are about to spread into Jamaica, especially along the southern coast and in the mountainous areas. Tropical storm conditions are spreading across Jamaica at this time, making outside preparations difficult or dangerous. Wind speeds atop and on the windward sides of hills and mountains are often up to 30% stronger than the near-surface winds indicated in the advisory, and in some elevated locations could be even greater. Hurricane conditions are expected to reach the Cayman Islands tonight or early Thursday. Preparations need to be completed now. Winds expected to first reach tropical storm strength late this afternoon, making outside preparations difficult or dangerous. And hurricane conditions expected in the Yucatan Thursday night or early Friday morning. And late Thursday you'll first see tropical storm force winds. And hurricane conditions possible in the hurricane watch area on the Yucatan as early as late Thursday. Tropical storm conditions expected in Haiti and in the tropical storm warning of the Yucatan Peninsula late Thursday. And in the watch areas for Belize, part of Belize by late Thursday or early Friday, and the Yucatan in the tropical storm watch zone by Friday or Friday night. Storm surge still expected to reach 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds along the immediate coast of Jamaica, 2 to 4 feet for the Cayman Islands, 1 to 3 feet for the southern coast of Hispaniola, 3 to 5 feet for the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. 4 to 8 inches of rainfall with localized amounts of 12 inches across Jamaica through this evening, along with additional rainfall of 4 to 6 inches over the Tiburon Peninsula of Haiti. Expected to cause life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides. Also, 4 to 6 inches over the Cayman Islands tonight into Thursday, 4 to 6 inches with localized amounts of 8 inches through Friday in northern Belize and over the Yucatan, and scattered instances of flash flooding are anticipated. Large swells impacting the southern coast of Puerto Rico, Hispaniola and Jamaica, and expected to impact the Cayman Islands, the north coast of Nicaragua, and the coast of Honduras later today. Swells will also spread towards portions of western Cuba, the Yucatan Peninsula, and the coast of Belize during the next day or so. And these swells are expected to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. So that's all the hazard information from the National Hurricane Center on that latest update for Hurricane Beryl. The news of the hour is that the eye of the storm has missed Kingston, which is excellent news for Kingston. Indeed, the northern eye wall has also missed, but it could still graze or even impact the southern tip of Jamaica near Portland Point westwards throughout the course of this afternoon. We got some radar imagery back actually. Here's some new frames. And the eyes really appeared in that last frame. It's back. And Still large amounts of banding on that northern side, affecting the rest of Jamaica here. But it is making its closest pass to Kingston right now, and then onto those smaller towns to its west. Areas that will be more susceptible: Old Harbour, Hayes, Maypen, Mandeville, Santa Cruz, Alligator Pond. I'm going to update some of my the graphics now, so I'll throw it to the rest of the team to have a little discussion about this. What are your thoughts on the update and where we're at this stage with the eye of the storm very close to land, but looks like it will miss the biggest population centers?
I mean, the updates. Well, the update's all right. It's just I was expecting like probably like 130-mile-per-hour winds, low wind Cat 4. But still, yeah, the eye, like you said, Nathan, is very close to Jamaica, which is good because we don't want, hurricane or Category 4 winds on shore, which can do more destruction again. But mostly, since it's not gonna hit land, it's gonna take time for the storm to weaken. But mostly is that eastern shear that's very strong that it might go towards. About. Oh wait, did the shear drop a little bit?
I don't know.
I'm looking at it now. There was literally like a strong patch of wind shear, and it just that's strange.
I can't tell you the answer to that one.
There's still 20 knot wind shear. There's still 20 knot winds.
Okay.
That's
Right now.
Yeah, right now. But that's strange. That's weird.
And what was it?
Before there was a 30 knot wind shear.
Oh, I'm on the
But
cone there. I'll switch that back. I didn't know my screen was still being captured. I was just putting together these wind speed probabilities for hurricane force winds.
yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that soon. But that's strange, huh? Maybe it was like this for a while, or it changed, because I am not sure which one it is.
No, I've not been watching either, so I couldn't tell you.
So yeah, me neither. I did check, but that was only one time. I forgot what time that was I checked. So either it changed, or it's been like this the entire time, but I just may have forgot what it looked like back then. So now this is a little change now.
Maybe. But either way, I mean, it still looks like wind shear's really hitting hard in the side of Beryl on the west side.
Yeah, so wind shear is still it's still a problem for this, but yeah, it's coming very, very somewhat close to Jamaica.
All right. Let's see if we got some comments right now. How much could Beryl intensify in the Atlantic? Wind shear is always dynamic, changes a lot with short time intervals. Well, it can, and I don't think anyone's being complacent with that wind shear forecast. And I would still expect, maybe not expect, but I would still be mindful of a possible Category 3 landfall on the Yucatan. Another comment that the -80 cloud tops are finally wrapping at the southwest part of the eye wall, and our thoughts on that. Well, we're looking at the satellite imagery right here. It is wrapping. I'm just The thing is, though, I'm not sure what to make of that, because the eye is supposedly underneath that. The eye is supposedly underneath those big cloud tops that have just pulled up. And that's according to the latest advisory. So it's the upper levels there are in the wrong place. They're not. It looks like there's been a bit of decoupling, and that may have been caused by wind shear. I'm not sure, but those cloud tops are in the wrong place at the minute. No, there's not another eye forming. There can only be one, unless you mean it's popping out again, which I don't know yet, but at the moment those clouds are in the wrong place. Let's go back to that camera. Live viewing, Kingston. Looks like something's changed on that. There's another little tree near the bottom. I can't see it anymore. But still looking murky over there in Kingston at this time. Obviously conditions are relatively poor, but we're still not seeing huge winds, or even any major winds at all there, which just goes to show that Kingston has ended up being awfully close to some really heavy winds, but it is making its closest pass right now, and whilst it may get a bit windier shortly as it enters the northeast quadrant, it really shouldn't get too strong. I don't think there'll be any hurricane force winds. Winds are getting up there though. You can see that a little bit blowing along the water, and the flaps at that bottom there, I don't know what that's part of, but it's flapping a bit, and that tree blowing out a bit again. Oh, I can see the other one now at the bottom there. It's behind a blurred by a raindrop, but yes, winds are getting up there. You can see that. So finally getting probably maybe 30-mile-per-hour winds there, looking at that. And the eye wall continues to draw ever closer to the southern extremities of Jamaica. Keep having rocks for brains and forgetting the name of that southern point. Portland Point. I don't know why I keep forgetting that. That's that still could get the inner eye wall there, and it is a very sparse area, the very southern tip, but there still are communities there: Portland Cottage, Rocky Point, Lionel Town, Mitchell Town, Water Lane, and then up to the bigger town of Hayes. Still could have the inner eye wall with the strongest winds of this storm, which could reach 140 miles per hour. But this is the live view from Kingston as we continue to watch this in real time. And a moment of lovely. Thanks very much for your support once again today. 4 days in a row, I think, right? Appreciate your support. What is our opinion on the National Hurricane Center's update on Beryl, putting it at 140 mile per hour winds? I'd have put it a bit lower. I understand why they didn't, because they're always, when they have it high to begin with and it's nearing land, I think it's really within them to keep it as high as possible within any kind of reason, to deter people from them to stop taking it seriously. And we saw it during Dorian. It was insane. When we were looking at viewing statistics, Dorian was a Cat 5 for ages as it moved to the Bahamas. It weakened to a Category 4 and still threatened the US East Coast with hurricane warnings, and half of people switched off. It doesn't work like that. it's still extremely powerful at Category 4 status. Anything that can deliver hurricane force winds Category 1 and above, it can cause serious property damage. It can break windows. It can put out flying projectiles, which can obviously be very dangerous. It can obviously, people shouldn't be traveling, but it makes traveling very hazardous. That ding that you heard there means that the next update is out on our little graphic. So there it is, 140 miles per hour, 959 on our bottom bar. And now I've got to go and update the one on the left as well. But that's where we're at right now. That last National Hurricane Center update, 140 miles per hour, and is still powerful. Just trying to get this loaded up here. We have apparently one of Justin's pals is in the storm right now in Old Harbor. This is what it's looking like there. So certainly getting blustery there. And Old Harbor, I reckon they'll get conditions a little bit, well, they already are getting conditions worse than over there in Kingston. So a little view there as to what's going on at Old Harbor. And in Kingston, this camera that we're looking at live as well, visibility is down again. Winds have been getting up. Rain rate is increasing. But that other camera we were looking at just before, sent in from a friend at Old Harbor. So still at this point, if you've just joined us, Beryl at this hour is making its closest approach to Kingston. The distance from the city is 72 kilometers. That is 45 miles. Be thankful for that, because you should escape hurricane force winds, because they only extend out 40 miles. So it looks pretty sure thing now that Kingston will avoid hurricane force winds, but you are still expecting to get some strong storm force winds, and you're seeing some evidence of it now with those, I don't know what that is, but flapping about there at the bottom of the screen, and those trees shaking about a little bit more. And you can also see it carrying across the water as well, as the winds blow in from the coast, from the sea behind us on this particular camera. So conditions deteriorating in Jamaica, and not everyone will get away with it. Parts of that south coast, from Portland Point westwards to Alligator Pond and maybe beyond, will still get part of the inner eye wall, and therefore could receive winds up to the maximum of 140 mile per hour winds with higher gusts. We have a new recon mission that is en route. NOAA 9 is about to take off, already has taken off from St. Croix, and is currently south of Puerto Rico. So another plane is on the way to survey the storm now, and they'll be there in about an hour, I think, and we'll be getting some more fresh data as we build up to the full advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which will arrive in just less than 3 hours. I don't know how long our live streaming will continue for here, but we are still here for the time being, and we do intend to cover the storm's closest pass to Jamaica. We are mindful that it may make a close approach to the Cayman Islands as well, and if at all possible we'll want to be there for that, to do more live coverage too. I'm just not sure how that's going to go time wise, but we'll do our level best to be here for as many communities as possible as the storm makes its closest approaches. Indeed, for the Cayman Islands, the closest approach is expected to be very early tomorrow morning, actually. we're talking about maybe 4 5 a.m. And then of course we reconfigure our body clocks again with the time for the final landfall, well, not final landfall, but the Yucatan landfall, which will be early hours of Friday morning, and then well up in the air as to where its final landfall will be in northeastern Mexico, which could be anywhere from Sunday morning to Monday evening. We'll obviously get a better idea as time goes on. Latest imagery that we're still looking at here, only the... oh, they fixed the floater. That's good. There's some new imagery from the rapid scan. Just about to enter that frame. We've enhanced that imagery so we can try and see the eye better. But it's a bit of a conundrum, because the National Hurricane Center Advisory has put the center of the storm to the west of where it appears the center should be, according to what we can see of that eye. It's actually west of there. But at least we've got that imagery back, and I imagine it's working again on our main panel. There it is. If we switch it back to visible again, you can see I can do some drawing. So there's the eye, obviously. Quite a big eye, as it would appear from satellite. If I turn it off, I've drawn it. But the problem is, the center of the storm, according to that National Hurricane Center Advisory, is actually here. So the center of the eye is a little bit decoupled from where the eye actually is between satellite and reality. I've drawn it a bit lopsided there. It's much clearer than that. It's about there. But of course, distance from land is quite significant from Kingston. Good news there. And obviously with its direction going this way, it's already made its closest pass to the capital city. But a caveat about that, if I just draw the center point again, storm force winds aren't the same all the way round. As a matter of fact, the storm force winds, or the hurricane force winds in this storm, will be lighter on the south side, bigger on the northeast side, and not as much on the northwest side. So that means that you could still receive stronger winds on the backside of the storm as it moves through. And that doesn't just apply to Kingston, that applies to all of these areas in southern Jamaica that are going to get affected. So being at the midpoint of the storm doesn't mean you're out of the woods yet. It does mean that the winds shouldn't get any stronger. Or should I say, if you've not received hurricane conditions in Kingston, which you shouldn't have done, then you won't. But the tropical storm force winds could get just a little bit stronger before it starts to veer away again. What do we think about the potential for the inner core reaching landfall, though? It's really close right now. If I was to draw what the radar's showing, it's somewhere around here as to where the inner core is. And in this inner core, you've got winds of 140 miles per hour. Where's it going to go? Watching the track of this storm, generally moving in this direction, it will bring the inner core so close to these little coastlines here, the bits that stick out. If it keeps moving in that direction, of course, we may still see an unfortunate northwest jog. We had one earlier. That would push it over the line. One or two northwest jogs could implicate the whole rest of the south coast of Jamaica from Portland Point onwards. So a very close run thing with regards to that northern eye wall, which could arrive, albeit briefly, on some coastal regions of Jamaica. Check out those cloud tops. Is there an extra colour in there that they're so high? Oh yeah. At times it's just squeaked in a little bit of pink there, I think. I'm not seeing them as high on my other panel, on my other monitor, but what I am seeing is cloud tops of about -85. Let me go switch that back as well. I had to switch my other panel to the Conus rather than the what's it called? The Meso. I'm just gonna see if I can check the latest here. Still not showing a huge temperatures on that, but clearly low temperatures here. Low temperatures, high heights. That's how those cloud temperatures work. Beryl still looking impressive. Still trying its best. Looks better on radar as we watch it move in. Very, very close to the coast of Jamaica now. Still extremely powerful. National Hurricane Center at their last update giving it just now 140 mph winds. Bear with me whilst I update that left bar in a few minutes. It still says the old intensity, which is 145, but we are happy to say it is gradually coming down. Unhappy to say that it's not quick enough, but at this point it is getting a bit better. Pressure up to 959 millibars, and still expecting serious impacts along the coast of southern Jamaica today, but certainly in Kingston it'll probably feel good over there because conditions aren't as bad as expected, but they are still possibly getting tropical storm force winds there. You can see it blowing across the water, blowing the trees. Looks like the rain rate has fallen a bit there, but definitely rocking and rolling a lot more with those strong winds in the area. Any thoughts from our team right now?
Repeat that again, because you keep cracking up on my side. I don't know if it's me or it's my internet.
I think it's
'Cause it
you.
keep cutting
I
out.
just wanted to ask you any thoughts right now.
Oh, what?
On Beryl.
Well, I mean, same thing. It's just surprising. Surprising how this still, holding on to its Category 4 strength for quite a while, to be honest.
Just plotting
I
the
just saw
latest distances from land right now. Kingston 72 kilometers. Montego Bay 166. Grand Cayman 493. Cozumel 1094. Cancun 1125. And Belize City is at now 1198. That's the latest information at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at this July 3rd. And that's my left bar that I will be exporting there in just a sec, and that will get updated on our stream. In the meantime, if you've just joined us, Hurricane Beryl is closing in on Jamaica. Hurricane force winds will be felt in some parts of the island, although not as much as we originally thought. Indeed, at times we felt as though Kingston even would be getting the eye of the storm, or at least the core. But I'm happy to tell you that Kingston will be avoiding the main core of the storm. Hurricane Lorenzo loves this channel, apparently. Really appreciate your support there. Thank you very much. We're always looking for suggestions. If you think we can improve our coverage, I know we can. We always can. But it's how we can do it. Jody says that trees are down in St. Mary, Jamaica. Their dad's yard looks terrible. And a few other comments as well that I saw come in there. I'm just trying to get to them again here. What category hurricane do we see if Beryl curves to Texas? Oh. The question is, how much of the Yucatan will it pass over? We need that variable to figure out just how strong it might get in the Gulf and what trajectory it will take. If you want the maximum possible intensity, well, it could be anything. If it sweeps through the Yucatan Channel, very, very unlikely at this stage, by the way. If it did, northwest movement into Texas or wherever, could be a high in Category 4. Shouldn't happen.
Hope not. Yeah. I mean, the warm waters are there. The ocean heat context is there, so...
Alexia says it's really windy in Montego Bay. I'm sure it will be really windy all across Jamaica right now, theoretically, according to the National Hurricane Center's update. In fact, I'll throw it back there again. Look at that. Pretty much all of Jamaica under tropical storm winds. And a reminder that that is 40 miles per hour or more sustained. What's happening to it then? Is it improving or is it not? A question that I'm not sure I can answer right now. You might be forgiven for thinking that it looks like its eye is trying to appear again. I'm not sold. I still think it's not quite in the right place. I still think a lot of those cloud tops are above the eye and that it's not coupled properly. It's only by a small distance, but I don't really know what to tell you about that. But the good news is that we will have another recon plane into the storm soon. Or at least I thought they were. Oh yeah, they still are. NOAA 9 heading in there. They're already south of the Dominican Republic, so it shouldn't take too long for them to get there. They've... How much distance have they covered already? A fair amount. They're on the way. So hopefully within the next probably 2 hours we will have some recon data, some new recon data to go through. Throwing it back to visible imagery, which I've enhanced so that we can see the eye a little bit better. Because it really is difficult to see it on the unenhanced imagery. In fact, I'll show you the difference. I might be wrong, we'll see. Let's turn it off. Oh, very, very hard to see with all that white going on. Yeah, much easier on that version. And it looks like on there that it's moving northwest still. But again, that's a bit of an illusion. Unless radar's changed. It still looks like on radar that it is going west-northwest. And I'm not sure what's really happening with that. There you can see that radar imagery again. Don't know what's going on with it. The eye shape not as good either. It's a D shape actually, that eye, isn't it? But very soon the coast of Portland Point, that area, looks like they'll be getting some going to be very, very fine margins as to whether they get the strongest winds of this storm or not. But it is making its closest pass to Kingston. And that latest image was from 10 minutes ago. Back to that live shot again. And a bunch more comments here. Do we think Beryl could turn into a Category 2 storm? It's got a long climb down to get there, but it might weaken to a Category 2 later on. We'd like to hope so. Apparently there's very bad gusts in South Manchester. And power just went in Havendale, Kingston. And Gigi says it's so calm. So we're hearing a bunch of different things from different parts of the country there. Some places where it's really gusting hard. But Kingston, where these cameras are, or just the one now, still looking rather relatively tranquil, but they're still getting some significant winds there along the coast that we're clearly seeing. People want to know why we're called Force 13. Well, it's one better than Force 12, the Beaufort scale. I only found out later that the Beaufort scale actually goes up to 17 in Hong Kong. Apart from that, let's see what else we got. Patricia there in the comments as well, experiencing high winds occasionally along with rain. Feel free to send in all of your local conditions right now. We can bring it to air if it's safe to do so. I mean, we don't want people taking unnecessary risks if there are indeed risks in your area. Apparently no power in Portmore and it's calm. The sea is rough at St Mary's. And Monique says it's calm in Kingston. Westmoreland is windy. Someone else has power in Portmore. Dislin says that they've just started to get a little rain and breeze. Maypen getting gusts. So all kinds of different stories there and observations across the region. But obviously some of the south coast is going to get some seriously difficult conditions in a fairly short amount of time as this storm continues to spiral inbound. Just to reiterate, we don't currently expect this storm to make a landfall, but it is looking like the northern eye wall will move overland. Now that's not technically a landfall, but it's what we call a direct hit, in which the strongest winds, which are on the edge of the eye wall, reach land, which is, you know, it's no real, in terms of damage, it makes no difference between a direct hit and a landfall, just that you don't see the eye. But it is very close by, and if anyone did happen to see the eye, I imagine with the big cloud tops that we've got, that it would be a very overcast eye, and it probably wouldn't be very much of a spectacle, although the winds will go right down for that short period. This is that radar imagery, still moving west-northwestwards, and perhaps just a slight more deviation northwestwards in those latest frames too. Yeah, you know what, actually, I'll retract what I just said, because at this rate, still can't rule out the eye moving over Alligator Pond and the areas that stick out just to the west of there. Still can't fully rule out that, but it is expected to be a little bit west of there. But for the bigger populations, Kingston in particular, things are near their peak right now, and with a lot of people saying not too much is going on, well, it shouldn't get a whole lot worse than that. And that ding means that the bar on the left should be updating in just a sec with the latest info. Not much of a difference. Did I pick the right one? Yep, 140 and 959. Moving west-northwest at 18 miles per hour. Visible imagery showing Hurricane Beryl continuing to rotate as it heads towards the southern tip of Jamaica, and it is well on its way to doing so. Recon mission on its way in. NOAA 9. They're making more progress. They're just passing the... they're not too far from reaching the... what's it called? The Barahona Peninsula. And they are making a beeline straight towards Beryl at this point. So it shouldn't be too long until we start to get some more recon passes, and we really want to find out what's going on with this and whether that pressure's rising, what's happening with the eye, but we are still seeing it looking decent on the radar appearance. Or is it? A new frame has come up on radar, completely throwing apart that southwestern eye wall by the looks of things. Now again, it may not be accurate with Jamaica in the way, but it sure looks like a massive dry slot opening up on that southwest side of the eye. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait for more images to corroborate that and figure out what's going on with it, but that's the latest image, with the eye of the storm continuing to brush the coast of southern Jamaica. Back in Kingston, there are winds and the water's getting a bit ripply as well. Of course, in some places there could be a surge of up to 9 feet. But here it's looking not quiet, but calmer, not as crazy as it easily could have been if the storm just passed a good 40 miles north. Well, it would have been it for Kingston. But it has moved enough to the south to avoid any hurricane force winds, making its closest pass at about 72 kilometers. There may still be strong winds though reaching you in the next few hours as it continues to move on by, and of course plenty of heavy rainfall. And let's not forget the flooding hazards from this, with all of the high ground as well. We could see rainfall maximums of up to 12 inches in one or two spots near the eastern tip of Jamaica, and that could obviously cause flash flooding, landslides, and in many occasions they have been more dangerous than a hurricane's winds. Jody says, how do you explain a country that seems to be covered with hurricane bands and there's still a calm in places? Every time you show that graphic of the radar, I can't see Jamaica. The thing is with Kingston, it's a very protected area geographically. The strong winds from the sea is generally blocked off, first of all by the bit of land that juts out near Poor Man's Corner, then secondly by the barrier island landmass of Port Royal and the airport, and then thirdly that it's quite well tucked in there, Kingston. You know, it's the most northerly part of the south coast until you get as far west as quite far west. I don't know what places those are actually, but you get the point. It's very tucked away in Kingston, and it was probably built for that reason. So that's and And also the hills around you as well. I mean, they'll be copying all of those strong winds too, much more than you'll be getting at the lower levels. So it is very well protected. But when we're hearing from a lot of other places that aren't as well protected, seeing stronger winds, that's what's happening elsewhere. Yeah?
You should take a look at this. Now that I'm starting to see more lightning on. I don't even know where the eye is anymore. I don't even know where the
I
eye
think
is
that
anymore.
is the southeast quad.
This storm looks so messed up. I can't even tell where is the eye.
That's the southeast quad.
Oh, but it looks like there's some lightning starting to pop up on that side. I don't know if all the energy came back down here, because before in the northern it was strong, but now there's no more lightning. Now it's down in the south. Weird.
Feel free to send in your comments and questions live to us. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to take your comments on the air. Look at that latest image. That'll be freaking some people out. Everyone will be saying it's an eye. It could still be part of the... Well, it is part of the eye wall. But the contrast between those colours is quite exaggerated. When you look into the centre of it, the temperature in the centre there is still minus 69. It's way off becoming any kind of proper eye there. But it is a little feature. And it is something that you would tend to see in a Category 3 or low-end Category 4. So it is still definitely impressive and very, very close to the coast. And once again, if it is still a Category 4 and it makes landfall in Jamaica, then it will become another history maker by making the strongest landfall in Jamaican history, beating Hurricane Gilbert, which was 125 miles per hour. Now, don't get me wrong, there have been stronger storms that have passed by Jamaica, such as Dean and Ivan and Alan, without making landfall. Beryl will be another one that's quite similar to those ones, but hey, look at the date, July 3rd. All those other ones I mentioned were near the peak season. And this is still very much an early season storm here that is slamming into Jamaica. Check the visible again, and it will show you a much wider view of an eye. Looks very wide on that one. That is heavily enhanced. Look at the less enhanced version, it looks like that. You can hardly see it, but with that enhancement you can see much more decidedly where the center is there. Although I still think it's displaced a little bit to the east at those high levels. The center is actually running along the western edge of what appears to be that eye. That's where the center actually is. Just got another radar frame, and I think that eye's still closed, but it is sloppy. You know, it's long, isn't it, there? It's squished, it's stretched. But what it also is making a very close pass there, with a possible direct hit on the way there. But in those last few frames, probably at about 20 past, is probably when it made its absolute closest pass to Kingston. And now definitely in Kingston, you're in the northeastern quadrant. Have been for a little while. You're in the northeastern quadrant of the storm right now, and I would give it another hour, and if things are starting to quieten down after that, then I think you'll be in the clear. but give it another hour. Stefano says that they're just starting to get strongish gusts in Kingston. More nice comments on there as well. Really appreciate that. We do what we can right here. And always open to suggestions if you think we can improve in some way or another. We know we can. But we're still here covering Beryl right now. Extremely powerful storm. And you may forgive us for just being a little bit slow sometimes in our commentary. We have been at it here for 7 hours now. Nearly 8 actually. Latest on the NOAA 9 recon plane. They have just passed the... I forgot that name already. They have just passed the Barahona Peninsula of the Dominican Republic. So they are getting closer and closer. They've already reached the outermost band of the storm. Oh, looks like we've lost that camera. Damn it. So the recon plane is 550 kilometers away from the eye. With the speed that they're doing, they're at cruise right now. They're doing a good... Damn, they're going fast. They're doing 459 knots. I assume that's ground speed. Because if that was air speed, the plane will have broken apart. So they're doing a great speed to get to the storm right now. Yeah, they'll be there within an hour. And we should start to get some more recon readings by then. We had 2 planes that were in the storm earlier. They finished their missions. They were very comprehensive. Well, the Air Force one more so. They did, I think, 6 eye passes before they left the storm. And what they found gradually throughout that was that the storm was weakening and the pressure was increasing at about 2 millibars per hour. We actually have the other camera back, the elevated camera here in Kingston. The other 2 are still down, so it looks like power is doing a little bit of a jumping around all over the place with those outages. But once again, a live view from Kingston, and really it looks awfully calm there. I assume this is live still. I actually don't know, but I am assuming this is live. Certainly looks wetter than it was earlier. Maybe a little bit of pooling there on that road. But Beryl is still nearby and very strong. 140 mile per hour winds. Oh yeah, you see that car trailing up puddles. So definitely a wet street scene down there. Not much else I can really tell you at this point. The things we're waiting for: recon plane, about an hour. National Hurricane Center's update in 2 hours. Satellite imagery remains inconclusive. Whether there may be the eye popping out again. Radar imagery updates every 10 minutes, but sometimes we have a bit of a lag and sometimes it doesn't update quickly, showing that the eye is maybe let itself go a little bit, quite long, stretched. But the key messages here is that hurricane conditions are moving ashore right now in southern Jamaica, but I'm going to be real. Kingston has just had its closest pass, and so far it's been not too bad. But still be cautious here, as the northeastern winds will be moving in now. But like I said before, give it an hour, and if things are starting to wind down, then I think you'll be done. Start your message with Force 13 all in text for comments and questions or observations that you'd like to share with us right now. Dev says, how does wind shear change in terms of time according to the map? Well, we've never seen wind shear on the maps, not usually. We had one or two that we showed it before, but right now the hallmark of the wind shear is when you look on the left of the storm. I know it's been a bit glitchy there because the floater location was changing, but you can see two comparisons right there. Look at the south side on that latest frame. You'll see from the red to nothing, quite a big area there. Now look at this area, from red to nothing, completely tiny area, and that's a sign of strong wind shear pushing up against the storm there and blowing those higher cloud tops in to the east as that wind shear blows in from the west, and really giving those cloud tops a bit of a miserable time. You can also see that sign of wind shear when you look at higher cloud tops too. This area here, how we've got jagged edges running along that northwestern side of the eye wall. That's another sign of wind shear. But this here, that one that I've just circled, the last one, once again this here, that is not a sign of wind shear. That is just a convective cloud top really blowing up something enormous right now in those last few frames. And that doesn't have anything to do with the wind shear. That's what we're up to right now, and really enormous clouds. Look at that, blinding. Let me try and get a temperature estimate on those clouds. So we've got just probing minus 86, I think. Minus 86 in there. So once again, very high cloud tops those are. The colder the temperature denotes the high, that shows that the clouds are higher up in the atmosphere. Obviously, the further up in the atmosphere, it's colder up there. And that's how we can figure out how high the cloud tops are. What does it mean? Why is it important? Higher cloud tops usually contain more energy, much more dense inside as well. And sometimes coupled with that lightning usually contains the stronger winds. Much more rain rate as well inside those higher cloud tops usually. And at those kinds of temperatures, they're typically up to about 50,000 feet, maybe more than that. And that's why commercial airlines always have to avoid hurricanes too. It's not because of, I think people might think it's because you still get turbulence above the storm, but it's more because the clouds are so high you couldn't fly through it at 30,000 feet or 40,000, because the clouds are even higher than that. DGAB says the power is back in Spanish Town, so apparently the power went out there. And as far as observations go, we're really your servants out there. Let us know what your conditions are out there, and we can relay that. But once again, live view from Kingston, panning round the scene here, looking down from the hills, certainly getting a lot of rain at times, a little bit of wind, although really not so much inland on this camera. We were looking at the other one as well at the harbour, although it went down. It is actually back, so here is the other viewpoint there. Oh, it's gone again. It never came back, it just lied to me. That was the other one there for a brief second just before that camera went down. So once again, we're looking here. Once again, there could still be up to 9 feet of storm surge from this, which is obviously a serious problem. It won't be in Kingston, but some of the more exposed locations on the south coast, especially as the northwest winds blow in. You're talking about places, let's see if I can pick out some places there. Well, like Poor Man's Corner, all around that area. Albion, those areas that stick out, not only get strong winds, but that storm surge too. Pushing up against Hellshire and the Hellshire Hills, and also pushing up against areas of Middlesex County. And all along that area could get some really strong winds as well. Let's see if we have any new radar frames. Here it is right now, the latest radar imagery going up to 22, just 8 minutes ago, with a new frame there. Eye is in and out, trying to form back. And look at the movement. It is northwest here, and it is going to be a direct hit here for Portland Point, and that's going to happen in a few minutes. Portland Point, anywhere around there, you're about to get hit by some very strong winds. So make sure you're in shelter or a safe place as much as possible, because you're about to get blasted with potentially 140 mile per hour winds in some of those areas. Places that will get those kinds of winds potentially, like I just mentioned, southern parts of Middlesex County, Portland Cottage, Rocky Point, Amity Hall, Lioneltown, Mitchelltown, Water Lane, possibly as far up as Hayes, but not likely. Hayes will be on the very edge of this eye wall. If it keeps going in that direction, it will then move on to South Manchester, and then it will move on to Alligator Pond and Treasure Beach and some of those communities in between in Cornwall County, St. Elizabeth. And then it may end up continuing on towards Black River, Crawford, and then into Cornwall County and Westmoreland, Savannah-Lamar, and finally Negril on the western coast and West End, all getting potentially the eye wall of this storm, which could deliver some extreme winds. So, looks like that is now happening, according to that latest radar imagery. And if we just turn it off, we can give you a little bit of a map of Jamaica there. I'm just going to superimpose, I've got to draw it myself, but superimpose where the eye wall is. As of 22, the eye wall was stretching all along here. Doing my own little bit of art right now. And it was a little bit elongated at the bottom part, and all around there, quite chunky on the northern side as well. In this you have 140 mile per hour winds, and the way it's going right now, its movement has been this direction, so we follow it through. If it keeps going this direction, could even be a landfall right there. If it keeps going, it might shift back southwestwards, but west northwestwards, but at this time, you know, all this area could get some very powerful winds here in the next couple of hours. So it may have missed Kingston up here, but it is going to be moving through at least some of what I've shaded in there along those southern extremities. Now, populations are much less, but they are still significant, and I'm sure some of you are watching from there. So, getting quite serious in these latest images. But just to show you again here, looking at that, where you think the eye is, you know, it looks like that's the eye, right? We turn it off. It's miles away from where it actually is. The eye is where this X is. And the edge of the eye actually extends up to there. Quite a big difference. So a little discrepancy between satellite and what's on the ground. So don't use satellite too much on this. And why would you really, when we've got ground observations as well, or radar, and an incoming recon plane. Over there pretty soon. Live coverage continues on Hurricane Beryl, which is about to directly hit parts of southern Jamaica. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. And Barbara says, how is Kingston so calm and Portland and St. Thomas is getting 3? 3? Do you mean category 3? Possibly. But like I said before, very sheltered is Kingston. Look at it now. They're getting a lot of rain there now. But in terms of wind, it's very sheltered. Geographically in its favour. And also that breakwater from the barrier island, or a little bit that sticks out where the airport is, helps keep those winds down and the storm surge. Let's get some comments. Apparently deafening winds in Lucia, rain starting again. Ripping up Portland now, apparently. Spanish Town, heavy rain, slight storm winds. Wind is back up. Wind is picking up northwest in Kingston. So a lot of places reporting rain at this time, and quite a few places where the winds are really getting up. Visibility way down there in Kingston on this viewpoint that we're looking at as we continue to watch the imagery. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can... I don't think I can on here. We'll throw it back to this. But I would like to possibly bring up see if we can get radar on this screen with us here. There we go. That's a little bit more useful. We can look at them both at the same time now. Just gonna fix that. And I'll just bring that up above one of those other images. So this is our dashboard right now as we continue to watch this storm moving very close to its landfall, possible landfall. New radar frame there as well. Really showing that eye getting quite big in that last frame. What's it up to? Question mark. Well, it's still not looking that amazing. Otherwise we'd see darker colors within it. But again, it could be the radar that's, you know, it may not be picking up properly on it. But certainly a very impressive looking circle there now of the eye. And it doesn't look like there's a gap in it. It looks like a closed eye wall. Now it is a bit weaker on that western side, but I think it is still there. And on that latest frame, that coastline there at Portland, about to get the main part of this storm, and again could be winds of up to 140 miles per hour sustained with higher gusts. See how Recon are getting along. They are just passing by Haiti. They are still cruising. As soon as we get any info on that, we'll let you know. NOAA 9 on the way to the storm. And they dropped a couple of drop sons along the way as well. I don't know if that was just a test or whether they were sampling the environment on approach to the storm. Look at them cloud tops though on this satellite imagery, really appearing better again. We're getting some cloud tops of minus 85. We've got 85 in the northwest side and minus 84 in the southeast. So on two sides there we're getting very cold cloud tops. And again, that tells us that there's a lot of energy in this storm here. And it's starting to re-emerge again with this little upper eye feature. So team, looking at the radar that we saw before, and it's still up there on the top right, what do you make of its appearance on radar? They may have all fallen asleep with my monologues there, but... Cesar, you still with us right now? Man, they've all gone to sleep. Well, it's just me, folks. We're still watching this radar imagery of Beryl moving closer towards land with very powerful winds approaching 140 miles per hour, but a rather high central pressure of around 959 millibars, which is certainly higher than you'd have thought for this storm's intensity. Oh, Lionel in the chat there has just told me it's an upper level mission, the NOAA 9, so it's not actually going into the storm properly. I should have seen that, but it is indeed upper level. So yeah, we are planeless right now. Sort of expected that might have been the case, because I guess they figured with it being so close to Jamaica that they, well, that's what they were planning it to be. On their forecast, then you know it's probably too close to do missions for. But here's the viewpoint again, looking down on Kingston with heavy rain falling at the moment. You see some trees swaying a little bit more there, but still nothing too drastic in Kingston as we continue to watch this storm arrive. And again, as I've been mentioning, the eye wall definitely affecting parts of Clarendon now. And very strong winds will be affecting that area, and a storm surge for the Portland area especially. Feel free to send in questions right now. We're a little bit of a lull here, so start your message with Force 13. It will tag us there. Hurricane Altony Bronze says, what is Beryl's peak wind speed? Well, we know the other day it peaked as a Category 5, and it was, we estimate, 175 miles per hour at its peak, putting it level with Hurricane Maria. But as of right now, it is 140 miles per hour, which is still a moderate Category 4. And whether it's going to make landfall in Jamaica, it's going to be close. It is going to be close. And what time will it leave? Yeah, good idea. Beryl needs to get lost. Well, it's going to leave the Kingston area. It will start to in the next hour. And it will be, it should be clearly away from all parts. Well, it should be clearing everywhere by nightfall tonight. Another well done comment there. Appreciate that. Can a landfall be ruled out? No. It's getting really close. Rugged Rat says, did the National Hurricane Center ever go with 175, or is that something that they'll add in post-analysis? They didn't. They were still at 165. I would think that they would go with 175 in post-analysis. The evidence seemed to support that. I've just lost the comments. Does the Yucatan Peninsula have mountains that can drastically deteriorate Beryl? No. The Yucatan Peninsula is very flat. However, any kind of landmass can weaken storms, and the size of the Yucatan, it's rather big, so it can often take a good couple of categories out of a hurricane if it completely slams into it. How many reconnaissance missions have flown into the storm so far, including the upper ones, the upper level ones? This is number 15, I think. And based on historical model accuracy, are the probabilities for a Texas landfall still accurate? Says Steve. I don't know what probabilities you've been looking at. We've never given any probabilities for a landfall. Only that there's a 15% chance of storm force winds in Brownsville, and as soon as the hurricane makes landfall, planes stop going out. Once off land, they go out again, usually, but they have to plan it in advance. So I think they figured yesterday that, well, whether it makes landfall or not is close enough. We're not going to fly planes during this 6-hour window. Off-topic question from Yorkie, but what's the chance of Connecticut getting a hurricane impact this year? Well, can't rule it out. Chance is pretty low. 10% probably. Back on topic, will July 2024 have the highest ACE score of any Atlantic season or 2005? For the month of July, I don't know the answer. That's something I'll need to do research on. I can't give you the answer right now without going and sitting behind a book for the next 10 minutes. How does Beryl have such a high pressure? Says Dan. Well, it's still small. It's still small, and I suppose it's always going to be biased towards having a high pressure. It's early in the season. Environmental pressures are still high. But mainly the storm's small size, but I'm not convinced it's still 140 miles per hour. That's another thing. I think the wind speeds is lower. Dorkasaur, thank you very much for your support once again. Really appreciate it, and we really appreciate everyone's support here today, but we are here for you. As corny as that sounds, with this storm reaching Jamaica, this is what we do. It's what we do best, and that's why we're here covering this storm event live. DJ Rance says, is Kingston safe in another hour? Now, I don't want to say safe, but safer. The worst conditions should be past you in an hour, but they will still, you know, you could still see storm force winds for a good while after that. Can the brown ocean effect keep Beryl stronger whilst it goes over the Yucatan? They don't really have that there. I mean, maybe a little, but not much. You usually see that more over Texas and parts of the United States, really. Is there any news about St. Elizabeth? And a thank you there from a colonel. I will have to go and find out about that. I mean, news on the ground, I don't know. For news on the ground, I think the best place to be is in the chat there, because there's plenty of people watching from the same areas who will know more than we do here. But for St. Elizabeth, it is possible that that storm will make a direct hit or a landfall in an hour or two. So coastal areas, of course, but much a concern in that area right now for a potential landfall. Gonna have to keep checking that radar imagery as the new frames come in. There is a new frame, and it really looks quite stunning on that imagery. New frame there. I'm going to try and do a distance estimate based on that, and I would now estimate that the distance from land is about 35 kilometers from Portland Point, the very southern extremity of Jamaica. 35 kilometers, which is about 22 miles. What it means is that southern area, south of Hayes definitely, will be receiving the worst conditions from this storm in just a few moments, with winds of up to 140 miles per hour sustained. As we're watching that radar imagery, and it's still up there as well on the top right panel, as we watch the infrared as well, I'm still not sure what to make of this storm's direction. It has jogged northwest. That's why we're talking about a direct hit here, because for a while it looked like it might have completely missed. But it is going to be giving the strongest winds to this southern tip of Jamaica and westwards into the St. Elizabeth area. If it keeps moving in this direction, it won't make landfall, but it will pass extraordinarily close to the point where part of St. Elizabeth might see the edge of the eye. So we're talking about very fine margins. What's up with Beryl and Jamaica? It's a very broad question, Ellen. Beryl is causing serious problems in Jamaica. Not all of it though. This is Kingston, which is getting rained on quite heavily, but so far winds haven't been too strong here. Possibly tropical storm force gusts at the coast, but so far nothing too crazy, but a lot of rain. But places further to the southwest are going to be getting the full force of this storm right now. In Portmore, St. Catherine, rains have intensified with faster winds there from Shauna. Thank you for that. And are there any live videos at the south coast of Jamaica other than... well, if there were, if we knew of any, we would show you, but we don't know of any. And genuinely concerned for the Treasure Coast region. Forecast in the next few hours is showing a very close drive-by potential landfall, even effectively what I was saying a couple of minutes ago there. And John says, how do we think Montego Bay and Negril are going to fare with this storm, with them being on the northwest side? Towards the western tip there, could still see the eye wall of the storm if it continues to push northwestwards. But it should be bending a bit further west again shortly. That was the forecast. I'm optimistic that you shouldn't get the worst conditions in either of those places, Montego Bay especially, but you could still see hurricane force winds at times. And am I a meteorologist? No, no way. I'm the broadcast side of things. We have people on our team who are in the process of becoming a qualified meteorologist, but I'm more of a layperson myself compared to some of these folks. I try to be the bridge, really, to bring everyone together, I suppose, in a way. But that's what we're up to. And will the eye wall hit Kingston? The good news is on that one, no. The eye wall has missed already. The eye wall is not hitting Kingston. Although Judy says it's starting to get windy there in Kingston City. And thank you very much for your comment there, Eber, as well. Caloxilus says, is the eye starting to clear up again in the latest frames? On radar it looks like it is. On satellite it's got a long way to go, but it is showing early signs of improvement. Skelida, I'm not going to speculate fatalities, it's in bad taste. And what else do we have here? Railwaves says, what's the precip and lightning like on the east side of the hurricane? Looks like it's picked up. I don't actually have that in front of me, but I assume it may well be doing that because we are seeing some very high cloud tops all around the area. And radar looking good too. The eye is warming a little in the last few frames. Do you think the eye could start coming out? Like I say, it's a long way to go, but you've got to acknowledge that the temperature has picked up slightly, but if I told you it's still minus 63, you would know there's a long way to go with that eye. Apparently rain up again in Kingston, where we are seeing it on the screen too. Moderate wind and rain in Spanish Town, according to PETA. And Wayne says, does it seem like St. Elizabeth Westmoreland border will take the brunt of this storm? Trying to figure out exactly where that border is. It is one of the places that could see the brunt of the storm, yes, as well as further to the southeast. So it could happen there. And what we're talking about is the strongest winds in the inner eye wall of the storm. Unless we see a turn to the west very quickly, we are going to see those areas receive the inner eye wall. Why does Beryl not care about the shear? I think it's got its small size in its favour. The wind shear is really dealing with the western side of the storm a little bit further out there, and it's not managed to really get to the core very much. The wind shear is still quite strong, but looking at these latest frames, there are signs that the storm is bouncing back on that west side there too, in terms of the shear affecting its outer areas. Looks like it might be improving again on all counts. Apparently it's extremely windy in St. James and light rain. What are the wind gusts of Beryl? I have no idea, but you could probably see wind gusts up close to 160 miles per hour. How much rain will Texas get from Beryl? If it goes there, well, could be up towards that 12 inches that we're talking about for Jamaica here. And apparently a full eye wall on a new AMSR2 pass. I mean, really, it looks like. Satellite starting to look more like that. Radar, obviously, we know, is looking good. Another comment there, the winds are picking up in Havendale, in Kingston. Again, the storm has already made its closest pass to Kingston, but given that the northeastern quadrant is larger, you could still see some stronger winds for a time in the Kingston area before things calm down. But I think we can rule out pretty comprehensively any hurricane force winds now. Apparently Portmore is intense, getting crazy according to Chris. And how much rain will Beryl dump in Jamaica? Like I said, about 12 inches will be the maximums. And of course that may well be concentrated over higher ground. And so you got all the runoff and you've got a lot of rain over that whole area. Could see some flash flooding. Visibility getting quite poor on that camera again as we look at it here. And you can see the trees in the foreground swaying a little bit more. So again, we've still not seen incredible winds by any stretch here in Kingston, but looking like more of it right now, and definitely quite a lot of rain. Elaine says that they're okay in Spanish Town. Kerry Ann says Westmoreland gusty winds and some rainfall. How fast is Hurricane Beryl traveling? It's west-northwest at 18 miles per hour right now. Let's see if we've got a new radar frame at all. We do. We have a new radar frame, and trying to figure that out. It is still pushing west-northwestwards there. I'm just wondering what happened there. I think it may have just jogged southwestwards there for a sec. Maybe just a tad. But definitely showing a lot of stuff going on that northern side there. All of that orange zones. Considering that the radar may be obscured a little bit. Which is preventing it from showing its full strength. We could be looking at some really heavy conditions there in the far southern reaches. Portland area. At this stage of the storm, it's really a case of almost being a passenger in this whole thing. We've done all the forecasting that we could do. We're more now talking about real-time news as we watch this storm's progress and try and figure out if it's, well, what on earth it's doing. Is it possibly on its way towards strengthening again? It's a big question, and we're not going to get the answer to that for a few hours. So all we can really focus on here is the fact that it is crawling across the coast of Jamaica at this time with extremely powerful winds of 140 miles per hour plus, higher gusts. And some of these exposed locations are receiving those very high winds with hurricane force winds possible a little bit further inland as well, and tropical storm conditions across the whole island. Also a few rain bands moving through southern Cuba as well, looking at those frames too. One or two bits of squall lines moving through there in the southwest. I think it's still the only camera that's working, so we're sticking with it. It's the one that we had at the very beginning, and we've been looking at it pretty much since daybreak this morning. Beryl, a very powerful hurricane moving in, and apparently power out in Old Harbour where Justin's friend was. Showed us some videos earlier of it being rather blustery. Winds possibly the tropical storm strength as we were watching it. We'll take as many comments as we can here. Stefano says strong winds now in Kingston, and you can see it's changing here on this imagery as well, on this picture. So some stronger winds in here now. Will Jamaica miss out on the worst of the winds, or will a landfall on the extreme western part be possible? Yes, it is possible, and they are not missing out on the worst of the winds, but they are reaching the very southernmost tip of Jamaica and not for most of the bigger towns and cities. Apparently internet is down in Mickleton. Do we think Hurricane Beryl will still make landfall near Jamaica? Landfall still possible. But at the moment I'm inclined to think that it won't happen. But that's not to say that it'll be any less impactful here with the highest winds. You know, you don't need the eye for the highest winds. It's on the edge of the eye wall, which will be hitting land and is currently hitting land right now in Portland. Slayer says, could the eye clear in Beryl? The latest imagery looks very productive. But don't get ahead of yourselves, guys. It is looking better, but even though it looks like a nice eye in there, the eye temperature is still, waiting for it, must be about -60 still. In fact, a new frame just came out, so let me just double check this. Eye temperature currently doesn't want to tell me now. It's somewhere around -60. And for those in the know, we know that the eye isn't really that impressive until it gets towards the positive temperatures, 0 degrees, because that shows just how deep it is. It's a very, very shallow eye at the moment, and it's not telling me what temperature it is. About -60 though, looking at the colors. So a long way to go for that eye to look better, but nonetheless there is still huge chunks of convection swirling all around the center of the storm, with cloud top temperatures down to -84 degrees. Still superbly impressive. Here's a very well enhanced view. Now it looks like a clear eye, doesn't it? But that's because we've put on tons of enhancements. It actually looks like this. You can still see it, but it's very, very hazy, full of clouds, that eye. But it is, I think, more clearer now. And I think it is matching up with radar a little bit again. I would still say it's towards the left-hand side of where that apparent eye is where the actual center is. But it's clear to see that it is right on the coast right now, hugging it, and still possibly moving northwest on those satellite frames. But radar seems to be more west-northwest. And radar beats satellites, so. Craig says, do recon plan to fly into the storm after it passes Jamaica? I looked at their plan of the day, and they are expecting to fly into the storm in 4 hours. 4 hours. There's an upper level mission currently in progress though, but that won't tell us any of the major information, but it will tell us about the environment around the storm. Chris says, if you're not yet experiencing any hurricane conditions, please don't wish to see it. It's awful, especially south of the island. Here. Michael says, is it getting an uptick in convection? Looks like it's recycling. May well be. I mean, it looks like it is improving once again here as it reaches Jamaica. And so close to a landfall. Don't forget, if it is still a Category 4 and it makes landfall, that's the most powerful landfall in Jamaican history. Brandon says, why is the eye wall cloud tops colder than when it was at peak intensity? It's because the eye isn't as good. Mainly, I mean, tons of energy, but also the land of Jamaica may be helping thrust those cloud tops higher as well into the air. That's another factor. But it's like comparing apples to oranges when we're looking at the storm now and peak intensity, because when at peak it had a 23-degree eye. And the cloud tops weren't as good, but the eye was so deep. Whereas at the moment it's still about -60, so massive difference. Michael says eye looks to clear out again in the last few frames on infrared. It's slow. It's getting better, but it's slow. Craig says it would be interesting to see the data if it has managed to maintain intensity. What chances does Beryl have of strengthening again before its next landfall? Well, I don't want to know, really. I don't want to think about it. It's still staying stronger than expected, but it is gradually weakening. It could strengthen a little bit before it reaches the Yucatan, and then it could strengthen quite a bit in the Gulf of Mexico. It really depends on what track it decides to take. So there's still chances for re-strengthening. That's that latest visible. Maybe a weakness in the northwest, but another flare-up in convection in the latest frames. The eye is improving. Latest convection minus 83. Latest eye temperature minus 60. Still a long way to go, but getting a bit better. And people are saying that new microwave imagery is looking really good. Oh, it is. New microwave imagery looks like this. Very powerful core as it was swinging in towards southern Jamaica, south side especially. How did that happen? So microwave imagery can see inside those cloud tops and see exactly what's going on inside the storm. But it is a very closed eye wall. It's an improving storm once again, and I think it's quite clear here, barring observational data, that this storm is intensifying. However, latest frame there on radar looks like it is staying offshore. Looks like we've just had a slight west or maybe even southwest jog there in the last couple of frames. That could make all the difference in preventing a landfall, although, and to be honest, the strongest winds still won't have reached the coast yet there. I thought for everything that they would have done. But in fact, when you look at that, yes, there will be strong winds on the coast, hurricane force quite easily. But the very highest winds, still just offshore, too early to call, but obviously a northwest jog would be very bad news. But if it just keeps going west just a little bit more, it will be good news here. But for the time being, it's still very, very dangerous, 140 mile per hour winds. Here's the view from Kingston again, as we look back out onto those streets, fully saturated with rainwater there. Trees still swaying a little bit. Oh, he's here right now. I don't know if you wanted to chip in here.
I mean, this system is, of course, hopefully this won't be a long time it'll be strengthening. Like the last time we saw, it only strengthened for like a few hours. So hopefully it's just one of these phases that it goes through where it's able to fight back from the wind shear and be more symmetrical for a moment. Hopefully it'll start weakening again. However, a little too late for it to start weakening because of how so close it is to the land right now. However, as long as it stays off land, then it'll remain less of a threat towards the Jamaican island than it would be if it was to make landfall or extremely close pass.
Incredibly close, though. And we're talking about really close. I'll give you a little estimate here. The center of the eye is approximately 22 kilometers off the coast of the southern tip of Jamaica. and that would mean that the inner eye wall with the strongest winds is only about 6 kilometers off the coast. So any northwestward deviation here will pretty much put 140 mile per hour winds along the coast. As it is right now, it's very close at hand. There will be hurricane conditions on land in the Portland area right now. We'll be entering St. Elizabeth region soon. But we're just looking at that camera again in Kingston, and here it is once more. Visibility is improving, and I would say that very shortly you will have probably seen the worst conditions for this storm in Kingston. Just give it another half hour, I think, and you should be clearing up after that. Just wanting to see what happens with this band that's still moving through the area, but there is a possibility that band could be trailing over the area for a bit, so there is a flood threat. But for wind, hopeful that another half hour should do it, and then winds should start dying down again. What a let-off for Kingston. Still some strong gusts there though, and the car going straight through all that water there. Clearly a very wet roadway down there in the distance. And concerns for potential flooding. Oh, definitely getting quite a breeze there now. There's something flapping about there in the far distance. So, substantial winds at times there. This is Force 13 Live in our 9th hour of coverage on Hurricane Beryl's landfall or close pass to Jamaica. 140 mile per hour winds, pressure of 959 millibars, according to the National Hurricane Center. Inquiry about the eye temperature right now. Eye temperature is getting better. It is now, doesn't want to tell me. Oh, minus 55. So that's up 5 in just a few minutes. Are there any flash flood warnings out right now? I don't know. But the possibility is there. Megalodon says, what are the odds that it makes landfall? I mean, it's so close to it right now, it doesn't make a huge difference. I just want to wait for 1 or 2 more radar frames, and then I might be more confident in saying maybe not. JT says, is there anything else developing from the Africa side at the moment? How do you think the rest of the season will go? Well, 96L is pushing through the Leeward Islands right now. The Windward Islands right now, which is exactly where Beryl struck just a couple of days ago. That's the other system that we were worried about a few days ago as possibly following exactly in the same footsteps as Beryl and possibly being as strong as, or a hurricane at least, as it was moving along. Thankfully that hasn't happened. Just going to load up a satellite imagery view here for you. This is Invest 96L right now. So it's cleared the Windward Islands without incident, I think. Produced a few areas of heavy rainfall, sporadic showers. It is trying to rotate. It's not really there at the minute. It will have a better chance when it enters the Western Caribbean and potentially the Gulf of Mexico next week. But as of right now, that's the only other thing active in the Atlantic. We also have Invest 91E, which could become a storm in the Eastern Pacific. New radar frame there, and look at that little red patch there on that northern eye wall. A very striking looking eye there, clearly building in intensity, tightening up very powerful there. Really strong winds, although still, just for the time being, the strongest winds are still offshore. Just a few kilometers in it though. And if it keeps moving further west-northwest, then parts of St. Elizabeth will be in that as well. A very dicey hour or two here coming up for parts of Jamaica, as the full force of the hurricane literally lies just a few kilometers offshore. Kingston will be getting quite a bit more rainfall here, I think, with some gusty winds with it. You're seeing that right now. Craig says, what has caused Beryl to take this path? Don't stronger storms usually take a curve north, or is a ridge pushing it that way? Exactly. A strong ridge has been responsible for this so far, and is expected to continue to an extent. What's the chances of Beryl hitting Houston, please, in Texas? Well, low chance right now. Less than 5%. Daniel says, do we count the centre of the eye as a landfall? People have different thoughts on this. I'm a purist. I think the centre of the eye has to make landfall to call it a landfall. Some agencies have the edge of the eye. I just can't really get on board with that, but I don't know. It's all just semantics, really. Watching this live video from Kingston with the trees swaying around, they're certainly getting a bit of a windy day right now, and still some persistent rain here too. Something lit up just then, didn't it? Not sure what that was. And looking back down onto that road, which is very wet there. The camera wobbling just a tiny bit too. Certainly the strongest winds we've seen at this location, although it's not been difficult to beat so far, but some strong winds here at times by the looks of things. Questions about whether any tornadoes that have touched down. I'm not aware of any. None of our team have mentioned anything like that yet. What's the chance of it changing direction towards Florida? Nil, I'm happy to say. 0. National Hurricane Center will be updating in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Jaden says, why is Beryl improving despite the shear and land interaction? The small size, I think, must be helping it. Given that Beryl is not entirely over land, its impacts aren't at its fullest. Although the longer it does flirt with land as it is, it may start to have a little bit of trouble. As of right now, though, it's looking okay. And as for wind shear, it looks to me, looking at latest imagery, as though it's probably slackening, if anything. Make no mistake, everyone, this storm is intensifying right now. And again, situated just hair's breadth off the coast of the southern tip of Jamaica, the Portland area. Latest eye temperature -56. And it doesn't look that great on satellite still, but radar, very impressive in my view, as we continue to watch all of these viewpoints. And we're still at storm number 2 of the season. Crazy stuff. More thank you comments there. Thank you, Wayne, for your comment there. Living in the US but have relatives and a home in Jamaica. No problem at all. This is what we're here for. And we will continue to track this storm until the strongest... basically, we're going to keep streaming here until the maximum winds have left the coast, or when the threat of maximum winds is over. So that's probably going to be a few more hours. But no doubt about it here, this storm is back to strengthening again. It's back to its old nasty ways. Hurricane Beryl, 140 mile per hour Category 4. Last estimate was 959 millibars from recon, when it looked like it was really shriveling up almost, wasn't it? It was looking pretty poor, but it's found its way back again with a closed eye wall, fantastic microwave appearance, and improving satellite imagery, but still some distance to go to see further improvements. Anto says, do we think a re-intensification to Category 5 is more probable than earlier today? Oh, well, I suppose it is, but the chances are still low. We said that last time. Is it creating its own environment? Is that enabling it to strengthen? To an extent, I think you may be right there. Another kind comment from Ellen there as well. Appreciate that. And thank you. Kimmy says, Portmore, St. Catherine, powerful winds, rain. The power is out. Freya there remembers Gilbert, of course. That was the strongest storm to ever make landfall in Jamaica. 125 mile per hour winds. If Beryl decides to push a bit further north and make landfall, it would overtake Gilbert for that record. So, how far has Beryl tracked over the Atlantic? It formed quite early off Africa, didn't it? Well, it was about, I think, 40-something degrees west. Since then, it's moved a good, must be like 3,000 kilometers by now, maybe more. So it's traveled a fair distance, and it's got a long way still to go. We're only about halfway through its track, really, if it goes the full way as to what we're expecting. There was a question there about the Cayman Islands as well. I can't remember the question before, but there was another similar one there from Jeremy. Any expectation it may move closer to the Cayman? Well, it could. If we're looking at more northwestward trends, then it will be heading for Grand Cayman. As it is right now, it still looks like you'll be on the edge of it. Gotta watch it. It can still switch around, and we are talking about fine margins. Oh wow, people talking about how long they've been watching us for now. I mean, yeah, the 2017 season, we were very busy during that period, of course, and busy in every season for various different reasons. But I think 2017 is when a lot of people started watching, and when we did a lot of coverage. Anyways, just waiting for some more information here. Let's see if there's any new radar frames. Just loading that up now. Nope, nothing yet. The last image there was from half past, and we were showing it with those very strong winds so close to the coast there of Portland. As I said, we're talking just a handful of kilometers for those strongest winds, 140 miles per hour, and they will definitely be getting hurricane force winds inland there. Haze will be included. in those hurricane force winds. Maypen will be close to hurricane force winds. Mandeville remains to be seen. You could get some hurricane force winds. Alligator Pond, it's looking like that's going to happen for you. Santa Cruz, potentially. And into Westmoreland, possibly, if it keeps going this way. I was hoping there'd be a new frame by now, but no such luck. Our live coverage continues on this storm. Remains very powerful, Category 4, with winds of near 140 miles per hour. According to another comment there, Kingston is currently getting 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. That's according to Zoom Earth, apparently. So, well, they use model data, so they don't use, unless you've actually got an observation point there, that will be model data. Apparently another recon mission is underway, from what another viewer just said. You are right. NOAA 2 has taken off from St. Croix and is just passing south of Puerto Rico right now, so it doesn't say what kind of mission it is yet, but we assume that that might be, please, a low-level mission to investigate this storm as a matter of urgency. We'll wait and see what they do. They're just passing Puerto Rico right now. They only took off a few minutes ago. Yeah, they took off at 26 minutes past. Live view again from Kingston. The rain is really tumbling down once again, and you'll be in that band for a little bit longer. Some strong winds occurring in that band as well. I'll be there for a little longer there. But it's not going to get any worse than this. It shouldn't for Kingston in terms of wind, but possibly flooding concerns. And again, zooming right into that very wet scene, and lots of surface standing water along the road that we saw being picked up by some of those cars going along. Halfway tree area is really picking up on the winds and rain apparently. And when it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, will it get stronger? There's a decent chance of strengthening in the Gulf of Mexico, but they're also expecting it is going to be weaker by the time it gets there. So it will be starting from, you know, further down as it strengthens again later. Okay. Harley says that trough over the United States in the coming days could actually pull Beryl north once in the Gulf, depending on where the trough will be located at, and the time of Beryl approaching Mexico. Well, you're right. It's very important to acknowledge that big uncertainties still in that track forecast, and some ensembles, some GFS ensembles yesterday had it going as far east as New Orleans. Don't think that'll happen, but there's still lots of possibilities at play. Eye temperature is now up to minus 52. So it's getting better. And its movement is still taking it west-northwest there. Really looks like it's hugging the island now. Trying to get the latest eye fix, location fix. And the latest estimate is that it is 18 kilometers off the southern tip of Portland, and it is 45 kilometers from Alligator Pond. 34 kilometers from Hayes. Definitely getting hurricane force winds there then. And some of the more remote locations near the southern tip. Portland Cottage, 23 kilometers away from the eye of the storm. They could be getting major hurricane force winds. Maury's looking at some models right now. Do you want to talk about it?
Well, I'm looking at the trough that we were
right.
talking about earlier. You can see
Hold on a
that
minute.
there is a trough over here in the U.S. that's
Yes.
likely pushing this system. This is the Icon model that's likely pushing the system up into the northern quadrant of Texas. This is probably where this system would go if the trough was to be a little more eastern, as these hurricanes follow the trough usually. And that is probably because the trough is dragging this hurricane up into the United States in these scenarios. However, on those models where it pushes it into Mexico, that will only show, let me just get the map. There you can see the trough is a little bit farther west, and there's a bit of a ridge that develops in the northern Atlantic that pushes this system away from a possible landfall
It's
further
all
up.
about the troughing and the ridging there as to whether the storm, how far north it gets.
I mean, it is. That's a major factor in movement of hurricanes and tropical storms.
Well, Beryl continues to pull its stunts. It's intensifying again by all observational data, it would appear. Continuing to get better again as eye temperature increases. It is very, very close to the coast, but given its small size, most areas won't be feeling the full effects of the storm. Back again in Kingston, rain tumbling down there. Looks like they'll be out of this band soon, but not quite yet. And sometimes we get significant delays in the imagery, the radar imagery. The last image I've got here is 30 minutes old, and as they say that, it's just updated again. So here's some new radar, and it seems to be just going a lot slower, but it is still sort of west-northwesterly, and that red is just touching the coast there of Middlesex County, the southern tip. That little headland there will be getting the maximum winds from this storm, and it's still heading sort of west-northwesterly, so it certainly looks to me, guys, that Alligator Pond and round that bend to the west of it there in Cornwall County, that too will get the most powerful winds, and possibly the edge of the eye. Then a little bit further northwest to some of the other small towns over there that I haven't managed to get the names of yet. Places like Black River, Luana, Sandy Ground, Cambridge, Crawford could all receive that core as well. I'm not as confident as places further northwest as that, Westmoreland. Not so sure. Could still happen. I think you may well get hurricane force winds there though over the course of the next few hours. But in Kingston, the storm made its closest pass a fair while ago. And just to give you a little distance estimate now, the storm made its closest pass when it was about 72 kilometers away from from Kingston. And you know what? Actually, it's still quite similar. It has made its closest pass, but it is still near that closest point, and it is going to just start to bend away from this point onwards. Oh dear, things have gotten really bad there now. Looks like it's whiteout almost there with extremely heavy rainfall. So another one of these bands, and we're seeing those trees rocking around as well. I'm just waiting for the camera to shift. Oh yeah. So they're getting some really heavy weather now. And once again, that northeast quadrant extending out quite a way further. And that is the worst that we've seen it so far at Kingston. Lots of small debris there. I imagine that's just leaves. But some heavy winds and very heavy rain there at this time. Looking out from that camera. Oh yeah, tons of leaves flying around there. Possibly some tropical storm force winds. It's been so calm up until now in this area.
So, I think the most likely area that we would see a landfall, even though it's not looking extremely likely we're going to see a landfall, maybe just a bit of an eye moving on the shore, it would probably be towards Southfield. And for a location that's closer to the ocean, Yardley Chase, somewhere in that region.
Oh. You're talking about the Treasure Coast there, I think it's known as.
Yeah, the Treasure Beach towards just east of Billy's Bay and Calabash Bay.
It could happen. Just every few minutes we're going to have positional updates. I'm going to be watching them very closely. Aircraft on its way towards Beryl. Noah 2 is en route. It was passing Puerto Rico a few minutes ago. National Hurricane Center will have a new update for us at the end of this hour, so stay up for that. And we'll have whatever information they come out with as soon as possible and their discussion. So we'll be able to hear from the professionals as to what their thoughts are on the storm at this point. And without any extra info, they may well just keep it the same. But it is a full advisory, so I imagine they'll be looking at it with a bit more scrutiny. As we look back again at satellite imagery there, it looked monstrous at one point. Still looks good, but a little bit less, maybe a little bit sloppy, if I could say that, as it moves along the coast there. If we switch it back to, well, even on this transparent version, you can't see Jamaica. It's right underneath all of that there. But if we switched it to visible, you might just be able to make out the landmass there. Yeah, very close to making landfall. Just in that last frame with the daylight starting to decrease a bit, you can make out the coastline there. And the center of the eye around here. We await further updates. Let's go and take a look at our super enhanced visible imagery as well, which really shows the eye off a little bit more. Blowing up large amounts of convection on the northwestern side of it, but you can see where what the full eye shape would look like if it was clear. Big convection blowing up over it. And I think it's possible that maybe the southern tip of Jamaica there may have seen a tiny bit of the eye. Radar doesn't show that, but I suppose that would be at the lower levels, but visible at the upper levels, I guess. Because it's a bit like a very steep bowl, and it's probably just outside of the rim of the eye where observers would be on the ground there. Let's see if we've got any more comments right now. How close is the eye to Jamaica? It depends. At ground level, the eye is about 6 kilometers away. And do we think that the storm may be a Category 2 at landfall at Mexico/Texas? Quite possible. Has there been dry air entrainment into the storm, or is it mainly wind shear that has been weakening it? There was wind shear present earlier. Maybe dry air had a hand in it as well. Wind shear got to work on it quite a bit, but it's disappearing. I'm really not seeing much signs of wind shear anymore. Barbara says that Kingston are getting some intense winds with rain. We were looking at it. Not quite as bad now as it was earlier when visibility went way down and we saw lots of strong winds and leaves flying all across the place. But still getting a fair bit here. Trevor is in Corpus Christi. I remember when Harvey reached the Gulf, rapidly increased intensity. Category 1 to 4, Beryl to follow suit, question mark. My rebuttal would have been that Harvey was in August, but Beryl decided to do September things in July, so that argument's pretty invalid. However, it does look like it will spend a bit less time over water than Harvey did, unless things decide to change with that steering, with the troughing.
We just don't want that recurve.
It's just so dumb. We can't even discount another Harvey. We really can't. Not in the rainfall stakes though. It certainly won't have anything near that.
If it heads further north, then we could get a stronger storm. I don't think we could get anything more than a... But like you said, this storm just does not want to follow rules, so... I don't know. The further north and east it goes, the stronger it will likely get, but we're not really seeing that stronger support on the models. I mean, if you look at the model, you can see that there is still some possibility for a weak storm. That would be if it heads into Mexico more than the United States. If you look at some of these other models.
Oh, we're looking at models again?
I guess. I mean,
sure.
we don't have to.
That's all right. Let's have a look.
So if you look at this is the HWRF. You can see this has looks like a Category 1 hurricane making landfall right on the border there of the United States and Texas. Of Mexico and Texas.
I think that's a Cat 2 or borderline.
Yeah, it's on the borderline. This also has a similar area, but
south.
You can see slightly farther south, it's slightly weaker. That is because of sea surface temperatures. The sea surface temperatures are greater the further north you go. Because I'm guessing that's just because they're closer to land. At least that applies here. During the summer. Then you have this model, which is further south and weaker.
Which is much better than it was at the 6Z run.
Yes, I do remember that. And this
model
seems to be a storm.
Looks like it's heading just north of Tampico.
and this.
The same, but
This is an
stronger.
outlier. This is a bit of an outlier
Well,
because
it
look how
is.
far south it is.
I thought
And
that when I
look-
first saw it.
I mean, there's still warm sea surface temperatures down south. It's just that the warmer ones and the oceanic heat content. But anyways, that's a quick look through the models.
We have another look at radar right now, and the latest frame there once again has it still tantalizingly close to land, still moving west-northwest. The eye wall, part of it is over land, and I would say right now that places that are currently in the eye wall with possible winds up to 140 miles per hour, Portland Cottage, Rocky Point, Mitchelltown, Lioneltown. Hayes is probably in hurricane force winds, but not the strongest winds. And Rest is probably in hurricane force winds. In about 20 or 30 minutes, Marley Hill, Plowden Hill, and Alligator Pond will enter hurricane force winds, and potentially in 30 to 40 minutes those places will be in the eye wall as well, unless it literally turns west. They will. However, even at the current trajectory, it needs just a slight turn to the right to have a full-on landfall. But at the moment, it's gonna be close. And then we're talking later on this afternoon, in another maybe 2 hours, those places you mentioned earlier. Last real chance of a landfall near Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth. So that's what we're watching right now. Very, very serious situation. Powerful winds all along the coast. We saw a few of them in Kingston there, although they have by and large gotten away with it. A few areas of storm force winds, I expect. Sort of wonder that maybe they should have done update statements on this.
They could have.
I mean, they did for the
they
Windward
did.
Islands. That's exactly what you were going to say, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, I don't know. I guess they consider hourly updates. They don't want to do it more than once first one. So
If it's necessary, it's necessary. And a
It
Cat
is,
4
but
making
that's what their
landfall, I think it is necessary.
it's what their mindset is. And then you'll probably see them. They'll issue hourly advisories when it reaches the U.S. or
Well, yeah, of course.
yeah.
Orlando is back with us right now. Noah 2 are heading towards Beryl. Do we know what kind of mission they're doing yet?
I'll be able to answer that question in just a sec, actually.
Right.
All right, so it seems as though right now, Noah 2 mission. Likely if I were to guess, I'd say low level flight.
We need it.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. That convective look, I mean, I have no words to say. I have nothing to say, honestly. I mean, how far is the eye wall from the southern coast of Jamaica?
It's over the southern coast of Jamaica now.
Okay.
It's over
They
the
look
southern tip, the that little bit that sticks out right at the bottom there at Portland.
Because I'll be quite frank, I just got up from nap,
all
just what you call it, just to come up back to this, and I was not expecting that, but here we are.
Yeah, no, me neither. It is still moving more west-northwest than I think we expected, just a bit. Could have been a lot worse, though.
All I have to say is this storm's resilience to shear has been absolutely incredible, especially given the time of year.
Gee. Will it ever die then?
I don't know, and that is my
Jesus.
concern. I don't know how much it will actually weaken after Jamaica. I mean, we've had this conversation back when it was by Hispaniola. It's going to begin to weaken. We saw the shear begin to hit it after it peaked at a Category 5 hurricane, and then afterwards, it barely did. And then it just kept dragging its feet. I mean, it is lowering, but I don't expect it to go below, unlike the... So I was looking at the models, and a couple of them brought down Beryl quite significantly around the Cayman Islands, and I don't seem to
Not
agree with that
seeing it.
right now.
Not seeing it.
I don't, and that is the scary part, because that means it allows the storms to keep more of a likely more poleward motion, which inclines it. It doesn't guarantee it, but it inclines it to want to move more northwesterly, more northerly. As a result, this would bring more locations just north of Tulum into risk, like Playa del Carmen and Cozumel and Cancun, into the risk of seeing hurricane force winds, and also later down the line, potentially affect its track in the Gulf of Mexico. That is concerning to me right now. And there's nothing else I can add on to that, because it's just wild to see this happening. I can only hope that the shear does something to it once it passes. I mean, there's a chance it'll increase by about 5 knots more than it's dealing with right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, models predict a wind shear peak late tonight of 25 knots, and then it drops off a cliff.
That's, yeah.
Oh, man.
And if it's not doing anything now, that's like, and the thing is, I think the main reason which has been being played into this and why this has been so resilient has to do with the sheer amount of energy right now within the Central Caribbean and within now the Northwestern Caribbean that'll be playing into this. It's allowed the storm to maintain a significant amount of convection, and the shear, even though it disrupts the thunderstorm structure, it does allow for those convective tops to fire more intensely, and it is benefiting from that, and that's how it's been able to maintain its course so well in the face of this. And I will also like to mention that that dry air is also falling off. Whatever dry air is to the west of the structure is not as intense at all. So,
based on radar, the eye of the storm is now, the center of the eye is now 19 kilometers off the southern tip of Jamaica. It is moving, well, it has moved just clear of that little peninsula now, and it is heading now towards Alligator Pond, 42 kilometers away from Alligator Pond, with the eye wall ahead of it. In fact, if I go back to my graphics here and just turn the satellite imagery off for a second, I'll do a little illustration for you again. So if you're familiar with the geography, you'll know which bit each part is here on this map. Right now, the eye wall with 140 mile per hour winds is here, over this whole area. That's where the strongest winds are right now. 140 miles per hour possible in there. The eye is just to the south. It is here, somewhere around there. And the way it's going, it's moving, just trying to get this right, sort of this way. So if it keeps going, it will narrowly avoid a landfall on any of these other islands. On any other parts of the coastline. But the strongest winds will be tracing through all of this area. 140 mile per hour winds possible, all in that zone. So if you're ahead of this, hunker down right now. Hurricane force winds will be with you at any time, and these super powerful winds inside the storm will be there soon.
Yeah, it's impressive looking at this right now on satellite imagery, just the convective blowups around the center. Now really indicating, I mean, before earlier today, it was really bad. But compared to earlier, it's just wild to see that it's still doing its best to try and maintain that structure. And now it's more with a slightly more northwestern movement. I mean, we're now experiencing that eye wall on the southern coast of Jamaica. Um, Very bad flooding, damage. I mean, we were hopeful that this would avoid it just slightly. I mean, it was still going to experience hurricane force conditions with gusts and even sustained winds, probably, as well as, of course, the surge and rain. But this is probably going to mean that the coastal areas just there are probably going to be experiencing severe damage. I mean, that is just, I believe it's still a Category 4 hurricane.
Oh yeah.
With those winds, and that is the strongest winds experienced in that area since Gilbert, and that's about it.
Yeah, I don't know how strong the strongest wind actually was from Gilbert.
It was 125.
Well, that was what it officially was at landfall, but maybe when
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
it was
Yeah, it might have been low.
briefly 130 on its final approach to land, but by landfall it was 125. I just wonder, just a small point. But this is Kingston right now. Again, looking at pretty inclement conditions. The rain is being turned up again as we get some more bands moving through the area. Soon it's gonna exit that, and it will start to get better in Kingston. Winds aren't as high as they were earlier, and hopefully that is just about the turning point in Kingston. Some people have said a lot has happened where they were. Others have said not very much. We've seen a few leaves flying on these trees, and plenty of power outages, of course, internet outages, other such things. But feel free to keep up the conversation in the chat right now, and this is an area where we can all get together and put forward our observations and what's going on at our place. Lots of people enjoying our coverage. Really appreciate that. Raniel says that they've got power outages in Clarendon with very strong winds and heavy rain.
Sounds about right. Honestly, I'm still just stuck on this structure. Have you guys seen the microwave imagery?
We
At least
did.
the latest of it.
Unless
That
there's
is
another one.
Nah, I think it's still the other one that was viewed not too long ago.
Let's just show it again for context here. This was the microwave image that appeared not long ago when it was making that approach.
I mean, I noticed that the pressure was falling just as reconnaissance was leaving.
Was it?
Yeah, I mean, it just slightly, just ever so slightly, but I mean, given the circumstances now, I wouldn't be surprised, similar to yesterday, where there was some brief period of pressure falls. If that's the case right now, I mean, based off of satellite imagery, I would think so.
In fact, let's check ADT and see what they're saying. They've gone down. How? I don't know. ADT has gone down to 97 knots, so I think we can throw that out.
97 knots.
Yeah, all the models are expecting the system fall off a cliff in intensity. I am not seeing that right now.
I mean, what do you think about the intensity once it reaches towards the coast of Mexico?
I think it'll probably still be a hurricane and potentially still somewhat significant. It wouldn't shock me at all if it maintained major hurricane status, given how it's behaved within the shear and even higher ocean heat content over there. And I mean, if we've learned anything so far with this system, it seems as though ocean heat content overrules high shear.
Ooh. Interesting
Now,
point.
if that's going to maintain at all, that's yet to be seen. I mean, we have to play it by ear and can't just dismiss the environment. But I mean, we've been talking about this conversation with Sheer for quite some time now, ever since it was at the Windward Islands, and we're still talking about it. And it's even though it is having an effect, um, it's still being able to maintain itself and maintain itself quite well.
Yeah, and I noticed all these cloud tops that are starting to rise on the northern edge of the eye, uh, which probably means that there is going to be some excessive rain and also some larger winds just on the south edge of Jamaica, which is unfortunate. I mean, I don't want these cloud tops to continue blowing up on the
Yeah,
north side.
that's the worst part about this. That's the most intense Iowa portion. So those communities just on the shore and the southern shore of Jamaica are experiencing those heaviest winds. Just to also uh, not dismiss environmental damage, especially with vegetation and farmland, because I know even though it's a less populated area, those are valuable resources that are being currently lost. Um, Adding on to that, it's just yeah, that convection continues to fire, and I imagine there's a lot of lightning associated. I know for a brief time earlier today, the lightning around the core of Beryl had actually pretty much for a good 30, 45 minutes, I noticed that it just stopped. But then afterwards, it started to pick up again. And I guess that is also indicative that it's trying to maintain that category 4 structure even now.
Hmm.
Well, National Hurricane Center will be on their way with their full advisory fairly soon. In the next 35 minutes. Usually, if they're not waiting on any extra data, they might be a bit early.
Yeah, I don't know if we're. Oh, actually, I would say I'm inclined to believe that the National Hurricane Center definitely won't be waiting on the reconnaissance flight because it's too far right now.
That's odd. Okay, let's go back and take a look at the latest satellite imagery. Infrared. The eye did appear better for a bit, but it looks like it's clouded over a little more again. However, actually, no, this is out of date. Not what you're seeing, just on my other monitor it's out of date, and I'm trying to get a temperature on this. But it's not quite as deep as it was half an hour ago. However, what we've seen, microwave imagery, radar imagery, structure is still very impressive and expected to remain that way for a fair bit here. Yeah, looking at the eye temperature, it went back down to -60, making its closest pass to southern Jamaica right now. Very powerful storm, as we've mentioned, 140 miles per hour. New radar frame. We're showing you every frame now. And there it is. Looking a little bit narrow in that latest frame, but the general structure still looks good. And it just seems to be going so slowly now that we're looking at it. And it's still right on the coastline with the eye wall hugging the coast there. just west of Portland now. So it's not too far away from reaching the Alligator Pond area in the southern part of Manchester. Mandeville may also see hurricane force winds from this soon. It's probably one of the, well, it'll be the largest town so far to see hurricane force winds. Certainly looks like it's going to happen there. Let's look back at the viewpoint in Kingston, where it's looking pretty gloomy once again, with more rain falling down there at quite a rapid rate, and windy again, I think. We'll keep checking in with this every so often. I'm surprised it's still up, because 2 of the other cameras went down, and that was before the weather even got very bad. Otto says that they heard that the hurricane hunters saw hail in the eye wall. I assume earlier today. I've heard of that happening before. I don't know much about why.
Maybe the cloud tops might have something to do with that.
Maybe if they were higher up. Michael says if this tracks more north-northwest, is there a chance it will hit the more northern part near Cancun, Mexico, avoiding significant land interaction? Ah, that is still on the table.
Is it possible, if it is stronger through the Caribbean Sea, will it take a more northerly track?
Wait, what?
If the system is stronger,
Oh.
will it take a more northerly track?
Well, Orlando said not long ago it sort of favours that. We have another aircraft that's taken off from St. Croix just now, AF-300, on its way to Beryl. Just taking off.
Yeah, I am actually really concerned about that because I think all the models currently are underplaying the storm. I mean, we've been talking about dry air to the west, advecting some of that into the core structure, disrupting it, and causing rapid weakening combined with higher shear. But we've yet to see that actually unfold quite yet. I mean, we've seen the usual high shear environment cause degradation of satellite appearance and also begin to knock down some of that wind as the cloud tops aren't able to stay as organized as they were. However, currently, it seems as though the structure will maintain and will likely maintain for hours to come, and don't know when exactly it will subside.
Okay. Still looking at Kingston right now, where visibility is way down again. Lots of rain over there. How much is the shear forecasted to fall after tonight? Looks to me like it would go down to about 15 knots.
Which would be lower.
Yeah, that's still conducive for summer.
Yeah, it's what you call it, marginal at best. It might be, if it's able to keep it structured together like it has been, it's likely that it can maintain that intensity in such an environment. I mean, it'll be very ironic if it doesn't, but yeah.
Okay then, well, let's get a bit of opinion. Do we think the National Hurricane Center are going to upgrade their forecast and Category 3 for the Yucatan possible?
Well,
I don't know. I think they'll hold off at 110.
What did they have it as before?
They had 90 knots. So
I don't know if they'll jump so far ahead. Maybe 110 miles per hour.
Not that much of a leap.
Yeah,
it isn't. So maybe
National Hurricane Center. the National Hurricane Center tends to be very conservative. Um, I doubt they're going to go higher than that until we actually see it past the Cayman Islands and just saying no to the shear and dry air. If it does that, then yeah, they'll definitely mark it up to major hurricane by the time it reaches the Yucatan Peninsula. And that's my thoughts on that, at least. But
Well,
before that, I don't think.
being conservative hasn't gotten us very far so far.
Hasn't.
Yeah,
They
this
might.
storm is. Go ahead.
I think they might upgrade that part where it heads towards Texas, Mexico. They might upgrade that further to maybe where it's a hurricane up until landfall. Though I'm unsure if it is a hurricane up until landfall already. They just said it was a brief hurricane in the Bay of Campeche. So I don't know if that was due to land interaction it's weakening, or if it's
No. Yeah.
Anthony says Portmore, Jamaica, a lot of rain and wind. Brian says it's not looking good for Westmoreland Parish. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
According to one viewer, cars are apparently flying offshore near Portland Cottage. I mean, I wouldn't read it out if it wasn't possible. Can't substantiate that at the moment, but definitely a possibility. Lone Wolf says it's really bad here in Kingston. Looking at a camera here, showing quite a lot going on. Even though the eye is beginning to cloud back over, the convection around the centre is beginning to look less ragged and the eye looks more circular. And what are our thoughts on this? My thoughts are less satellite and more radar, I think. Satellite is... Well, there's a new look at the storm again as it gets later into the day now. Still looking interesting. And that, if anything, it may be moving further west at last. That would be some great news if it's true.
Yeah, I believe the mountains in Jamaica are playing a role in messing with that vortex, the inner core of the system, dragging a little bit northerly, but in the end, it's similar to other systems that approach Jamaica, dragging it more west afterwards. We'll see.
Who's dragging who?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems as though what you call it, the mountains are playing a big role in not just those convective bursts, which are likely causing more flash flooding in the area, but also playing in the role of just causing more of that convection, maybe even causing some of that bit of the core to tighten even further, especially while it's just off the coast.
New position update then. It's made its closest pass to Portland. At one point it was 16 kilometers. The distance is now 24. Its closest point to land right now is the southern part of Manchester, I think. Manchester Parish. 26 kilometers. Well, that's ahead of it, of course. It's still 23 from Portland. And from Alligator Pond, 31. Treasure Beach, 44. All of these places are probably going to get the strongest winds of this storm, which could be up to 140 miles per hour. If not already sheltered, do so right away. We should be getting an update from the Hurricane Center fairly soon. Big 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory. And we'll wait and see what they run with as far as intensity. Do we think that they'll go for continuity, or do you think they'll want to change it?
They could up it, but I don't know. Because it was weaker than what they said earlier. So it might be 140 now. And they might realize that.
I think they'll maintain it.
They've got a dilemma.
Yeah, I think it's a safe bet they'll maintain it.
It's probably going to It's looking that way. As soon as that update drops, we'll let you know here. That's mainly what we're waiting for right now. But just that news from before, there are 2 planes heading for Beryl now. NOAA 2 are currently, they just passed the Dominican Republic, passing the Dominican Republic, and AF 300, well, they hadn't even got off the ground actually when I saw that last update, but they should be any moment, if not already, because we get these data in bulk drops, so we find out what they did in the last 10 minutes at various points. So 2 missions indicating that they are en route. Start your comments and questions with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us on the stream here. Christopher says, what are the chances that it shoots the gap and goes just east of Cancun? Very unlikely, especially with the short lead time that we've still got. I mean, look how far outside the cone that would be. So it shouldn't happen, right? It shouldn't, but that's what it's currently showing us. This cone will update in just 20 minutes or so. Ronnie says, why can Beryl fight the wind shear? Sounds like a David and Goliath thing there, but Beryl has been fighting it. It's not always been successful, though, we need to remind ourselves. Just that wind shear probably hasn't been as high as it could have been for most of this period. Isaiah says, Corpus Christi impacts, question mark. At the moment, they're slated for about an 8% chance of tropical storm force winds in the next 5 days. That percentage chance will probably increase a bit at the next advisory. I would say it's a fair bet that you could see tropical storm force winds, but we don't know yet. Dev says, what is the chance that 96L will hit Jamaica? Well, it's going just past through the Windward Islands, but I think it will be a bit further south, at least at first. Benjamin says, what does the lack of landfall with Jamaica mean for the Cayman Islands? I mean, it may as well have made a landfall, let's get that straight, but the fact that it didn't move directly over the mountains and that could have weakened the storm quite a bit more, well, that means that it's going to be stronger when it gets to the Cayman Islands. However, just a new radar frame. If you're looking at this, Orlando, see if you can get yourself in a position to look at it. What's that latest frame showing? The eye much smaller in that image and not as good looking.
Let's see. Looking at radar right now.
Yeah, this radar here.
Interesting. I mean, it's hard to really tell, especially given the distance from Cuba and those mountains. So it's been always subject to scrutiny from the get-go. However, yeah, I don't know.
It is comparing like with like, though. I mean, it looked much better despite the mountains before. Well, we'll see. But as for its position, it is still offshore. The strongest winds, the inner eye wall, is riding the coast and will be reaching Alligator Pond within about 10 minutes. But possibly moving slightly further west again. I can't tell actually, but hoping so. It looked that way on the visible views that we were looking at. There it is. Or then again, maybe not. Just a little bit of a turn northwestwards again there. It's very possible that this storm could make some kind of a landfall near Treasure Beach. The next half hour to an hour will be very important as to which way will there be any jogs. Well, the update's out. It's 140 miles per hour and 959 millibars, and they have called for an 85 knot landfall in the Yucatan, and they are still calling still calling for a 75 mile per hour hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. So really, very little change with this forecast.
Hmm.
I can
Unless the
understand
cone's
why.
moved, which I haven't found out yet. Let me just double check that. The last point on their forecast cone is 26 north, 98.5. That is in Texas. No, it's not. It's very close to the border. 26 north, 98.5. Spoke too soon. It's not quite in Texas, but it is very close. It is 20 kilometers away from the border, just to the southwest of McAllen on the final point. So that's where the
Almost.
5-day point is on that cone.
Almost in Texas.
We'll be able to see that fairly soon when all the update stuff comes out. But as for now, all we've got is the forecast advisory, which gives us the raw data as to how strong they're expecting it to be. They are forecasting weakening to a Category 3 by overnight, Category 2 by tomorrow lunchtime, and then landfall as a Category 2, then down to 60 miles per hour just as it enters the Gulf of Mexico, and then back up to 75 in as it approaches Mexico.
But realize if it rides the northern periphery of that country, then those intensities may
Well.
be strong.
Yeah. Just wait for the advisory data. Okay, eye wall of Beryl brushing the south coast of Jamaica with hurricane conditions occurring. The hurricane is expected to approach the Cayman Islands tonight into Thursday and the Yucatan Peninsula on Thursday night. 140 mile per hour winds, pressure 959 millibars. The only change to warnings is that a tropical storm warning has been discontinued for the southwestern peninsula of Haiti, so that's gone. So hurricane warning for Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, the Yucatan Peninsula from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Hurricane watch for the Yucatan south of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and from Cancun to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm warning for those same areas. Tropical storm watch for Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City. Coast of the Yucatan from Mexico west of Cabo Catoche to Campeche. Tropical storm watch there. So we are still expecting, obviously, these very strong winds. Storm surge of 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds along the immediate coast of Jamaica. Not much else different in that advisory, so a pretty simple update then, but let's see what they say in their forecast discussion, which will be interesting. It isn't out yet, but we'll see what they've got to say about what Beryl's been up to in the last few hours ahead of a couple more recon flights, which will be heading into the storm relatively soon. NOAA 2 is just passing over the peninsula, the Barahona Peninsula of the Dominican Republic, and is, so by that point it's must be about just over an hour away from the hurricane. And we'll bring any further updates to you as they come in. But right now, again, still an extremely powerful storm, 140 mile per hour winds, 959 millibars. Yes wants to know about the eye temperature right now. Still not great. Eye temperature is minus 62. The forecast discussion is out. While westerly wind shear continues to affect Beryl, is it? The central core of the hurricane has made a bit of a comeback this afternoon, with the eye becoming better defined in Cuban radar data and reappearing in satellite imagery. Whether this has resulted in any re-intensification is unclear, so the initial advisory will be held at 120 knots, pending the arrival of the next reconnaissance aircraft. The Cuban radar data shows that the northern eye wall is brushing the south coast of Jamaica at this time, with hurricane conditions occurring mainly on the south side of the island. Initial motion is now 285 degrees at 17 knots. Strong mid-level ridge centered over the southeastern US is expected to continue steering Beryl generally west-northwestward at a decreasing speed for the next couple of days or so. The motion should bring the center near or just south of Jamaica during the next few hours and south of the Cayman Islands tonight. After that, the system should reach the Yucatan Peninsula in 36 to 48 hours and emerge over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico by 60 hours. Once over the Gulf, Beryl should turn northwestward toward a break in the subtropical ridge caused by a large mid-latitude trough over the central United States. A bit better agreement in the track guidance this cycle, as the GFS has shifted its track a little southward and the ECMWF has shifted a little north. Based on this and other guidance, the 96 and 120 hour points have been shifted a little to the southwest of the previous forecast. However, there is still uncertainty during this part of the forecast, and a landfall in Texas cannot yet be ruled out. Do we have an update to that cone? Still not out yet, but we'll see it shortly. Beryl should continue to experience some westerly shear for the next 24 hours, and the ECMWF forecasts moderate shear to persist until the hurricane makes landfall in the Yucatan. This portion of the intensity forecast calls for weakening, as shown by the guidance. However, given that Beryl seems reluctant to weaken, the forecast is near the upper edge of the intensity guidance. Wow, the fact that that's at the upper edge. The cyclone should weaken to a tropical storm whilst crossing the Yucatan. The intensity guidance has become less enthusiastic about the potential for Beryl to re-intensify over the Gulf of Mexico. However, the model forecast upper level winds seem generally favourable, and based on this, the intensity forecast continues to call for Beryl to regain hurricane strength over the Gulf. That there is the new forecast advisory from 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, showing the centre of the storm right along the coast of Jamaica. So the forecast with a pretty broad curve once it reaches the Yucatan, straight up towards the northeastern part of Mexico. But according to them, that forecast actually shifted slightly southwest. I can't remember what the last one showed now, but it still seems pretty close to Texas, and some part of the storm will enter Texas looking at that. So there we have it. More recon on the way as we wait and see what Beryl is doing. Here it is on radar imagery right now, and another new frame. And in fact, it does look like the maximum winds of the eye wall aren't on land anymore. That they were obviously on that peninsula, but they are just slightly off the coast of Manchester, very close to Alligator Pond, and just a slight nudge northwest will push those very strong winds back onshore. And it seems against the odds that Treasure Beach won't get that. I think they will. Time wise, it's coming soon, in the next hour. But hopefully we're seeing a little bit more of a track towards the more westerly, hoping. Certainly when you look from above on satellite, it's close, it's really, really close. And once again, at this intensity, a landfall on Jamaica would make it the strongest hurricane landfall in Jamaican history. Also, if you're in the Cayman Islands, your first little warning of the storm is about to arrive. A tiny little cloud wave there. Won't be producing much precipitation at all. I don't think it will be producing any. Just about to reach you on Grand Cayman. And a few little, possible tiny storms actually over Little Cayman over there towards the east. So that's where we're at right now. This storm very close to the coast. Just a latest indication estimate is that the center of the eye is 26 kilometers offshore, 30 kilometers from Alligator Pond, 48 kilometers from Mandeville, which is probably experiencing hurricane conditions as well. Let's check back in Kingston and see what things are looking like there. Still a very wet picture, but I'm not seeing so many winds, but it is still a bit blowy there. And this band has been over the area for a good while now. It should slowly exit the band soon, and with that I think the main part of the storm will be over for you in Kingston. It was a very close call, it has to be said. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Caden the Dragon Master says, when is it going to pass? Well, by nightfall it should be leaving western Jamaica. There's plenty of rain falling there, that's for sure. So, Orlando, Maury, a question there. Do we think it's intensifying despite the shear? NHC aren't sure by the sounds of it. I think it must be, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it's definitely maintaining, and I wouldn't be surprised the mountains and that curvature of the coastline of Jamaica may be enhancing some of that spin, which would in turn enhance some of that wind, especially in that northern quadrant right now.
I mean, you do see that those bands are continuing to aim to wrap around, and this system is still aiming to become stronger. It does seem like you do have those strong winds that continue in those in those uh in those higher cloud tops, and you can still see that the system is intensifying, the eye continuing to deepen on a lot of the radars and satellite imagery. You can see on the infrared imagery here, the eye is definitely deeper than it was before, and definitely is getting more of a presence.
Just watching that imagery of yours there. Looks like it missed a couple frames. Certainly showing off that movement as well. It is still headed towards, was it Treasure Beach?
Yeah.
That is a contender for a landfall, but if it misses Treasure Beach, it should miss anywhere else, I think, unless it goes for the western tip of Jamaica, but it really shouldn't, because that would completely throw it off that forecasted trajectory. It should start moving away after passing Treasure Beach. But for many places in western Jamaica, it's still going to be an awfully close call. There will be hurricane force winds for some of you over there as well. People asking about Montego Bay. You may get high-end tropical storm force winds. I don't think you'll get hurricane winds yet, but you may well get hurricane force gusts. As we know, Recon are on their way towards the storm as well. AF300 are now definitely in the air. They're just passing Puerto Rico. And NOAA 2, haven't heard from them in a little bit actually. don't know what's going on with their updates, but they are passing over the southern Dominican Republic and may have already done so. 2 recon missions heading into Beryl, and we need them.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, mentioning models in the storm's movement, the icon model's coming out, and it does have a barrel right along the coastline of Jamaica. So
What, all
all
of
the way
it?
up to that FM tip. Yeah.
Wow. Not good then. I wasn't expecting to come to this imagery, but there we go. Some more views of what the storm's been up to. Not great imagery. Let's switch back here.
Still a good amount of convection firing. I mean, very curious if that pressure's beginning to fall again or not, and how much that wind shear and dry air that's been modeled by the ECMWF that the NHC mentions in their forecast discussion is even going to matter.
Looks like eyes closing in on the latest radar. As of right now, none of the inner eye wall is on land again, but a little bit of it was earlier. And it does look like it may have just had a slight jog west, but it still looks like Treasure Beach will get the eye wall with those very terrific winds of 140 miles per hour, and possibly some of the eye. But we sincerely hope that its movement will be more westward now and get out of the area. But what we are disappointed about is that the storm still holds a lot of intensity, and NHC still optimistic about a lot of weakening. I mean, 140 miles per hour right now, they want it to weaken by 40 miles per hour by the time they get to the Yucatan. I'm not as confident as they are about that, I gotta tell you.
Yeah, it's mainly has to do with the model guidance and data inputted to model out that shear and the influence of some mid-level dry air that could sneak underneath and disrupt that core structure right after it passes Jamaica. Then again, we've been talking about right after it passes Hispaniola. And I guess tomorrow's discussion is going to be right after it passes Cayman Islands. I don't know when it ends.
Uh-huh.
Just very, very intriguing seeing how reluctant this storm is to weaken and behave like most cyclones under these conditions.
God. I missed this actually from the advisory. Need to point this out. Kingston recently reported sustained winds of 48 miles per hour and a wind gust of 81.
Quite a difference there.
That was the latest from the National Hurricane Center. If you've just joined us at the 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory, 4 p.m. in Jamaica, they are giving it 140 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 959 millibars. No change to the earlier advisory, which is what they saw from the recon planes. And more planes are on their way. We've had probably a 5-6 hour recon gap by the time they get there. So we're hungry to find out more information about what's going on. NOAA 2 just flying past Haiti now, so they are not that far away. And we're very eager to find out what they're finding when they get there. Latest eye temperature is now given at minus 56 degrees Celsius, and latest indication of the storm's current position, 22 kilometers off the coast of Manchester Parish, 27 from Alligator Pond, 38 from Treasure Beach, 33 from Southfield. But as it is right now, the inner eye wall is not on shore, but it looks like it will be soon. So given that information, the eye wall must be about 18 kilometers out from the center of the eye. So it is literally just a couple of kilometers offshore. We're still looking at the view from Kingston, which the National Hurricane Center reported had an 81 mile per hour gust not long ago. There were some very gusty winds here just over an hour ago, I think. It's been a little bit less crazy since then. Still have a substantial rain rate. Yes says, have we seen anything interesting in that upper level flight that happened earlier on? I saw the path that it took, but I've not really been paying attention. I don't know if any of you guys have.
The upper level flight?
Yeah, they did an upper level flight a little bit earlier.
I don't know if it's on my app. So
Sounds like no then. Yes. That's ironic. But if anything interesting does pop up, then go ahead.
I was going to say I was talking to myself.
Oh.
Yeah. Long story short, yeah. NOAA 9 is still continuing that upper level mission, trying to gain some more data in regards to that structure of the system on the outer sides, as well as that any dry air or shear that will be forecasted to damper the system further. Not sure how much that's going to play into it, but I know this data will be very significant, not for the 18Z runs, but definitely for 0Z initialization starting early morning tomorrow.
All right.
But of course, I would just like to say that I feel as though current real-time data has proven to be a lot better and a lot more reliable, although it's given less leeway and time advancement, I'd say, when it comes to forecasting intensity and impact so far.
Curious. If you've just joined us, Hurricane Beryl is still a strong Category 4 with 150 mile per hour winds. Look back at this visible imagery. Super enhanced because the original doesn't really show the eye very well. There it is. It's actually better than earlier. The eye actually is a little bit more visible there, but I think our enhancement makes it all the better. Moving along that coastal area right now, and it's Treasure Beach that we're most concerned about at the minute, but it certainly looks on satellite imagery that it is holding along the coast, and the coast turns straight left, so it does look like it's jogging west right now, at least on satellite. But we are seeing Cuban radar as well, and actually I think that is now showing the same thing. Here it is. Make your own mind up here. At first it looked like the eye was closing in on itself. I think it's just a thing of the radar. Later frames showing there that in fact it's probably jogging west. Only a little jog so far though, and it will not prevent the strongest winds from reaching Treasure Beach. However, just quickly, however, some places like maybe Junction, for instance, that might just be enough to put you outside of the strongest winds there.
Would just like to mention Icon model is running right now, and currently it does indicate that there may be a potential environment for slight or gradual re-intensification once it passes the Cayman Islands.
Well, I'm not surprised though. I would agree.
Yeah, I don't know about the whole idea of this system. I think the main forecast point that models are indicating is right after it passes Jamaica, it just gets completely shredded, and it doesn't have a capable structure of possibly taking advantage of any gradual or marginal environment that would be conducive for some level of intensification. However, if that system Beryl maintains its core structure after passing Jamaica and makes it all the way to the Cayman Islands, I believe that if it does manage to hold up, it will take advantage of that completely.
Crazy stuff. Beryl marches on. It is still pushing west-northwestwards, somewhere around 19 miles per hour is its current motion. Still a very strong Category 4 storm on the Sappho-Simpson scale. It's still got the 1 p.m. data on the left-hand side. The 4 p.m. data is the same, so I wouldn't worry so much about that. And the warnings, the only change that happened at the 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time update was that the tropical storm warning in Haiti was abandoned, and we're left with those hurricane warnings there for some of these islands, Jamaica and the Caymans, and for a significant tract of the Yucatan coast. Curiously, the very bottom end of that cone includes that small hurricane watch tropical storm warned zone in southern Mexico as well. Wouldn't surprise me to see that go hurricane warned if that trend keeps up. As of right now, we go from frame to frame on radar as we keep watching that, and it looks like we've lost the feed in Kingston as well, so might be having another power issue there. Maybe there was one earlier today. We had 2 other cameras that both suffered as well, so we might be out of cameras now as it happens, but we'll keep trying it. Just
Yeah, it seems as though Recon right now is just going past Haiti,
Yep.
past the southern coast of Haiti, and likely will be doing their first pass within the next 45 minutes or so.
They'll be there soon.
Very curious about seeing there's been a lower pressure reading that they'll find, indicating maybe some more intensification, even in spite of the sheared environment that it's in.
Yeah, at the moment I think we're out of cameras, so won't be able to show you much else going on down there, at least at the moment. But from what we've heard, all kinds of reports from, of course, viewers, and feel free to keep sending them in if it's safe to do so. And people thanking us for our coverage. I mean, we are here doing what we do best usually. People asking about damage reports. I had no idea, but we've seen trees swaying around in the build-up stages to this storm. We heard an unconfirmed report that cars were being swept away in the southernmost tip of Jamaica. Michael says is Treasure Beach a possible landfall location? We were talking about that before. It is definitely possible, but with every frame that goes by that's just drifting a little bit west, they may avoid landfall, and if we keep seeing a bit more westward motion on Beryl, then hopefully it will clear Jamaica, at least the strongest winds will, pretty soon. Wouldn't bet on it though. This is Beryl, and she doesn't like anything that we want. So we're sticking on this right now, and we're going to stay live until the worst conditions have passed.
Yeah, I'm very curious of how the system's movement will continue, especially after tomorrow. Um, I think tomorrow will definitely indicate everything when it comes to the model guidance, especially in relation to its intensity and where it will end up going in the Yucatan Peninsula. Will it end up affecting Tulum, uh, Playa del Carmen, or Cancun? One of the three areas. Those three areas are likely most populated in the Yucatan Peninsula and um, most in harm's way with this system, especially being along the shoreline.
Mm-hmm. Once again, that there is the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone. Last radar image was from on the hour. Once again, here's a look at it, and latest frame there, just a very slight westward deviation. Will it last, or is it just a very simple jog? Let's see if any further visible imagery may be able to help us with that. Well, it still doesn't seem to be getting any closer in, does it? I'm just going to see, we're starting to lose light a little bit on this camera. Well, it's not a camera, it's a satellite, but see if I can just
Yeah.
turn a few dials here and maybe improve that image.
Yeah, I think right now, I think it's riding along the shoreline. Just as models, at least icons so far, latest of the 18Z suite of global models has indicated, and also it just seems natural going back to various storms. I believe, let me see, I think it was Ivan. I believe it was Ivan that had was affected by the mountains and basically rode just parallel to the shoreline. Might be seeing the bit of that again, especially
Slightly
with Beryl
further
right
away,
now.
I think Ivan was.
Yeah.
But then again, it would have been a bit bigger, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing, really. It's right there. I mean, you sort of feel like, well, maybe it should have made landfall and it would have killed off the storm, but obviously it would have been worse for the islanders. But right now it's still pushing on, heading towards the west, west-northwest, and as it is, only a few locations have seen the full wrath of this storm on Jamaica. Thankfully few, but there could still be a few more on the way. We're most concerned about Treasure Beach right now, which is extremely close to the inner eye wall and eye of the storm. The eye may look larger on here than it does on the radar. We're probably looking at higher level clouds there. Well, we definitely are, because that's what the infrared is showing. With the infrared temperatures still around -60, what you're actually seeing on this screen is several thousand feet up, if not tens of thousands of feet up. Current eye temperature -60 still. So it's not improving that much, but it still looks very impressive on satellite imagery. Although maybe not as much, actually. I mean, look at this. There's still quite a few big cloud tops around it, but you know what, Orlando? Southside especially, but all of the storms, high cloud top coverage has decreased a lot.
So yeah, I noticed that. Probably just a brief period of reorganization.
Oh yeah, it's
that
Beryl. It probably is a brief period before we see
Yeah.
another crazy chapter.
That's honestly been the entire history of this storm so far, especially in this shared environment that it's in. We should have been seeing this multiple times. Models looking like the storm is going to rapidly collapse, doesn't do that, and it just keeps on pushing it back more and more. And by the time it reaches the Yucatan Peninsula, I mean, it's likely that the system will definitely be more intense than forecasted if it keeps on holding up this well. And that's a big if. And if that does end up actually happening, definitely going to be looking at a stronger system and potentially a more northerly system as they're inclined to move. So probably more effects towards the Cayman Islands and maybe even more effects towards the island of Cozumel just off the shore of the Yucatan Peninsula.
New radar frame, and it's still keeping us guessing. The eye wall is just a tiny bit off the coast, the inner eye wall. There will still be hurricane conditions occurring on the shore there, but I'm most concerned about the very inner eye wall, which of the northern half it will contain winds of up to 140 miles per hour. It does look like the eye has been shrinking, and perhaps we could be seeing signs of an eye wall replacement cycle, Orlando. I'm seeing a few little hints of an outer eye wall starting to appear there.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, this storm's done it again and again. I mean, then I can't even say we can guarantee that this storm will really weaken from that too much anyways.
But eye wall replacement cycles, when they're underway, usually takes the sting out of those wind gusts and speeds, don't they?
Sometimes. We've seen with upper echelon Category 4, Category 5 hurricanes, they tend to keep on pushing even despite that. The only times we see a rapid decline, which happens a lot of the times with these very tight core structures with the upper echelon Category 4 and Category 5 hurricanes, because their cores are so small. That means it spins high, which in turn makes the winds even higher. So when that eye wall replacement cycle happens, it definitely messes with that more. And I feel like with what we've seen with Beryl, it'll likely cause some weakening if it does do another eye wall replacement cycle like it did before near Hispaniola. But like with Hispaniola, it was successful. That's not always a guarantee. Sometimes eye wall replacement cycles can be sloppy and mess with the core structure and leave room for the entire core to actually even collapse at times. Of course, yet to be seen if that'll occur with Beryl. We sure hope it does, but doesn't seem like something that will happen based off of the history with this storm so far. But regardless, that would only expand the winds for the Cayman Islands as well as the Yucatan Peninsula once it gets closer.
AF300 has cleared Puerto Rico and is continuing westwards towards Hurricane Beryl. The other plane that's heading for it is NOAA 2, and that is passing by Haiti and should be near the storm relatively soon, traveling at a fair rate of knots. So hopefully we can get some shed some light on what's going on in this. They'll also be able to confirm whether or not there may be an eye wall replacement cycle, as well as the storm's maximum winds and its minimum central pressure through both extrapolated readings and through their dropsondes. We're taking your questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We'll be able to take your comments live on the air. Probably the best thing we can do right now. There's not much else going on, because we lost those camera feeds. And if you want to list your observations as well, what you've experienced so far in this storm, if it's safe to do so, feel free to write it down. Maraxme says, well, does it look like Beryl will be a retired storm? Well, we don't really talk about things like that, but I would say there's a fair chance. Logan says, what is the ace of Beryl right now? I think it's well into the 20s, isn't it, at this point? I've not been looking. Paper Dev says, would we consider Beryl as having made landfall in Jamaica? No. Not even by lax standards, because the edge of the eye has remained offshore the whole time, although the inner eye wall did move briefly over Portland. Vicky says, why is Beryl so stubborn? Well, it's dogged, isn't it, in its attitude, if storms had attitudes. The conditions have been good for it for so long, but I don't really know what to tell you with regards to right now, because it has been pushing back at every turn in the last 24 hours. Well, we've been hoping for the storm to weaken, and every time it throws it right back at us. Wind shear probably hasn't performed as well as we expected to for the whole period so far. That's probably the main reason. Interstellar Dev says, what if Beryl starts intensifying again? It's not forecasted, but who are we to say that it can't intensify again? Forecasts have been wrong all the time so far, so who knows? Latest cloud top temperature is getting back up there again on the northern side, and latest temperature, just trying to get a read on this, it's the minus 80s, and it won't tell me. I'm guessing it's around minus 85 looking at it. Is there something up with the models or calculations, or is Beryl actually just this stubborn? Well, we've looked at some of the model runs, and the GFS in particular has been useless. Half the time it's been initializing the storm with a pressure 30 millibars higher than it was.
That goes same story for the ECMWF
Yep.
model. Both of them have performed awfully with initialization, and as a result, without ingesting data, it seems properly, it's caused the systems to be too weak and therefore too westerly and too southerly in track. But since their recognition is so high, the National Hurricane Center has to be inclined to take them seriously, which is main reason why they've decided to play around the middle ground with both the hurricane model intensity guidance as well as the global model guidance. And I will note as well, the ICON model currently seems as though it's trended back north and easterly of what it did earlier. Not too surprised given the performance so far with Beryl and its stubbornness to weaken. It's very interesting to see if that actually occurs or not, but I think everyone along the central to southern coast of Texas needs to keep an eye out on this, and especially northern Mexico as well. This is a very close call either way, and the storm is likely to be impactful with hurricane force winds that is forecasted for any area. And I will also note, the longer the system does actually end up staying more towards that northern edge of that cone, it gives it more time over the Gulf of Mexico and extends its period for potential reorganization after passing the Yucatan. So,
absolutely, don't like the sound of that. Russell says, are we any more clearer on the path after heading through the Yucatan Peninsula? Well, we just alluded to there, not really, well, a little bit. NHC sound a bit more confident in their latest forecast discussion. New GFS model run will be out in about half an hour as well. We can go and examine that when it pops out. So that might be interesting. Natasha says that Mandeville is getting some really hard rain and breeze right now. Lots of trees falling down. And I can hear the wind guzzling and it's shaking the doors and windows in here. Cosmiholics Anonymous. Question here, was it Portland or Portland Cottage that was affected? Portland Cottage got the inner eye wall, which was probably Category 4 winds at times. Is there a reason why the global models have absolutely been crap so far? I don't know. There needs to be an inquiry, I think. Why they've been so poor, why they've always initialized wrongly, because if you initialize the model runs wrongly, then you haven't got a hope. Adam says, everyone's saying, will Beryl be retired, basically. There's no point really talking about that at this point. When will it pass Jamaica? When it gets dark, it should start leaving the island, we think, unless Beryl has other ideas. But certainly the eastern part of Jamaica by sunset should be getting back to normal. Mishka says, do we believe that Beryl's early and sudden intensification is related to climate change, Orlando?
I mean, this year, at least anomalously speaking, has been all going off of just records that we do have available, has trended significantly warmer, similar to last year. The difference is last year, though, didn't have as favorable as a setup because of El Nino. This year, though, is an entirely different story where we're in a currently cool neutral, which usually yields, we've seen very hyperactive and above average seasons and cool neutral to weak La Nina seasons. So we're currently experiencing some of that influence. So lower than normal shear as well as anomalous warmth in the Atlantic. Too soon to say if this is something that will be present for years to come. But at least for this year, we can say it's definitely not the usual.
There's a comment there that Beryl seems sentient. It's getting that way, isn't it? That's me. It is still hovering off the coast of Jamaica right now. It's a very powerful Category 4 storm. TNK says a gazebo in St. Mary blew away. So a lot of reports there from viewers. So very windy in Portmore, according to Carey. More wind than rain here. Yeah, I imagine there's been a lot of that. So we're still watching this very closely as it piles through the southern part of Jamaica. We still haven't had any locations that have seen the eye of the storm, which is always a good thing. Latest radar frame here. What's it telling us? It is still moving along. It feels like it's going so slowly. Now, based off that latest radar frame, we can give you new distance estimations. As of right now, or a few minutes ago, the center of the eye was 27 kilometers from Alligator Pond, 32 kilometers from Treasure Beach, 30 kilometers from Southfield, 30 kilometers from Top Hill, 31 kilometers from Junction. All those locations could still get the inner eye wall, but for Alligator Pond and Junction, those chances are starting to decrease, but not out of the woods yet, and obviously not because outside of that you're still probably in hurricane force winds all around there. Interesting look on that radar though at Orlando, because there's a gap in the southwestern side, and in fact it's a spiral eye by the looks of things there. If you get what I mean. Starting inward and then ending up onto the next rung, as it were. And again, could that be a sign that we might see an EWRC shortly? But 27 kilometers away from the closest point of land. If it gets below about 20 kilometers, then you really are in for it there with that eye wall with the strongest winds of the storm.
Yeah, now that he mentioned it, I will just like to say that I do believe that in the next couple of hours we will know for sure based off recon data.
Yep.
But off of radar, it definitely does seem that there are some bands that are clumping up a bit, which could be indicative of the very, very, very initial stages of an island replacement cycle.
Well, it looks nightmarish on this satellite imagery. Here's another viewpoint that I haven't shown you very much today, but this is the RAM imagery. It is one of my favorites, to be fair. If we just turn off the left bar for a minute, you can see the progress of this storm going back a little way. That's how it was earlier. This was when it was struggling. Really struggling there. How did that change? Big burst of convection there that wrapped around the eastern side, and now at its current position right along that coast, some very high cloud tops to the north, into the minus 80s, as we know. Latest estimate there must be about minus 85, 86. In fact, I can tell you it is minus 85. So still very impressive cloud tops swirling around the center of the storm, although the south side still does look a little bit poor, but still overall impressive.
Yeah, especially for a storm that was initially expected to lose major hurricane status by this point.
A lot of places without power, apparently, from various commenters, actually. Power and lost signals. Low Better 21 says, do we think that Beryl will make the National Hurricane Center change some ways on how they predict storm intensity, since it has been underestimated through its entire track? What can they learn from Beryl?
I think it's a very case-by-case situation. It's hard for an agency to prepare for all storms, but they get the general idea of what a storm is likely to do, both based off analogs as well based off of environmental conditions and how conducive they are for intensification, maintenance of that intensification, or weakening. And based off of that, they've both been very reasonable, including data from dropsondes, reconnaissance, mapping out the structure of the storm, upper level reconnaissance flights. I mean, they're doing everything that they scientifically can do, but there are some variables that would kind of abate some of those negative conditions that Beryl is currently experiencing, both sheer being slightly less impressive, as well as some influences from like the island increasing convection with the mountains and its vortex spinning faster because of its close proximity. Those are little things that can't be forecasted too well. I know the National Hurricane Center has not disregarded them, but it's hard to go off on a forecast and play a risk of something that is unlikely to occur. It just happens to be that Beryl is a very exceptional system right now.
You know what the irony is? In a way, Gilbert was similar. There were 18 forecasts issued on Gilbert, and 17 of them kept forecasting it to turn northwards, and it didn't.
That is very, yeah, I think I do remember that, actually. Very interesting.
Of course, a few Gilbert comparisons to this storm, although they are different in many ways. Time of year, Gilbert was larger and turned out to be much, much stronger. Please don't tell me Beryl's going to do that, right? 888 millibars as it was moving through the Western Caribbean is what Gilbert did, and that was after it made a high-end Category 3 landfall on Jamaica. New radar frame.
You know, I was going to just add a joke. It was just like, that there is a slight chance of intensification once it does pass the Cayman Islands. So
Yeah.
never know, but
It better be slight.
likelihood is like 0.00, you know.
Yeah, new radar frame there, still really close along the coast there. Major hurricane conditions, just perhaps meters off the coast there of Manchester and St. Elizabeth, near Alligator Pond. But still showing that same curious appearance that may or may not be indicative of an eyewall replacement cycle on the way. Recon will be in there relatively soon, and we may get some more updates on that. Not many so far though. AF300 is just passing Islay in the Dominican Republic, and NOAA 2, we haven't heard from them in a little bit. They were still near Haiti, but that was 40 minutes ago. We had hardly any outages when we had all of these big missions earlier on today. Did they like press a button and then we get more frequent updates when they're in the storm, or what?
I don't know. I think they might end up updating once they're actually in the system itself proper. I don't know outside of that, but there is definitely a data gap right now.
Yep. Okay. Let's see if we can get some more comments and questions right now. Brady says, hashtag go away Beryl. I mean, we're getting to that point. How come the National Hurricane Center never forecast a storm to become a Category 5 before it does? Speaking in general, I think. Because they're conservative. They always are, always have been. Usually it's to their benefit. They tend to be, they're excellent forecasters in as a rule. There's always exceptions, of course. This storm, no one got it right. Logan says, if Beryl doesn't make landfall in Jamaica, could it be a borderline Category 5 when it gets to the Cayman Islands? I highly doubt it. Skeletor says that Hurricane Lee was forecast to be a Cat 5. Well, there we go. So it does sometimes happen, but usually it's especially when land masses are involved, they got to think about the panic it would cause if they forecasted a Category 5 near someone's house, which I think is why sometimes they are rather hesitant about that. Apparently Spanish Town experiencing heavy rain with some loose strong winds there. And more messages of thanks there about the live stream. Sassy Sandy says that they're in Kingston. It's a bit crazy, but coping, wish the lights were on. And apparently it's crazy in Alligator Pond right now. That does not surprise me, unfortunately. Right on the very edge of the inner eye wall. NOAA 2 are moving in for low-level reconnaissance. They're just off the northern side of Jamaica right now, so wondering which way they're going to go into this. I guess they'll just follow the coast round and then fly through the storm, right? Because they're definitely going towards western Jamaica off the northern side, and then I think they may fly round. So
yeah, not sure.
So one plane is in the storm, and we're hopefully going to get some good data on it fairly soon.
Yeah, not sure about they're going to be able to do a northeastern southwestern pass. I mean,
oh no,
definitely going to be able to look at that southern side, but that northern side, I mean, most of the eye roll is just off the coast, but just barely.
Let me see if we can get another little position update. as of half past. It's still about the same as it was, to be honest. But I'm just looking real close at the radar, and I would say, yeah, Alligator Pond is entering the inner eye wall now. So there's going to be some extreme winds there in Alligator Pond and points west of there. So on the immediate coast, still unknown whether it will get into Southfield, Top Hill, Junction, but it might. And Treasure Beach, they're right near it, so I would expect it to happen. Extremely strong winds from this hurricane, up to 140 miles per hour expected as we watch this event unfold. Still moving a little bit too far to the west-northwest for our liking as the eye wall touches the coast of St. Elizabeth. This is happening right now further on towards the northwest. If it doesn't shift west, then we could be looking at Black River, Crawford, Cambridge, Luana being implicated in this as well, and then into the Westmoreland region, which could get impacted by those strong winds as well. They will probably all get at least hurricane force winds on the immediate coastline, with a substantial storm surge as well, and very high gusts. Latest satellite indications right there. Let's get the latest eye temperature, although this is out of date now actually at my end. It was minus 61, but it's for some reason not updating. The very latest is on my screen, on our screen in front of us here, with the infrared of this storm moving along. If we switch back to one of the more transparent versions, or maybe just the visible, you will see Jamaica much more clearly underneath all of that cloud, and just exactly what's going on there. The eye right on the edge, although looks like it's being... What's going on with that, Orlando? Is that being sheared apart a little bit, those cloud tops?
I mean, possibly. It's still under that shear's influence. And it is expected to get just slightly stronger going into the evening. So wouldn't shock me if there is some shear playing into maybe even a little bit of dry air intrusion underneath all those cloud tops that's causing a bit of some weakness.
Not looking quite as good on those latest frames.
No, not at all. I think saw a brief period of reorganization, but currently it does seem like there's some waning. I'm very curious to see what diurnal maximum will do for it. Will it allow it to jump back up a little bit? We'll find that out during the evening, which is interesting because that'll coincide with the worst amount of shear that's expected for this system in its entire lifetime. So,
yeah, curious. If you've just joined us, Hurricane Beryl is still tormenting the entire Caribbean. Right now it's Jamaica's turn. It's along the south coast of the island right now, and is will soon head out towards the west, and then go on to affect the Cayman Islands early hours of tomorrow morning, and then arrive in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico by the time we get to the early hours of Friday morning. Later on it will enter the Gulf of Mexico into Saturday and Sunday, and by the end of the weekend it's likely to make landfall possibly as a hurricane in northeastern Mexico there, with a substantial strength still at that point. Hurricane warnings in all of those red areas, needless to say: Jamaica, Cayman Islands, a large part of the Yucatan coast. We're waiting with interest to see what Recon managed to find in this storm as they continue their journeys into it. NOAA 2 is just on the north side of Jamaica, heading round somewhere, and we'll figure out what they're going to do shortly. Justin's with us now.
Yeah, good news. My friend is okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is good. I mean, that was quite close to the maybe got hurricane force winds.
Yeah, he said, holy smokes, dude, still not over strong winds occurring. My data's slow, but I am good, and I asked him if there was any damage worries. He said there's not really any, like, severe damage unless you consider leaves or stray branches broken.
Yep.
Winds are still quite strong, though, and actually I'm gonna... This is from, let's see, like 30 minutes ago, so just bear with me here.
And that was at Old Harbour.
Yep, hang on a moment. Upload. Yeah, this is the video he took.
Oh.
I posted it in live discussion.
I reckon Hayes would have got hurricane force winds as well. Anyway, let's take a look at this if we can. This is a video from Justin's friend. Does he have a name, this friend of yours?
I don't know his actual name. His Discord name is Pressy, though. That's all I know.
Well, send our regards. And you saw a little clip there of what conditions were like over there in Old Harbour, Jamaica, a little while ago. Right now, the inner eye wall, Justin, just riding along the coast there, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw that. Practically the entire island's getting it right now. Which sucks, honestly.
Quite a bit of those areas, quite a few areas will be getting hurricane force winds. Mandeville is going to be one of the main places right now getting those strong winds, but it will be worse along the immediate coastline. Alligator Pond through to Treasure Beach. Looks like you're going to get the inner eye wall with a potential storm surge of up to 9 feet. After that, it may head on towards Black River, but we're hoping somewhere along the line here it's going to turn. Justin, do you subscribe to the idea that the mountains of Jamaica can influence the, these intricate little parts of this storm's track as it negotiates the island?
I mean, it looks like the mountains are actually, like, potentially making the eye wall stronger than it actually is right now.
Oh.
Because I actually just pulled up satellite data. Cloud tops in the northern eye wall are in, like, the negative 85 Celsius range.
Oh, yeah, they are. They have been for a good while.
Yeah. Whereas earlier today, they weren't as, cold.
Recon is finding flight level winds of 80 knots off the northeast coast of Jamaica.
I will say this, though. The southern eye wall just completely collapsed.
What, now or earlier?
Now, the cloud tops are warming rapidly in the southern eye wall.
Sure looks like it, but that happened once already earlier today.
Yeah, and then it rebuilt, and now it's, like, full-on collapsing.
Looks like it's untenable, isn't it? But it's too late for the south coast of Jamaica. We just hope that it will start to turn west.
Yeah.
I will like to mention the GFS model, same story as usual. Initialized poorly. Brings in about around Tulum with 1,000 millibars.
1,000 millibars.
In 42 hours.
It initializes the storm at 983. What planet are they on?
That'll initialize at 985, actually.
Did it?
I think so.
Well, the 0Z point is 985. But
So, I don't know.
Just unrealistic.
It's just like... I don't know what to say anymore. I mean, it's just terrible when we can't rely off of any reliable guidance that we usually have on hand. That usually are useful when it comes to
track and intensity. These are reputable models, and it's just shocking that they're performing and initializing so poorly. It really messes up with the entire flow, finding out where this is going to go and how intense.
Brady says, how much could Beryl weaken if the southern part of the eye opens up to the elements?
Oh man, if that happens, it could weaken in a considerable amount. Excuse me. Potentially weaken Beryl quite quick. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yep, indeed. We're still watching it very closely as it moves across, presses across the south coast of Jamaica. If you've just joined us, this is Force 13 Live. Beryl is 140 miles per hour, pressure 959 millibars. Mishka says, do we think it's weakening at all? The cloud tops show it basically falling apart, or is it part of the eye wall replacement cycle? Well, that was another question before, well, something that I brought up, Justin. Do we think it could be a sign of an eye wall replacement cycle there? Because there was a gap, and the yellow that was wrapping around the eye wrapped round to sort of like the next layer.
I'm not sure if there's actually an eye wall replacement cycle ongoing. It's either there is, or the eye wall just full on collapse on itself.
Right. Pushing up right up to the coast there near Treasure Beach. I would be very concerned about that area right now. Last frame of this radar was at 22. Still is. This updates every 10 minutes. Just like the recon data. I think Jose is back with us as well right now.
Yeah, just for a little while.
So, quite a lot of power outages in Jamaica then, I hear.
Yep.
But with your friend there, did the power already return?
He said he was telling me earlier it was on and off.
Right.
Yeah.
Feel free to send in your comments and questions. We're probably going to be relying on that for a bit for our conversation here. But just let us know how things are at your place. Shani says that they're in Kingston and they have power. It's out in some places, but not everywhere. Montego Bay, what do you reckon right now, guys? Hurricane force winds possible?
Potentially, yeah.
I believe so.
And more comments there. Portmore, lots of wind with the rain, power outages. Some people saying they have power, some people saying that they don't. Montego Bay, high winds and rain, says Ricky. Matthew says there's no power in Montego Bay. Deirdre asking us about damage reports. Really, honestly, it's probably going to be our chat section that are going to be giving us more reports than anything else. We don't really have eyes on the ground apart from one or two of our friends there.
Something interesting to note, look at that massive outflow boundary on the western end of Beryl. You see that? Like, if you look at it visibly, there's a massive outflow boundary on the western side. And there's actually more storms developing along it. Quite interesting, actually.
Yeah, very curious to see if how much that's playing into the actual shear of the system. having those thunderstorms keep popping up, it's definitely aiding in the moisture towards its west that's currently lacking. So maybe even more protection from the elements as it keeps moving. We'll have to wait and see, though, how much that'll actually impact the system and how much intensity it'll maintain once it's around the Cayman Islands and starts moving past them.
Yeah.
So you were talking about that wave of cloud moving into Grand Cayman right now.
Yeah.
Very beautiful, isn't it? But as for the eye of the storm, we saw those cloud tops blowing up on the northwestern side. Just looks like they're being skewered away, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is there new imagery from that radar off of Cuba yet?
Don't think so. Oh yes, there is a new frame. Certainly looks like a big weakness on the southwest side.
However, I will note, yeah, it does seem as though even with that weakness, there are an increasing level of banding towards the south, so not sure how much that'll maintain. But definitely likely some dry air intrusion into that center of the system as shear continues to affect it quite a lot. Not just that, but also might be able to still wrap it around. We've seen it happen a couple times already. But definitely could be a sign of some eyewall replacement cycle trying to get going shortly.
Alright. We still have recon on their way in and around the storm. NOAA 2 is just off Montego Bay actually. And they, I imagine, are going to be switching round, flying round the western side of Jamaica. With some amount of regret, it is our last hour of coverage on this at the moment. We will be finishing up at the top of the hour, but then we'll be throwing it back to our automated stream, which is running 24/7 on our channel, and we'll have more video updates later tonight. We will also be running live coverage tomorrow as the storm reaches the Cayman Islands and when it reaches the Yucatan. Right now, though, it is making its closest pass to Treasure Beach in south to southwestern Jamaica in St. Elizabeth. And the eyewall may also stretch further up towards Black River. And anywhere in that eyewall, we could see winds of up to 140 miles per hour.
I will like to add, in that last frame, don't you notice a little bit of like a, is it just me or is it like a little bit of a northwestern jog to it?
In satellite or radar?
On radar.
I can't tell. Because the image is centered, or always moving as well. It's quite hard to get a gauge. In fact, I wonder if we have on the Full Team website a regional view that shows it without the map moving, and that might be more useful. Let me go and try and find that. That might be much more useful if there is. Oh yes, there is. There's one for Jamaica. I should have known. Alright, let's show you properly, without the map moving all the time, what's been going on with this. There is the radar imagery, and that shows us much more clearly the storm's movement. A very slight northwestward track there, but the northern eye wall is overland and is right at just west of Alligator Pond. It is reaching Treasure Beach at this time. So you are in the inner eye wall, which will be producing extremely powerful winds, category 4 strength. If it keeps going in that direction, then it will give the eye wall probably to the Black River area, maybe south of there, and the bit that juts out near Crawford, and then maybe towards the western side of Westmoreland, possibly getting the eye wall too. But we really expect it to start moving off towards the west a bit more soon if it's going to follow our forecasts and behave, which it won't, will it?
Nope.
You've given up already, haven't you, Justin?
But being at Beryl's literally defied all odds. I mean, hell, thing completed an eyewall replacement cycle despite, 30 knots of wind shear.
Alright guys, I'm going to take a few minutes away from the desk here, so I'd like you guys to just have a chat about this and maybe read out some warnings. I'll be back in just a few minutes here.
Alrighty.
I've not taken many breaks in 11 hours after all, so just a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just going to go back to that public advisory data. So, a hurricane warning remains in effect for Jamaica, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. The coast of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Hurricane watch is in effect for the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico south of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal. The coast of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm warning is in effect for the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, south of Puerto Costa Maya de Chetumal, and the coast of Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm watch is in effect for the coast of Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City, the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, west of Cabo Catoche to Campeche. Hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected within the warning area, so preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. And the tropical storm warning indicates that tropical storm conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area within the next 36 hours. Long story short, those are the warnings that are going on right now. Those are things that you have to heed if you're in those areas that are going to be affected by this storm as it continues its west-northwest projection, especially given the current conditions of it refusing to weaken in the face of shear. I'd be inclined to believe that there may be even stronger winds once it does reach the Yucatan Peninsula. So people in that area should keep things in mind, keep monitoring the system, keep monitoring for intensity, but definitely prepare as if this storm will be affecting as a strong hurricane to major hurricane. Definitely not underestimate this, as so far it has overperformed. Those are things that would be worth keeping in mind as we move forward.
Yep.
And I'm just going to give it a look at that. Go
I was
ahead.
going to say, for those living on Jamaica, just give me a moment here. Especially like the western end of the island, and actually even the central portion of the island, you'll be having to deal with the eye wall for probably another like 3-4 hours before it eventually like fully over water again.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Another thing worth mentioning, 96L still out there. Hints of potential organization as it's fired convection past Windward Islands. Unfortunately, even though the models have backed off from it, it did deliver some rain and gusty winds to the Windward and Leeward Islands, which have slowed down recovery after the system moved through with 150 miles per hour winds as a powerful Category 4 hurricane with gusts of Category 5 strength. So, still, those areas have been affected by the system. It hasn't been too long. It's only been about 2 days. So, worth keeping those people in mind. And besides that, yeah, the storm continues to keep pressing down in Jamaica with 140-mile-per-hour winds, despite some weakness in that southern eye wall. That northern eye wall that's currently affecting the island continues to go strong, continues to deliver a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and surge is still a risk with this. So, stay in your shelters and keep safe.
Yeah. Mm.
Sorry, I was talking to myself there that whole time. My mic was off. We were just
Eh,
talking about our schedules, and everyone was just quiet in the background. Uh,
no,
but
I could hear you.
I know, but no one else could. That's the problem. The storm. I'll just repeat all that again. The storm will be passing Grand Cayman around 5 a.m. Thursday morning at the current trajectory. If it's really close to Grand Cayman when it makes its pass, we will run a live stream. If it's a bit further away, then we'll be doing a tropical weather bulletin. And then on Thursday evening, we will run probably some live coverage. And then Friday morning is the Yucatan landfall, probably again at about 5 a.m. on the current forecast. So we might end up going live maybe about 4 a.m. For that landfall. And then we'll figure the rest out after that, I think.
Yeah.
But as of right now, Beryl's still a very powerful Category 4 storm and is headed west-northwestwards, grazing the coast of Jamaica, but extremely powerful winds reaching the coast and moving inland slightly. And it's Treasure Beach that's really getting it right now. This latest frame exemplifying that. Really getting hit here. There will be very powerful winds in that community.
You know, I would like to add, the GFS run has run all the way up to about 5 days out, and
Here we go.
despite its severe underestimation of the storm's current structure, as well as decline to very minimal tropical storm with less than 1,000 millibars, it does re-intensify all the way up to about the Gulf Shore as about between the Texas Mexico border, about a decent tropical storm.
Well, Orlando,
However,
compared to the 6C run, I'll take that, because on the 6C run it intensified 30 millibars in the Gulf. And on this one it's just, I say just, but it's 13. So that's something maybe. But after that,
I don't know.
noticing.
It's completely.
I know
It's completely unreal because a
unrealistic.
stronger system, right, will take more advantage of the conditions in the Gulf of Mexico. But a very weak one, as indicated, would still take advantage, but just to a lesser degree.
Also of note.
Don't know what you could take from that. Yeah.
Also of note, 96L. Looks like GFS will be developing that one as well, like it did in the previous forecast. I was bamboozled to see that the GFS last time out took it through the Yucatan and made landfall near Tampico. The new run is coming out right now. It's barely formed, but it's struggling. It's trying to get to Cancun at the minute on day 5.
You know, I'm going to also mention right now, it does seem as though the GFS has Beryl, once it goes into the Texas-Mexico border, it does end up slowing it down, causing quite a bit of rain for those areas. As that trough digs in and pulls in it north into Texas more, but staying pretty coastal. Very slow mover, however.
Recon must be up to something right now. Let's see. Well, no real updates actually. They're still One plane is flying around the northern side of Jamaica, and I imagine they'll be flying into the storm's northwestern quad. I imagine that's what they're doing. That's NOAA 2, and AF 300 is still on their way as well. They're just passing the Dominican Republic, the Arjona Peninsula. So hopefully we'll be getting some news from recon planes soon, but as of right now, not looking quite so good on satellite imagery, and on radar it's still generally holding. Still looking quite good, really. Although
Very
a pronounced gap there southwest.
Yeah, I would say, which is interesting because that's usually the weakest part of the cyclone, anyhow, especially in the northern hemisphere. But that being said, reconnaissance data, the upper levels, I'm just finding out there's some. I'm going to look at some of those drop zones around the Cayman Islands to see what's the shear looking like right now. Upper level shear shows about 33 knots all the way at the farthest portion of the Cayman Islands, just past to its west, in one of the drop zones. And then afterwards, there's another drop zone that shows slightly less shear, around 25 knots. As the storm continues to push towards that direction, that's something that we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on. There's going to be some new drop zones that will likely be coming out soon, based on this reconnaissance flight that's just now passing just a little bit closer to the outer fringes of those the CDO of the storm. So we'll see what's shear looking like there. That data will be important once it gets input into the models at the early morning.
Yeah.
Lorraine, appreciate your comment there. Family in Treasure Beach, so I imagine quite anxious by that. Hopefully they did anything that they were instructed to do. I would hope that evacuations may have taken place there, because it's going to be pretty heavy. So best of luck over there. Treasure Beach getting hit by substantial winds at this point. They are right underneath the northeast eye wall, which is the most powerful part of the storm, with possibly winds of 140 miles per hour. People should be in shelters, hunkered down, and if the eye passes over any of these locations, don't go outside. It's a common false sense of security that has proven fatal before. Let's see if we can get some more comments right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Juliet says Orange Bay is supposed to be very windy, strong winds. And Kerry, thank you for your message there as well. One of our biggest fans since inception. You've been here for the whole period. Well, I appreciate your thoughts. This storm remains powerful, and I expect that it will still be packing Category 4 winds, or at least nearly so, when it leaves Jamaica. What's next for Beryl? It's expected to remain very powerful, still as a Category 3 by tomorrow morning, early morning, as it reaches the Cayman Islands. They do still expect that it will weaken back to Category 2 status during the course of Thursday and approach the Yucatan with winds of 100 miles per hour, which is a fair step down from the 140 miles per hour it's currently at. I am skeptical. We know what Beryl's like. It could still be stronger by then. Thankfully, well, potentially, thankfully at the moment, it looks like it will make landfall on a fairly sparse stretch of the Yucatan coast, but its effects could be far-reaching, extending to Tulum and Chetumal and other locations nearby. Of course, the cone and forecast could change as this storm tracks unpredictably. Then into the Gulf of Mexico this weekend, and a possible second not even a second, it probably like, well, final hurricane landfall in northeastern Mexico, moving inland northwestwards, and possibly briefly entering Texas, or maybe even for a longer period if the storm tracks to the east of that cone. Maraxmi says, does this season have the potential to be on the levels of 2005 and 2017 for severity? There were similar conditions to 2005 this year. I think we've already had a little bit of proof of that, haven't we?
I mean,
whether it keeps up is the question, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it could end, but it's unlikely.
Tamara says Portmore looks pretty good, just a bit windy and wet. People saying a bunch of things about St. Mary. St. Mary a mashup, the last comment there. That doesn't sound good.
Is this still strengthening?
Is it still strengthening? I don't know.
Okay, Nick.
Justin, is it still strengthening?
Being that the southern eyewall collapsed, probably not. If anything, it's probably weakening.
Probably holding.
Yeah, it's either
Yeah,
weakening or
the
holding steady.
The ice seems to be deepening, but of course, with that eye wall collapse, that might just be misleading.
There's another radar frame here, and my goodness, that is very close to the edge of the eye, reaching land now. The edge of the eye on that image must be only about a couple of kilometers off the coast of Treasure Beach. So you may be seeing the very edge of the eye for a brief period there in Treasure Beach in a few moments. Although it's hardly the best shaped eye, partly due to its elongation there is possibly how you could possibly see the eye there. But it is still moving in a unfavorable direction for us. Looks like a northwest jog.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with that. It continues. I mean, the icon model did show that it would trail along the coastline of western Jamaica, so it seems like it's living up to that so far.
You said that earlier on, and that's right. And the western tip of Jamaica, of course, sticks out too, so unless the storm firmly turns towards the west, you are going to be looking at more eye wall conditions up there. If it is weakening, we can only hope that it's gone down to category 3 status rather than 4. Just makes it a little bit better, but not much. But everyone along that south coast that's still ahead of the storm, hunker down, find shelter. I'm sure everyone is prepared. Well, we hope so.
Yeah, and Treasure Beach isn't a small town either. It has a decent population, especially going inward a bit. But Treasure Beach is definitely facing the brunt of that, the strongest portion of this storm currently, which is very concerning, and hope for the best for everyone down there.
Again, we'll see on this visible imagery here. You can, once it starts to get darker, it becomes more transparent, this particular imagery, and you can see just how that eye is tracking. We can trace it, the center of the eye moving right up here, and the edge of the eye right along the coast depicted by radar. The eye looks bigger on satellite than it is, probably because we're only looking at the upper parts of the eye, with cloud tops so low, or well, with cloud top temperatures so low inside the eye, we're really only looking at what's a few thousand feet up there on this imagery, or even tens of thousands of feet up, and not what's at the surface. I didn't mean to draw that line. Let's go back to some other imagery. Well, that one doesn't look quite so good. So we'll throw it back to that other variation that we have. We are starting to get quite late into the day now. And still producing high cloud tops, but not quite as high as they were earlier, it has to be said there. Let me just double check. Latest cloud top temperatures, we're talking regularly in the -80s earlier on. As of half an hour ago, it was still -85. I must have more recent imagery than that, which is showing that it's a little bit lower now. Or higher, as it is. Anyways, really looking like a mess, actually, on the south side at this point. Look again here, and let's zoom out a little bit to show you how the infrared appearance has been changing. South side really looking poor. But still, as a whole, this hurricane has a, to me, it's a pretty classic low-end Category 4 appearance. Or high-end Category 3 maybe by now. Latest ADT. Hey bud, 102 knots on that ADT right now. So quite a way below what we actually have for its intensity. Of course, recon planes are heading into the storm, and we hope to find out some more information, although they're not updating at the moment.
So I just asked my friend how bad is it? I said status update. His response: rain, rain, rain.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking him if it's still windy. Hopefully the wind should be starting to die down in his area by now. But, like, yeah. Because where that portion of the eye wall that's currently over him isn't as strong as the northwestern portion. Don't get me wrong, it's strong, but it's not as strong. Yeah, he said it's still windy.
Mm.
I'm gonna ask him if the wind calmed down at all from what it was earlier.
You would hope so.
Yeah.
All those cameras that we were looking at earlier on in Kingston, they're still down.
Oh yeah, they will be for a while. We're not even, don't even bother looking at them anymore, honestly.
I don't know. The cameras themselves weren't affected, really. It's just about the, I'm sure it would have been the power supply. Let's see if we got any more questions coming in right now, or comments. See if we have anything. Eba says, Northern Belize, just asked all businesses to close by noon tomorrow. Preparation for tropical storm conditions has started. And I'm not surprised to see that. It's going to be a quick couple of days here before the storm arrives. Timetio says, can we call a landfall or not? We haven't yet had a landfall.
Can't call a landfall. The actual center of the eye, or should I say, what's left of it.
Oh, you're a purist like me, are you? That's good.
Yeah, what's left of the eye is still south of Jamaica, so no landfall.
Matthew says, what time should Beryl be off the island of Jamaica? By...
I want to say probably within the next, 3 to 4 hours.
After dark.
Maybe 5 hours at max.
Depends what you mean. If it's tropical storm force winds, it will probably be close to midnight.
Well, I'm referring to, the main, actual, hurricane force wind.
Sure thing, yeah. About 5 hours.
Yeah, about 5 hours, yeah. Tropical storm force winds should be off of Jamaica probably by midnight, if I were to guess.
Is the weakening due to the interactions with land?
More than likely, yes, because Jamaica is very mountainous.
think that was a new radar frame. The eye is still
Yeah,
not...
it looks a little bit more.
Update on my friend who lives in Old Harbour. He said the wind has died down from what it was earlier. Still windy, but it isn't as strong.
The eye narrowly avoids the coast there by a very tiny margin, but the strongest winds of the eye wall are pressing over Treasure Beach and still moving sort of in a northwesterly direction. The rest of the west coast there, or southwest coast, is probably going to receive hurricane or major hurricane force winds as well. Benjamin said that winds have started to pick up in Grand Cayman. Are we still looking at a weakened Category 3 as it passes by, and that they're looking for hope here? It's tough to be hopeful, but Grand Cayman shouldn't get the landfall at least, and they should avoid the main core of the storm. But if it doesn't, we will be here to cover it. Yeah, I'm not sure that's much of use to you, but at the moment it looks like the main part of the storm will miss, but hurricane conditions are very much a possibility, which is why we have a hurricane warning. But what strength will it be by then? I would suggest quite strongly that it would still be a major when it passes by. Blizz says, is 96L trying to develop a low-level circulation? It seems like it's trying to. We were looking at it earlier on today, and it was showing a little bit of rotation, not that much. And convective cloud tops were pretty poor. It looked better earlier on today, or even last night actually, but it is through the Windward Islands and into the Caribbean Sea now, so at least we're not going to get a double whammy hurricane impact like what was once forecasted from the GFS at least, and possibly others. But looking at Beryl looking increasingly disheveled on this satellite imagery, especially that south side, which just seems to be getting more and more opened up there. Meteo First says that they've been gone for a few hours. What happened to the eye on the satellite loop? It's still going strong, sort of, although it's looking more and more messy as we take a look at these visible images. The eye still hasn't touched land yet, but it's come mighty close when it was passing Treasure Beach just a few moments ago. They are getting the inner eye wall, just as the as Portland Cottages did a little while ago. So seriously powerful hurricane conditions along the south coast of Jamaica this afternoon and evening, and still generally northwest, uncomfortably far northwest really, and packing that punch with very powerful winds. Let's see if we have any recon data right now. They've been we haven't seen many updates from them. Oh, they're in the eye actually, or they're about to enter the eye. NOAA 2 is just about to reach the eye. They got a pressure of 997, and they're about, well, they're still a fair way away from the eye, but in plain terms they'll be in there and through by the next 10 minutes. At the moment they've gotten flight level winds of 85 knots. They've got SFMRs of 60, and we'll await more information. AF 300 on its way into Beryl as well. It passing just south of Haiti, turned a little bit towards the southwest, so it looks like they'll be passing off the eastern tip of Jamaica along the south coast, and within the next 30 minutes to an hour we think they will have some more another pass into the storm. But NOAA 2 entering the eye anytime now. and we should have some data for you at the next update, which will be in sometime in the next 10 minutes. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on in there.
By the way, update from my friend. He was asking me what's it supposed to be like tomorrow. I said, told him tropical storm force wind should be gone in about 6 hours. After that, expect a few scattered thunderstorms on the back end of it. And he's like, his response was word, but he does not have power or water currently.
Ah.
And I also told him you won't have it for a while, sadly.
D Love says Portmore has little, if any, damage, just some downed trees. And Christopher reckons that it seems to have weakened a lot over the last 2 hours. The overall structure looks to be collapsing, and it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing at all, actually.
St. Thomas still having wind and rain. That's pretty much all we got right now. We'll wait for some more recon data. Very eager to get that info as soon as they pass through the eye, which should be shortly. I'd also like to point out that Kingston currently getting 30 knot winds. Are you surprised at all, Justin, that the NHC didn't do some hourly updates on this like they did through the Windwards?
Yeah, I'm very surprised they didn't.
Huh?
Like, yes, the actual eye remained offshore, but I'm actually appalled that they didn't do
Appalled.
hourly updates. I figured they would have.
Well,
Figured they would, but apparently not.
so I would be interested to find out more about what wind estimates they got on the ground. All we've heard so far is that earlier on they got 48 mile per hour winds in Kingston with a gust of 81.
Good lord.
Big gust. Just checking a few things. Doesn't look like there's any new radar. The eye's looking a bit like a triangle. And and recon will be through there any minute with some new data, hopefully. Right now we're just sitting tight here for a bit. We will be finishing up soon. We're sort of reaching our technical limitations here, but we will have more updates throughout the course of the evening. I expect we'll see at least a video update on the channel soon, and we got our automated stream which is running at all times. You'll be redirected there when we finish up here, and I imagine I'll need to do some updating of the data on there. I think it'll, to be honest, it's not changed very much since I last updated the stream last night. I think it still says 145 on there, which is not far from where it currently is, but
Yeah.
I'll need to go and update that. But anyways, Beryl still a very powerful category 4 at the moment, until we hear otherwise from these recon planes, but a lot of us are suspecting that the storm is weaker. Latest information about watches and warnings if you missed it earlier. A hurricane warning in effect for Jamaica, the Cayman Islands and the coast of the Yucatan from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Hurricane watch for the Yucatan Peninsula from, well, let me just say that hurricane watch and tropical storm warnings for these places. South of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal on the Yucatan and the coast of the Yucatan north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche. Tropical storm watch for Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City and the coast of the Yucatan from Cabo Catoche to Campeche. We could still see up to 9 feet of storm surge in Jamaica. 2 to 4 feet on the Cayman Islands, I think it was. Yep, 4 to 6 feet now they're saying on the Yucatan. That's significant because before they were saying 3 to 5. It's now 4 to 6 on the Yucatan. And that forecast cone there showing a Category 2 impact at landfall for the Yucatan, and then Category 1 before it hits northeastern Mexico near the border with Texas. And there'll come a time when we'll be talking more about the US impacts, I'm sure. It's just not going to be for the next couple of days at least. We're certainly not going to go full throttle into that anyway. We'll mention it in passing. But as for now, we're still waiting on that next recon data drop, but nothing yet. We're very eager to find out what they got. They are flying in there at nearly 2,500 meters, which is just short of 10,000 feet, and well, 8,000 feet I think. So we continue to wait for that new info. Brenton says, what kind of winds are Montego Bay receiving? It's going to be a close one for you over there. If whether it gets hurricane conditions or not, it's going to get close and possibly hurricane force winds. Melon Kim says it's kinda okay in St. Thomas, a lot of people outside. Yeah, I'm seeing comments drying up a bit actually. Volcano Vivo says, has Clarendon passed the worst? Now Clarendon is the southern tip, so the worst of the storm passed through southern Clarendon about an hour ago, whenever that was, an hour or two. So yes, your conditions will be improving, should be improving already, although you are still in some significant bands right now, so tropical storm force winds likely. Storm has just made its closest pass to Treasure Beach, and from radar I anticipate that the distance it got from the village or town was 10 kilometers. Treasure Beach got within 10 kilometers of the center of the eye. And they're right within that eye wall now. Red's on the radar. Some serious impacts likely occurring there. There it is, sweeping up northwestwards. It looks like it is a bit of a northwestward jog there, and we do have that recon data. Let me just find it and process it. They got a extrapolated pressure of 960.9, and they have gotten flight level winds northwest quadrant 115 knots, southeast quadrant 80 knots. No SFMR data, just that on the way back down on the southeast quad it got to 105 knots. So what does that tell us, Justin?
Basically, in short barrels no longer account for it, is what that's saying.
Oh, that's good news if true.
Barrels at least a low to mid-range Cat 3 right now.
Wow. The thing is, though, they were getting info like this when it was struggling earlier on, and they still kept 140.
Yeah, I don't know why, because
No.
it definitely wasn't 140 earlier, and it's definitely not now.
Well, so we imagine that, well, unless Recon finds some new stuff, albeit it's not the northeast eye wall, but then maybe the northeast eye wall isn't even the strongest. It's been over land for a bit.
Yeah, northeast eye wall, almost. Yeah, northeast eye wall is almost non-existent.
Really?
Yeah, like it's a thin, narrow, like band. That's it.
Quite impressive on radar, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned on radar. It's still impressive. I mean, you can go off satellite for just overall appearance, but underneath, radar and microwave are always king.
Let's see if we can get an eye temperature check right now. Minus 56 still at this point.
You know, my concern, right, is that we're heading into diurnal maximum, and it's going to be moving away from Jamaica soon. Even despite that shear, we're heading into diurnal maximum. There's higher ocean heat content towards its northwest. And we saw it wrap around before. I don't know if there's anything that'll stop it from doing that again. And the difference is there won't be anything to prevent it from maintaining it if it does.
Gotta say though, Southside looks shot to pieces right now.
Good.
It looks like it's really struggling, that south side. Satellite.
Yeah, on on radar, it does look like it's trying to wrap back around, though. It's not nearly as intense, but it does look like it's trying to get back.
So, we're still watching this intently. Sorry?
So at least trying to get rid of some of that dry air that's been trying to come in.
Alright.
When it comes to that southwest.
Gillian says, no flooding though in Ballard's Valley. Winds are strong, but they're starting to get better than it was an hour ago since the eye is moving. Just looking at some other comments. Seen people walking around in Clarendon and St. Catherine. A lot of damage in the southern areas of both parishes. Yep, right on the shoreline in the southern part. Lisa Brown says that Portmore is flooded. We've heard all kinds of different things from viewers, and perhaps it may vary from in short distances. Certainly with regards to power outages. Dark Steve says, did Hurricane Beryl make a landfall? It still hasn't yet, and I don't think it will in Jamaica, but it's gotten pretty close, and I think it will get close again when it nears Westmoreland. They will probably get the eye wall. I don't think they'll see the eye. Still a very powerful hurricane, but from what we're hearing from recon, pressure extrapolated nearly 961. Maybe we'll hear from some drops on data fairly soon. Nothing at the moment, but from the although we didn't get a full SFMR capture from that pass. Any thoughts from our team right now?
I mean, not much to be said. It's just kind of a wait and see game when it comes to this storm's future, especially once it crosses past Jamaica and into open waters in the northwestern Caribbean. I mean, there is a good chance that it will continue to weaken, but the question is how much, and we have no answer for that right now. But I currently am not inclined to believe it'll be down to 100 miles per hour on its closest approach to the Yucatan.
No.
Especially given the possibility if it does maintain a core, if it does rebuild itself after passing Jamaica, they could take advantage of a short period between past the Cayman Islands and the Yucatan Peninsula, where it could gradually reorganize and even intensify.
That is a possibility.
Don't like it. Don't really like this storm, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, we are joined by Ethan, I think.
Yes, hello.
Welcome, you're on the air. Recon in the storm once again. And we've not heard from you for a little bit, so your thoughts on Beryl in the last couple of days, if you want.
Well, I mean, it was an extremely impressive peak that we had recently, and obviously, I hope that those in Jamaica are all right with this storm right now. Hoping that everyone is doing just fine, especially in the aftermath of what happened in the Leeward Islands.
Mm-hmm. How strong do you think it is right now?
Okay, I'm back.
I'm not sure. Some people rumored that it might have been re-strengthening earlier. I'd probably be in line with the National Hurricane Center estimate at this point. I think that's a fair call.
Still at 140. But
what do you think it could be lower?
Well, we're just looking at this recon pass that just happened a few minutes ago. 961 extrapolated. Was it 115 knot flight level?
Yeah, I believe so.
And incomplete SFMR data. We didn't get a full read on that yet.
Yeah, SFMRs like to be broken.
They're broken?
Ethan.
Hmm.
By the way, update on my friend who lives near Old Harbor. He is okay, but currently it's really windy and he's getting quite heavy rain right now. But the winds aren't as strong as what they were a couple hours ago.
Meteo First says, how likely is the possibility for the amount of shear to heavily increase or drop in the future? In other words, what's wind shear doing, guys?
Wind shear? What wind shear? Beryl, probably.
Well, yeah, but at times it was really running it up against the western side of the storm. You could see it, but it seems to have decreased again. Although, still curious as to whether some of that odd appearance on the northwest side of the eye is wind shear driven.
It could be. I mean, I noticed that it is being a little lopsided, the eye. That may be due to possible wind shear. It just wouldn't make a total lot of sense, because if there was wind shear on the northwest side, we would also be seeing a decrease in convection, which we sort of are noticing, but it's kind of equal on all of the sides of the system.
I'd be much more likely to say at this point that the system really isn't weakening or strengthening. It's sort of maintaining intensity at this point.
I think so too. I agree with that.
Yeah, I just looked at radar. Wow. That's all I'm going to say is wow.
Still good?
Yeah.
It sure is.
Basically, in short, looks like crap on satellite, look at radar, looks a lot better.
Damn. If that's true, can you think of how many storms out at sea are underestimated?
Oh, God. I'm not sure, honestly.
Dawson says the HWRF shows Beryl weakening quite a bit once it gets near the Cayman Islands. Isn't that completely different to what it used to say?
Yeah, I am not sure what is up with the models right now, but
all of them are broken, eh?
There's a unanimous agreement with the NSET models, which include the GFS, that just pretty much say, yeah, 140 mile per hour, 959 millibars right now. Well, let's bring it down to 990 in like 15 hours, 990 millibars in like 15 hours with 60 knot winds at best.
Just doesn't
maybe
make
55.
sense. When have we ever
know.
seen that for a storm that's over water? Very rare. Over warm water, without a huge amount of wind shear.
If it happens, I mean, shoot, I'll take it. But I mean, we're trying to be real and honest here and deliver accurate information, especially given that there's hurricane warnings up right now for the Yucatan Peninsula, and there's a lot of people that live over there. Depending any changes, especially with intensity, could bring the storm more northerly, which would bring it to more populated areas. But I mean, if this does happen, I mean, great. But let's be honest with ourselves. Do we really think that?
I don't. All right, we are going to be finishing shortly, so any closing comments from you guys right now? I know I've been speaking quite a bit.
I will say that for those in Jamaica, you'll more than likely be dealing with hurricane conditions, especially like along the southwestern portion of the island for maybe another 2-3 hours before the winds start really winding down. And then after that, you're going to be dealing with tropical storm conditions for probably another 3 to 4 hours after that. Overall, the main threat should be done within the next 6 to 8 hours before things fully start winding down.
All right. Anyone else?
I mean, I just want to really narrow down the point that even if this system doesn't cause as much damage in Jamaica as it did in the Windward Islands, this is still a credible storm, and it definitely is still very powerful at the moment. And really,